Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is distorted reality in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 8, Stormblood, Part 1. The gardens of the royal palace were awash with a warm glow, bathed in sunlight and with a bleary quality that made her feel like she had just woken with the morning. It took her a moment to realize she had no control, she could only observe. She thought she ought to feel discomfort about that realization, or anger, or fear or helplessness, but she felt nothing at all. Her feet were rooted in place, boots digging into the grass. She held one arm outstretched in front of her, as if grasping toward the gazebo across the turtle duck pond. She did not know how she knew it was a turtle duck pond. She could see none of said creatures floating across the water. In fact, she could see nothing beyond the gazebo. The gardens simply ended like the edge of a painting. She pulled her hand in close to her body, then down to her stomach, and then thrust her other hand out. She felt like she moved in slow motion, even as she repeated it again and again. In. Down. Out. Ty Lee swam into view. "It's such a gentle motion," she said. Her voice sounded muffled. "I know you'll get the hang of it, Angela." A bolt of lightning rent the clear sky. Ty Lee had probably meant her words to be encouraging, but Angela viewed it as pitying. Or patronizing. Angela said something in response, but she couldn't hear her own words. Ty Lee fell prostrate against the ground, pressing her forehead against the grass, and for a moment Angela felt mollified until she turned around and came face to face with the Fire Lord. She went down on one knee, fist pressed against the ground, and bowed her head before her father. She waited for him to address her. Jose fixed her with a penetrating stare. "You're practicing your brother's technique," he said. His voice alone came out clear, unburdened by whatever affliction gripped Angela and Ty Lee. Angela responded. Of course she practiced it. She meant to render his new toy useless. What use was redirecting lightning if she could throw it back at him again? Sooner or later, he would falter playing their deadly juggling game. Jose gestured, permitting her to stand. "You observed the precise technique? Each and every motion?" Of course she did. She planned every moment of their battle at the Western Air Temple. What use is practicing it without actual lightning? He asked, and when he flexed the muscles in his neck, Angela's eyes widened. "You and I will learn that technique, and that wretched boy will wish he never raised a hand against me." The world came into focus and she felt a surge of joy. Her father wished to train with her. For the first time, they would learn from each other, almost like equals. But then she remembered something. No one could raise a hand against the Fire Lord without swift punishment and retribution. She voiced her concern. He actually drew back his head and laughed, deep and bellowing. "Did you really think, even for a moment, that you would be shooting lightning at me? No, Angela. You will learn through experience, and fear will be your teacher. And I will learn through observation." Jose's hands crackled with power and the world fell away. Angela and Katara fell into an easy routine after just a couple of days traveling together across the tundra. Angela always set up the tent just perfectly so that the wind never carried it away and water never seeped in. Katara set their pace and decided their route. Angela was the superior hunter, but Katara was the better cook. Angela tended to their fires while Katara fetched and purified the water. Angela had the better eye for navigating over dangerous terrain, and Katara handled the caribou panthers better. If they came across any villages or roaming bands of hunters, Angela judged whether it would be better to avoid or meet them, while Katara did the talking, and they both pretended to be someone else. In a strange way, they covered each other's weaknesses. On the 5th day they reached the Great Glacier, a massive expanse of snow and ice that bridged the distance between the eastern and southern mountains. It was so far that Angela couldn't see the eastern mountains from their current position, but she looked toward them regardless. Those mountains marked the beginning of the eastern peninsula. Toward Aang and Zuko. Her heart ached, but the further away they were from her, the better. To their south, jagged peaks loomed. The glacier clung to them greedily, like a drowning swimmer trying to pull another beneath the waves. Beyond these mountains, Angela knew, they could reach the southern spirit portal, but that wasn't their destination. She thought briefly of Toph, but reminded herself Aang wouldn't be too far behind Angela. She pulled her hood down against the wind while she contemplated their next move. she didn't like the idea of traversing the openness of the Great Glacier. She'd feel too vulnerable. And if Katara was correct, several clans of waterbenders made a labyrinth of tunnels beneath it, an effective shelter from the cold. Isn't Aniakta to the west of here? Azula asked. You said it's situated between a forked river just to the west of these mountains. We went too far south. No, we didn't, Katara said, staring ahead at the peaks. This is exactly where I want to be. We're gonna take a little detour before we go home. Azula rolled her eyes. What was with Aang and Katara and their detours? Was Azula the only one who could focus on a single destination? Can caribou panthers even climb mountains? Katara's mount huffed and bucked its antlers as if taking offense to Azula's doubt. Yes, but I don't think we'll have to, Katara said, calming it with a pat on the neck. People live up there, so I would imagine there's a trail we could use. And it's so important that we visit these people because... Katara looked back at her and grinned. It'll be our first step in our plan to pave the way for a more peaceful world, she said. The poisonous snowy wolverine skunk clan lives up that way, and they've been opponents to my father and pretty much every other clan in the area for years. Azula snapped her reins with a sigh, letting her caribou panther advance toward the mountains in something like a mix between a lunge and a trot. Well, that name is a mouthful. Why hasn't Emperor Hakata crushed them under his heel? Katara's face darkened. They fashion themselves the guardians of the Everstorm, since they live near the border of it, she said. Azula recalled everything Katara had told her about the Everstorm, the spiritual blizzard that raged for decades and made the terrain around the southern spirit portal impassable. Supposedly, Aang would figure out a way through, she knew. And the clan leaders borrow from its power to call down lightning from the heavens and strike down any who intrude on their territory. So all the other clans, mine included, have pretty much left them alone all these years. Azula's grip on her reins tightened. Lightning, she said. Fire Lord Azula perked up, a dragon that sniffed its supper within reach. So it's spiritual in origin? How do you expect to get past it? Oh, I don't know if it's a spiritual power, said Katara, examining her mittens. I've always had the thought that it was some lost waterbending art and they just fashioned themselves as some all-powerful spirit stormcallers or something. Imagine if I could learn it. Azula looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Waterbending? How do you figure? Well, lightning comes from storm clouds, right? And clouds are made of water. It's not so far-fetched to believe that a waterbender somehow gained the power to manipulate storms like that. Or maybe an airbender, I suppose, but that's even less likely. For obvious reasons. Your powers of deduction amaze me. Katara made a face at her, perhaps unable to tell if she used sarcasm or not, but continued. We'll sneak up the mountain before they can strike us down with lightning, and then I'll take down their leaders from the inside with blood bending. They'll never know what hit them. Azula glanced at the top of her mask sticking out of her saddlebag. With an unpainted face twisted into a serrated smile and dull, black, misshapen eyes, Azula had been ashamed to admit that it gave her a moment of alarm when she first spotted it, but she picked it out from the selection without hesitation afterward. With these masks, they'll think us spirits from the Everstorm come to punish them for their hubris, she said. And besides, taking out this clan would make Aang's path easier, too. Katara grinned. And that's not that far off the mark. Azula let out a chuckle. I can't believe you managed to convince that artisan to make you an exact copy of that old blue spirit mask you had. Katara laughed along with her. Right? He was so intimidated. Snow piled high enough that Aang and the others didn't have to pull the tents from their luggage anymore. Instead, he and Sokka constructed an igloo with their waterbending while Zuko got a fire going right in the middle of it. After making a shelter for Appa outside, Aang ducked back into the igloo to find Sokka, Zuko, and Sangmu sitting around the fire in silence while they dried off and warmed themselves. All things considered, once the fire started it felt pleasantly toasty. He sat next to Sangmu while she portioned out their dinner. Though she remained morose, she helped out and did all her chores without complaint, and aside from the lemurs she seemed most comfortable talking with Zuko. On the few occasions she was receptive to conversation. Not that Sokka didn't try, he seemed particularly invested in getting her to talk and open up to them, and every time she shrunk away Aang could see the guilt written plain on his face. It was Sokka who cooked meat on a greasy pan over the flames, and when he flipped the elker shank it made a drop of oil splash Sangmu just as she handed Aang his portion of seaweed stew. Ow! Sangmu let out a whimper and winced away from the fire, holding her hand over the grease burn on her wrist. Sokka dropped the pan and crawled to her side at once. I'm sorry. Really. Sometimes I'm just a little clumsy. She winced away even more, curling her legs away from him. I'm fine. Aang pulled ice from the wall. Can I take a look at it? He asked, letting the water coat his hand like a glove. Sangmu nodded, hesitantly, and held her wrist out to Aang. Aang pretended not to see Sokka's crestfallen look and examined her burn with his newfound healing abilities. It looked angry and red already, and when his hand started to glow she let out a sigh. Wow, she said. That really does feel soothing. Sokka just taught me how to do it, Aang said. All of them fell silent as the gentle ringing of his healing filled the igloo along with the crackling fire. It's good to have a healer around, and not just for stuff like this. Spriggy was right, said Zuko. It's an important job. Well, you can't expect me to be our expert at it, said Sokka, sitting back in his spot with his arms resting on his knees. My sister's much better at it. No reason we can't work at it together, Aang said, shrugging. He let the water fall from Sangmu's wrist, where the burn still looked bright but less raw. You know, there's no reason why we shouldn't all become as strong as we can. Especially now that we're getting to the heart of the Water Nation. This is the time where it'll matter most. In hindsight, he often wished he never let himself or his friends slack off in their training before Sozin's comet arrived. Maybe now was the time for all of them to get serious. Zuko's face darkened. Do you mean, you should learn bloodbending? Aang set his jaw. No, he said, but then he reconsidered with a short breath. Maybe. If I'm going to have a chance against Katara or Hekata I'm gonna have to learn it, even if just to counteract them using it against me. He hated the idea of it so much that he felt his extremities tingling as if in rebellion and his stomach churned. I can try to teach you, Sokka said after a moment. But I'm gonna warn you, I'm not that great. And we'll need a full moon at least to start out. What is that? Sangmu asked, hugging her knees. That sounds awful. Zuko glanced at her but didn't answer, and she didn't push it. Is there anything I can learn to counteract it, too? Or do I have to be a waterbender? I don't want to be useless if I ever have to go up against Katara again. As far as I know only another waterbender can counteract it, said Sokka, frowning. He scratched his chin. But are there any super hot fire-bending techniques out there? Azula does that blue fire thing sometimes, doesn't she? It's not the same, but it could help. Hey, remember that bounty hunter I hired to get you guys? With the explosions? Think you can learn to do that? Aang scratched his cheek. You mean Combustion Man? I dunno, his ability seemed unique. Combustion Man? I forget whatever his real name was, but I called him. Zuko let out an annoyed grunt. Yeah, Azula can make blue fire, but she said I wasn't strong enough for that yet. Aang stared into the cook fire, feeling himself drift away from all of them. He never wanted to reveal what he was about to say. He remembered making a vow to himself, long ago when he first came to this world and met Azula, that he would never let her gain knowledge of it. But things were different now, and he had to give his friends a means to fight. He trusted them. You can learn to bend lightning, he said. Silence descended on them all, as oppressive as snowfall. Aang felt his back itch as if it still felt the phantom pains of Princess Azula's touch, even if he no longer had the scar. Sokka leaned forward. Lightning? That's possible? Wow, did the others hook, er? He stopped himself, eye widening as he caught his slip in front of Sangmu. Zucker, did he know how to do it? Sangmu caught his slip, brow furrowed. Zucker. My older brother, said Zuko, quickly. A pause. Then, deadpan, he's dead now. Sangmu blinked. Oh, I'm sorry. Aang had to keep from grasping his forehead. It took him a while, but he figured it out, he said. His eyes followed the trail of smoke going out of the igloo's opening. The cold-blooded fire, it was called. I wish I remembered how it worked. The sky darkened as they neared the jagged peaks at the border of the Everstorm, their path cast in shadow from the mountains. Flurries swept down the mountain trail right into their faces, causing both Angela and Katara to pull their hoods as low as they could. It wasn't snowing, wind swept the snow through the mountains as if to dissuade them from climbing to its peaks. And it was loud. Angela barely heard the grunts of the caribou panthers over the roar of the wind. Why would anyone want to live in such a place? Angela yelled to Katara, burying her face in her caribou panther's smelly hide as the beast trudged on through the snow. Even with her frequent breaths of fire, her nose and cheeks felt raw and frigid. She didn't know how Katara could handle it. I get the feeling they don't like visitors. She tried to use her breath of fire as much as she could to stay warm, but as they got higher in altitude it came out more like a cough that started to turn blue. When the slopes narrowed and steepened, Angela tried not to look back. She was not normally one to fear heights, but with this much wind and unnatural darkness she didn't want to risk getting vertigo. She could only thank Katara's foresight to purchase creatures with claws great for climbing and excellent balance. That was when Angela heard the sky-searing crackle of electricity and shouted at Katara just in time for a bolt of lightning to strike the ground in front of them. The blast kicked up an updraft of snow and stone as Angela threw herself from her mount and tumbled, scrambling to flatten herself against the mountainside to stop her fall. The beasts scattered, baying and howling in fright, but before Angela could pick herself up another streak of lightning struck where her caribou panther had been only a moment before. She covered her ears as they pounded and rang with deafness. She was not so foolish as to attempt to stand and risk falling over. She'd take her chances as a smaller target on the ground, hoping the snow and wind and darkness would help conceal her. Something lifted her in an icy grip and hurled her to the side of the mountain pass, and a moment later Katara skated by and joined her beneath a rocky overhang. Angela allowed herself a moment to gather her wits before scowling. So much for sneaking in, huh? I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that the clan found us, Katara replied, crouching as she pressed herself against the stone with eyes fixed on the sky. It could be the spirits from the Everstorm. So quick to dismiss your waterbender theory, aren't you? Katara looked at her. Well, no, but it's wishful thinking. I just don't know which outcome I want to be true the most right now. There's a bender behind this, said Angela, letting out another breath of fire to warm herself again and rubbing her palms together. Perhaps two. How can you be sure? It's Angle, she responded. It didn't come from the sky. It came from higher up in the mountains, from two separate directions. Okay, then, said Katara, grinning. She held Angela's mask out toward her, apparently she had picked it up in the struggle, and put on her blue spirit mask. So let's give them a fight. Despite the situation, Angela couldn't help but grin back as she put on the proffered mask. Oh, very well, then. Katara swept out her hand and pulled up a wall of ice across the slope, which the lightning struck a moment later. Even with the shards of ice shrapnel, Katara kept applying more water to it, thickening their defenses and baiting the enemy to continue their assault. Angela listened for the distant screeching that signified another incoming attack and kept a careful eye on the direction of its source. Wherever both blasts came from, their source stayed stationary. Perfect for her, foolhardy for them. Timing the gaps between their strikes, Angela emerged just in time to lob a fireball as blue as their lightning into the chasm of darkness beyond the slopes, toward a further ledge where she suspected one of their foes to be standing. She didn't expect it to hit them. Her attack had nowhere near the range of theirs, but she hoped it would give them pause long enough for Katara and herself to edge closer to them. But the lightning stopped altogether. Angela knew that could have been another outcome once they spotted a firebender. Katara stepped out into the open, peering toward the sky as if she expected to see them. Angela didn't know if she would call that brave or reckless, but no bolts of not-so-divine retribution struck her down. What, did you scare them off? Angela heard the distant braying of a caribou panther and she felt like she knew their mounts long enough already to recognize that echoing sound as not one of theirs. No, said Angela. I think they called in the cavalry. The sound of a horn blaring confirmed that suspicion a moment later. Katara's mask turned toward her and Angela could practically sense the glare beneath it. Now they know you're a firebender. Really smart thinking. I don't appreciate the sass, princess, Angela said, pressing herself against the stone. I know exactly what I'm doing. You're the one who didn't think this plan through, did you? Did you forget that she's a filthy peasant? Or are you just pathetic and indicative of your own station? Angela ignored the venom behind her other self's sentiment. But don't worry, she continued, lips quirked behind her mask. I don't think we'll have to fight all the way up the mountain. The bolas came first, slung at Katara, but she sliced them harmlessly to the side with a gesture. The arrows came next, but she shielded herself with ice again and deflected them away harmlessly. After that, the warriors came in on foot, but before they could reach her she turned the snow into slick ice and they slid down the mountain right past her. That didn't deal with all of them, however. Several warriors were agile enough to dig their spiked boots or ice picks into the frozen trail to stop their fall. Angela chose that moment to step in, assaulting a trio of spear and machete-wielding warriors from behind with gouts of blue flame. In the darkness and the storm, her fire seemed otherworldly, perfect for the impression she hoped to give. The force of her attacks knocked them face first into the snow, but more came from behind her, so she ducked under their blows and retaliated with bullets shot from the tips of her fingers. One particularly burly man with his hood down and long, thick braids swung a spiked piece of metal and bone that looked like a grappling hook. It whistled in circles through the air, but Angela knew his type. He did it to look more menacing than anything. I take it you're the leader, then, she said. The snow hissed into steam around her ankles, melting to give her more freedom of movement. No, not him, said a voice from behind the giant of a man. Another man emerged, though his height didn't even come up to the larger man's shoulders. I am Chief Itawok of the poisonous snowy wolverine skunk. And you're trespassing, Ash Breather. She didn't know if it had to do with the fact that he stood next to a man much more intimidating than him, but Angela found the chief to be unimpressive, with a plain face, a forked beard decorated with blue beads, and a warrior's wolf tail without being built like any of his warriors. I knew these lands had a stench to them, she said. The burly warrior responded by letting his spiked grappler fly, but Angela dove out of the way. Chief Itawok snarled and pointed one hand at her, covered in a gauntlet of metal and bone that Angela found to be the most interesting thing about him. How dare you mock us that way? You're just a girl who doesn't know her station. Both of you. She narrowed her eyes at him. My station is none of your concern. And these two girls are about to teach you a lesson, Mr. Big, Strong Man, said Katara, sliding over to Angela's side. Her blade flashed into her grip, held flat against her forearm. And you made it easy for us by coming to welcome us in person. Angela's eyes caught movement toward the back of Itawok's band. The warriors parted, clearing the way for a pair of old women in water tribe skins and heavy parkas, though Angela couldn't tell if the warriors moved out of reverence, fear, revulsion, or a mixture of all three. The two women and the chief gave each other a wide berth. One of the women folded her hands in her sleeves. Don't underestimate your prey, she said. Kill them, said the other. Before you come to regret it, they said together. With their voices in perfect sync and their eyes equally hardened and distant, Angela realized they were twins. And shockingly familiar, at that. Itawok spun on them. What? No. I'll not take suggestions from crones like you. You stay silent. We're going to capture them. I have a better idea my father might like. As you wish, they said at once, bowing away from him. Both sets of their eyes fixed on Angela, and even behind her mask she felt their gazes drilling into her. During their brief exchange, they'd been surrounded. As Katara moved to fight again, Angela held her back with a gesture, her curiosity piqued. Most surprising of all, Katara listened. Well, this has gotten interesting, said the voice in her head. I do think you'll learn a valuable lesson here after all. It could have been days, weeks, months, or years since she had lost her face. She couldn't tell anymore. In this world where everything shifted, where the warmth never caressed her skin and the night never brought chill winds or the songs of cicadas, she had lost all sense of time. What did it matter, when she felt no need to eat or sleep? When she forgot the taste of her favorite food and the smell of it cooking? What it felt like to chew, or to smile or laugh or cry? Had she even done those things before, or were they part of a separate lifetime? She heard voices whispering just beyond her range of hearing. They'd been accompanying her all this way. Her other self said their names were Yu and Nagi. But that didn't matter. All she knew was to continue trailing behind them. She felt their footsteps. She never let them get far. She didn't want to be alone. Loneliness was one of the only things she remembered. It gnawed at her, like talons or pincers scraping and scratching, hundreds of them bursting to break free from inside her stomach, scuttling around just under the surface of her skin. Sometimes she thought it broke free where her face used to be. Her other self told her her name. She said it often. But it didn't matter. Only the loneliness mattered. The emptiness. She felt that emptiness at the core of her heart, beneath the earth buried under her feet, in the void above and around them. It shifted and fell apart and built itself back up again faster than she could keep track. But it didn't matter. Not anymore. As she walked, the world shifted again and she thought she lost sight of her surroundings. Everything, including the two who walked ahead of her, fell away in an unclear haze. Her feet stepped on something soft. And then, distantly, she remembered sand. "This desolation," said one of the voices. It sounded as muffled and hazy as her surroundings felt. "It's nothing like the Si Wong. My home has much more life than this." "What are those black metal monstrosities?" said the other voice. "They're buried in the sand all over the place. Their spikes remind me of the poisonous snowy wolverine skunk." "That certainly sounds like a mouthful. But look, it's some kind of vehicle," said the first voice. "Look at that one appearing, it's massive." Her other self spoke up, her voice gruff but clearer than the other two. "That big one's a ruined airship. These are Fire Nation weapons and war machines from my world. Tanks, bombs, warships. You name it." She heard the trepidation in their responses. Oh, how she longed to feel trepidation again. These are all weapons of war? They even have the Fire Nation insignia. How is this possible? How are they here, in the spirit world? "Dunno," said her other self. "Maybe it's the same reason I'm here." She walked into one. Her foot stung for a moment, the pain reverberating, but it faded before she could even really register it. She didn't move or even wince. But she almost walked into it again, just because she liked the feeling. "Toph? Are you okay? That sounds like it hurt." When she didn't respond, the voice spoke up again. "Hey, I wonder if we can get one of these working? Spirit Toph, think you can tell us how one of these big carriages on wheels work? Or I wonder if I can fashion a sand sailor out of these. She could get these big hunks of metal moving if she just..." She felt herself falling backward into the sand. She didn't move once she hit the ground, but the others cried out from the force of it. A gasp. "Wan Shi Tong. Here." "How predictable," said the new voice. "Humans that come across weapons immediately try to make use of them again, even here, in the spirit world, where your cold iron is antithetical to the essence of everything." They ascended toward the mountain's peak, waterbenders leading the way by flattening the snow under their feet. Azula and Katara had their hands tied behind their backs with rough leather bands, and the tightness of her bonds along with the cold made Azula's fingers start to feel numb. Every time she tried to use her breath of fire to warm her core, one of the warriors would strike her in the shoulder and bark at her to keep walking. For the first time, frostbite became chief among her concerns. But then, she supposed, Katara didn't seem bothered by the cold. And if she wasn't, then Azula would bear it too. At least they let them keep their masks, that helped her nose stay warmer, if only a little bit. No one exchanged any words as they climbed with the harsh winds at their backs, but once they reached the top, Azula felt all words leave her as she regarded the sight below them. As they crested the snowy hill and the sparse forest of thick pines, Azula expected a pathetic village liable to be blown off the mountain at any moment. But this one clung steadfast to the flattened mountaintop, roads webbing around buildings that looked as if they had been there for centuries. Nestled against another mountainside that shielded it from northern winds, the village of the poisonous snowy wolverine skunk clan overlooked the southern edge of the mountain range, and beyond the clouds and gray haze she saw nothing at all. It was like Azula peered over the edge of the world. In this void, black clouds churned and within them she saw lightning flashing the color of electric blue and violet. The Everstorm looked as if it could expand and swallow them at any moment, but the village and the mountains skirted just the border of it. Chief Itawok brought them to a building constructed of wood and bone and leather stretched over its frame that looked like a round house with an upper level decorated with spikes that Katara whispered to her came from the animal that this clan used as their namesake. Just before they entered, many of Itawok's warriors departed, the old twins included, and when they pulled back the flaps to go inside, Azula was hit with a sudden blast of warm air. At least 24 old and middle-aged men sat in concentric circles around a roaring hearth fire. The warriors who escorted them there forced Azula and Katara to their knees while Itawok rounded the flames and sat at an elevated chair that overlooked the rest of the men. Only one other sat at his level, an older man who had the same facial features as him, his father, Azula presumed. Itawok's father spoke first. "Who do these masked devils think they are to trespass upon our sacred mountain?" He looked upon them with disgust and scorn, which only deepened when two of the warriors yanked off their masks to reveal their faces. "To think only 2 young girls managed to make it as far as you did." Katara scowled. "Look at all these soldiers you have here guarding this mountain instead of fighting on the front lines of the war like the brave men of the rest of the tribe. We got as far as we did because you're all cowards rotting away up here with some false sense of importance." Itawok sputtered. "You watch your tongue, girl. You speak before the vaunted patriarch Alsek. And you speak before Princess Katara of the Water Empire," she said, her voice lowering in a way that Azula had become accustomed to hearing when she'd been angered. Cold seeped back into the room from outside. Azula rolled her eyes. "Oh, here we go." Of course she was unable to keep her mouth shut about the important things. So much for masks. The assembly muttered to themselves, staring down at them with disgust in a way that made Azula feel like she had swallowed something slimy. Her gaze slid across each of their faces, taking in the way they looked at her, and she found that she hated it. At this point, Azula wasn't sure if the reveal of Katara's identity was good for them or not. "What will you do about that? They all speak of titles, but you are the one with any real power here. Even with your humble origins, you were born with a divine right to rule." Alsek, however, barely reacted. "We've heard about you, even all the way up here. The upstart princess who thought she could conquer the Earth Kingdom capital. You've been disgraced by your own father." "I came to negotiate," she shot back. Katara straightened her posture to uphold some dignity even bound from her position on the floor. "Emperor Hakata is offering you one final chance to change your ways. Throughout the war, your noble clan, the Guardians of the Everstorm, have sat in seclusion up in your mountains, spurning the hand of friendship offered by his father and his father's father. Up until now, he was satisfied with the tribute offered to Aniak to every moon in place of that friendship, but the war has taken its toll. He needs your aid. All of the Water Nation needs your aid." A pretty lie, Azula thought. One that would crumble under any halfway intelligent scrutiny, but still. "He needs our aid now, does he?" Alsek asked. He spit to the side. "That's what I think of that. All this time he has been unable to make his way up the mountain to stop us himself because the Everstorm protects us. Compared to my clan, he is weak." Itawok stood and took his bow from his back, holding it out toward Katara. It was a composite bow, curved inward and made of wood reinforced with bone. "And to show how he needs us, he sends his disgraced daughter in his stead. I know what this really is. My response to his ultimatum is to let him come. At least this marks an end to those accursed tributes," Alsek muttered. He waved his hand at them. "Take them away, but put the ash breather with the crones. Hakata wants one final tribute? Well, I suppose we can prepare him one." Azula's muscles tensed but her face betrayed no emotion. She didn't like the way he mentioned a tribute. "What?" She and Katara exchanged glances before they were pulled in 2 separate directions, yanked back out into the cold. The firelight danced in Katara's eyes, however, and she saw that Katara's hopes hadn't been dashed yet, which made Azula feel better about the situation too, despite herself. While the warriors took Katara into the village proper, they led Azula to a cave opening carved into the side of the mountain, separated somewhat from the rest of the village but only a stone's throw away from the congregation roundhouse. The entrance was sealed with a partition made from a bone frame with hard leather stretched over it, along with hanging furs for insulation. The warriors wrenched it open with no concern for what lay behind it, and they led her through a drafty, winding tunnel that descended into the mountain, lit sconces illuminating their way. Angela was about to demand to know where they were leading her, and fight back if she needed to, but the tunnel opened up into a roomy cavern occupied by the old pair of twins. Judging by the separate piles of sleeping furs, hanging tapestries for warmth, a polar bear dog rug, and 2 hearth fires, Angela figured this to be their home. The warriors shoved Angela forward and she whirled around on them. "I'll not continue to be manhandled this way." One of the men chuckled. "Oh, did we hurt your pride? You've got that same look as Princess Katara, it's hilarious." "No, brother, she's an ash breather. They care about honor, not pride." "What's the difference?" The pair turned around and departed down the same tunnel from which they came, arguing along the way. After they left, Angela turned to the old women. "What am I doing here?" They both rose from their separate corners of the cavern, where one had been weaving and one had been cooking, to stand side by side. Examining them closely in the firelight, Angela surmised that these two weren't of the water tribes, as much as they dressed like it. "What is your name?" asked the one on the left. The question was curt, her address prompt. She tensed again and prepared to fight if she had to. She had no compunctions about fighting against these two old ladies, even with her hands bound behind her back. "Angela," she said, steadying her breath. No use hiding her identity now, her real name would mean nothing to them. "What are yours?" "A proper Fire Nation name, that is," said the one on the right. "I am Lo," said the left. "And I am Li," said the right. They began walking in a circle around her in opposite directions, examining her from all sides. Li revealed a silver knife and Angela's breath caught in her throat, but she simply used it to cut the leather binding her wrists together. "It has been a long time since we have met a firebender." It was then that all the pieces fell into place for Angela. "You two are also firebenders," she said. "And, furthermore, you're the ones behind the lightning that strikes any trespassers, not the Everstorm." Lo drew back in surprise. "How did you know?" "The art of the cold-blooded fire has been lost for centuries." The cold-blooded fire. Angela liked the sound of that. She felt a charge in the air accompanied by a thrill that might have belonged to Fire Lord Angela. "Call it deductive reasoning," she said. "I never expected to meet firebenders here, of all places." "We thought the same," they said together, brows furrowed. Li continued. "What are you doing here? And did we hear those men correctly? Is your companion Princess Katara of the Water Nation?" Angela straightened. "We're on a mission to the capital. But don't you worry, there's no friendship between us." The twins looked at each other as if letting unspoken words pass between them. Angela found it creepy. Li spoke next, her beady eyes glinting. "Chief Adawak sent you to us for training," she said. "Our knowledge we shall impart onto you," said Lo, turning away toward the cooking fire. "The secret arts will be yours to carry on when we're gone." Angela narrowed her eyes, a chill dancing down her spine as the realization hit her. "They mean for me to take your place," she said. "To be the next one to pose as a spirit and strike down any trespassers upon the mountain." They spoke together again, their intonation in perfect sync. "Indeed. Which means, you never intend for me to leave this mountain, do you?" Since Aang couldn't teach Zuko how to bend lightning, they took to sparring in the snow along with Sokka instead. Though Zuko had only been firebending for a few months, he proved to pick up on it quickly, and Aang made sure to coach him in both the dancing dragon form and the more common, aggressive style of firebending. He knew that with enough training, Zuko would become a master just as he did in Aang's world. And without Prince Zuko's temper that only started to wane after he joined Team Avatar, he seemed to progress even more swiftly. After their training, they piled back into the igloo just as Sang-Mu finished up her meditation. She sniffed the air and stared at them distastefully as they entered. "Even with the cold, you three managed to get all sweaty." "You can join us next time," said Sokka, but to that Sang-Mu only lowered her eyes. "Aang, just make sure you don't let your earthbending get out of practice," Zuko told him, pulling his parka over his head. "You don't want Toph to see that you've been slacking." "Toph is the one we're going to save from the spirit world, right?" Sang-Mu asked. She seemed to appreciate the change of subject. Can you tell me about her? She's one of the strongest people I know, Aang said, as Momo jumped onto his shoulder and even he recoiled from the smell. Tough, but really kind once you get to know her. And she's the best earthbender in the world and won't ever let you forget that. Hey, since you guys can't figure out how to shoot lightning, are there any advanced earthbending techniques you could learn? Sokka asked. Aang's shoulders fell. Not without Toph. She invented metal bending. Zuko's eyes widened. She did? You never told us that. It never really came up, Aang said, shrugging. I kinda hoped she'd figure it out herself, too, instead of me telling her it's possible. Toph wouldn't want it any other way, I think. Huh. Said Sang Mua. But I thought you just said she invented it. Okay, Sokka pushed on, thankfully wise enough not to let Sang Mua dwell on that question. He held up 4 fingers. If we can't do blood bending, or lightning, or metal bending. He put down the first 3. Are there any super cool advanced airbending techniques? Aang scratched his head. I don't think so. I'm a master, and none of the monks ever mentioned something like that. It's not really their style. There is. All 3 of them whirled to face Sang Mua, who hugged her knees. When Sirius Moon started and I flew to the Southern Air Temple, I met Monk Gyatso. When I told him I wanted to go to the South Pole, he tried to stop me, but I wouldn't listen. And I think he realized I had the right idea. She looked up at Aang. Before the day was up, he actually came with me. Aang's chest pounded. What? So he wasn't at the temple during the attack. We hid together in the sea caves among the Chui Islands, she said, shaking her head. I told him I meant to find my parents. He didn't want me venturing to the South Pole after everything. He said we should stay together, try and regroup with others who might have escaped. And in order to protect myself, he thought I should learn a secret technique. Sang Mu fussed with the hem of her shawl. I didn't get much time to learn it, since I ran away during the night, and then. You ran into Aniak, Aang said, his voice soft. But, what happened to Gyatso? He dared not hope, especially not a man his age after 100 years. Now that he thought about it, he never sought the place where Gyatso made his last stand against the firebenders in his world. He never found the skeleton here. Didn't want to see it. I don't know, she said, and she looked up at him with eyes wet. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have abandoned him. What did he teach you? Zuko asked, after allowing her a moment to compose herself. He called it sound bending, she said, taking in a deep breath. It's not something normally taught, even to the senior monks and nuns. But he said these were special circumstances, and coming from the Western Air Temple I might have a better grasp of it than most. Aang furrowed his brow. What does your temple have to do with it? The all-day echo chamber, she said, leaning back against the igloo's wall. Sound bending works by manipulating the sound waves carried through the air. The nuns used that chamber to study it, the way sound moves and interacts with the world. When amplified, it can be really dangerous, he said. Like when you blow a horn into someone's ears, Sokka said. It can blow out your eardrums. That makes sense. Aang remembered, once, when he blew his bison whistle so that it could be heard all through Ba Sing Se by just about every animal. How much of it did you pick up? He asked. She frowned. Like I said, not a lot. But it can do things other than amplify sound. She shifted onto her knees, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. All of them watched her with rapt attention as she pressed her palms downward slowly. Aang felt his ears pop and suddenly the world felt muted, the fire dancing in complete silence. Momo and Sabi must have felt it, too, because both lemurs jumped up and opened their mouths, but Aang didn't hear a sound. Aang tried to say something. He felt his throat vibrate as words came out, but he couldn't hear them at all. When Sang Mu lifted her hands back up, all of the sounds came back all at once, from the fire to the screeching lemurs. Wow, that can come in handy. Aang exclaimed. He felt a bit of childish enthusiasm flood in. When was the last time he ever learned a truly new bending technique? And this one was from Gyatso. Sang Mu gave him a tiny smile, but before she could respond they heard Appa roaring outside, the ground shaking with a massive struggle. Aang slid out of the igloo to see a vicious brown and black furry creature just over half the size of Appa with snarling jaws. It had massive spikes sticking out from its shoulder blades and claws that looked to be the length of swords, with a fearsome cry as it faced down Appa. "That's a poisonous snowy wolverine skunk!" Sokka exclaimed, drawing his sword and machete. He paused. "That's a really big mouthful, I know, but we've gotta get out of here. It's going to hurt Appa." Sang Mu shouted. Aang rushed forward to his bison's side, ignoring Sokka's shouts to do otherwise. He thrust his palms forward and blasted the beast with wind, but it gnashed its teeth and turned to him as if he only threw a slight breeze. It lunged for Aang, paws padding against the snow, a white stripe going down its middle from head to tail. Aang summoned the snow to divert the beast's attack above him, but then it continued right on toward his friends. Sokka shouted again, but Appa swung his tail and smacked it away with even stronger winds. "We've gotta go," Sokka repeated. "One bite from that thing has enough venom to take all four of us out." He already collapsed the igloo with a sweep of his hands and moved to gather their belongings with Zuko. Sang Mu leapt into action as well, buffeting it with blasts of air to help distract the monster while they piled onto Appa, and dancing out of the way of its swipes when it came for her. Once they packed all of their things, the beast let out a howling shriek and clamped its jaws onto Appa's hind leg just as he leapt off into the air. Appa let out a roar of pain, and both Aang and Sang Mu unfurled their gliders to jump off and hit the creature with the mightiest swings they could manage. It released its hold on Appa and fell back to the earth, itching to continue the fight, but both airbenders circled around back to Appa's saddle. "Put some distance between us and that thing before we look after the big guy," Sokka said, sheathing his weapons. "They're relentless hunters. Not even the bravest warriors mess with those once they mark their prey." Azula slept in Lo and Li's chamber that night in a sleeping roll they provided. They had told her that her training would begin at dawn, like proper firebenders, and Azula didn't object. She knew she was a prisoner here, and they intended her to stay and spend the rest of her life there, but the promise of bending lightning enticed her too much to raise too much of a fuss about that yet. Besides, she would grasp it as quickly as she did anything else. But when they said her training would begin at dawn, they didn't mean they would rise at dawn. No, they prodded her awake with sharp pokes even before that. Her irritated, imperious tone came out before she could stop it. "What is the meaning of this? How am I expected to devote my fullest attention to my training if I cannot get a full night of sleep?" Lo, or was it Li, held a stick of incense that she pinched between her fingertips to start it burning. "We will forgive your disrespect this time. But do not forget, we are your teachers and expect to be treated as such." She placed the incense into a holder and began lighting more, placing them in a circle around Azula. "To generate lightning, we must prepare. You need to be in the proper mindset. The cold-blooded fire is a dangerous beast," said the other, hanging chimes with characters inked on paper that people like her uncle might have used as meditation guides in the old days. "If even one hair is out of place, you risk losing control. And shocking yourself can have far deadlier consequences than burning yourself. So first, we must meditate," they said together. Holding back her retort, Azula sat up while they circled around her. By the spirits, they were the ritualistic sort. She never found a use for any of these performative techniques. It brought to mind Zhang Jiang's tutelage and she didn't have the patience for it then, either. In her eagerness to learn the power of lightning, she realized she had forgotten something. "What will Chief Itawok do with Katara?" she asked, right as the twins began humming. Both of the sisters stopped their movements. "What concern is she to you?" Li asked. "She is Water Tribe," said Lo. "Her fate does not matter." Azula combed her fingers through her hair in an effort to alleviate her bedhead. "She's a useful ally," she said. "And I need her to accomplish my goals." She pursed her lips and her eyes fell on a faded wall painting that depicted the Everstorm itself, a swirling mass of blacks and purples. To them, it was likely the symbol of their power. "For two old ladies who have been living in the Water Tribes for as long as you have, and I'm guessing it has been a long time, judging from the state of this chamber and how worn down everything is, you seem to revile it. And they revile you in turn. And what gives you that impression?" Isn't it obvious? Azula responded. They call me Ash Breather, for one. And from what I could tell, you're the only two who were shoved underground into a cold and dreary cave, separate from the rest of the village but still under the watchful eye of the chief and the patriarch. And they use you to uphold their power and independence from Hekada under the guise of a mysterious, spiritual benefactor. She paused, and when they looked at each other and did that irritating thing they did where they seemed to communicate silently, she knew she was right. But what I don't get is why. Why would you do it? Why the loyalty? What's in it for you? You mistake our obedience for loyalty, said Lee with a scowl. We do what they say in order to survive. With vengeance as our motivation, said Lo. You think we came here of our own free will? No, Azula. We were taken from our home, many years ago, when we were scarce more than girls. From an island in the southern archipelago of the Fire Nation, Lee continued. The clan raided our village and recognized our talent, and coveted it for their own uses. Over many years, they cut down all of our firebenders and warriors, except for us. Azula's mind raced. The southern archipelago, she said. Her eyes widened. The twins. I've heard stories about you two, about the firebending sisters. According to my uncle Iroh, the twin volcanoes began erupting on the day that you two left and haven't stopped since. The last firebenders seen in the whole archipelago, until I came along. Both of them joined her on the floor, grasping each of her hands in theirs. We always thought that the island's spirits keened at the loss of its children, said Lo, wiping away at her eyes. What a blessing it is to see that there is yet another to carry on our traditions. Lee laughed. An Iroh, you say? Oh, that is a name I haven't heard in many years. He was such an adorable little boy. So they took you here, said Azula. She consented to their touch, after all, they were a living legend that she had been told about all through her youth. Becoming as talented as they were said to be was part of why she wanted to hone her skills, after all. But you speak of vengeance. Why, after all that, would you serve them? We tried to fight back, of course, said Lo, lowering her hands to her lap. But they would always find ways to hurt us. Even with our power, we were always outnumbered. So we did what we had to in order to survive. Kept our heads down, played along, said Lee. She clenched her bony fist. But do not misunderstand. We had plenty of opportunity to strike down many members of the Water Tribe. And they encouraged it. As long as we acted as their weapons against their enemies, we took our vengeance one waterbender at a time. Azula drew away from them. She wasn't sure if it was disgust she felt, but she felt no closer to understanding them. That's not vengeance. You're just tools to them. Vengeance would be striking back against Alsek and Itawak. Against all those who oppressed you. Lo's eyes fell. It is not as easy as you say. Especially when you have a broken spirit. Besides, said Lee, the true target of our vengeance, Alsek's father who captured us in the first place, perished long ago to illness. You don't understand. It is enough that we managed to survive this far. Azula stood and walked away from them. And now you are content to let me take your place once you wither away? No, said Lo, her voice unexpectedly harsh. We would never wish these horrors upon you. When we first saw you firebending on the mountain, and even blue fire, a rarer talent, we knew what they had planned for you, said Lee. We thought to strike you down right then and there, they said together. It gave Azula chills again. To spare you our fate. Azula turned back to them. But you didn't. We couldn't, said Lo. Please, forgive our weakness. Azula put a hand on her hip, her tone dismissive. Well, you don't have to worry, because I don't plan to stick around here for long. I just want to get started. Teach me how to wield lightning. Once again, the twins looked at each other, took equal breaths, and then nodded. Very well, said Lee. They stood again. Follow us. Chapter 9, Stormblood, Part 2. You're just a fallen princess. Katara massaged her wrists after they cut her free of her bonds to put her in a jail cell made from wood and bone and metal. How foolish they were to leave her arms free, to dismiss her as a girl who couldn't fight, even with no water within reach. But she was used to that by now. What she didn't like was getting her status called into question, whether or not her father said so. And you're just a coward to leave me in here. What, am I gonna be part of your tribute? Just sending me back home to dear old dad? Udawak knocked his club against the cell bars in an attempt to intimidate her. She didn't flinch. Perhaps just your fingers, he said. Then you'll really be useless, unable to even weave a tapestry for your future husband. And when your father marches this way to retrieve the rest of you, we'll crush him. She bristled. You underestimate me. Wanna prove how manly you are? Why don't you fight me one-on-one, you coward? He stepped closer to the bars, sneering. Think you're a little warrior, do you? Oh, I know I am, she said, meeting his gaze. It would be so easy to wrench control of his limbs from him, make him beat himself bloody with his own club, but she felt no need to display her power yet. Not when they were alone, where no one else would see her strength. They would go to any lengths to explain his sudden and violent death another way instead of attributing the deed to her. Bloodbending was devastatingly effective, but it was almost cheating. She wanted them to respect her power, not dismiss it as trickery. Bloodbending won't prove a thing, said the voice. The tiny voice that sounded uncannily like hers, the one that spoke up sometimes in disapproval. Often, it sounded like her mother. And Katara didn't like thinking about her mother. Besides, that little voice spoke up always in opposition to bloodbending, no matter the scenario. It was frustratingly short-sighted that way. Then perhaps you'll meet your death the warrior's way, he said. And we'll just send your father your head. After retrieving their parkas, Lo and Lee led Azula down the only other tunnel branching off from their main chamber, lighting the torches hanging in sconces along the way. As they descended deeper into the mountain, Azula felt the cold seeping into her bones more and more as they left the warmth of the hearth. Here, she saw more signs of all the years the twins spent under the dominion of the poisonous snowy Wolverine skunk clan, paintings sketched upon the tunnel walls in a rainbow of pigments. She saw more depictions of the Everstorm. The twin volcanoes of Azula's home island. Fire and dragons and blood. Dark shapes that she couldn't identify in the dancing shadows. Lightning wove through and connected each picture in one long mural. The tunnel ended with a round wooden door set into a frame molded to the tunnel's shape. When Lee pulled it open, the door was nearly battered off its hinges by the fierce winds, and the wind tunnel nearly pushed Azula off her feet. But instead she stepped through the door frame into an opening in the mountain, which widened to give all three of them space and then some. Below, Azula could see the mountain passes that she and Katara had traversed. It was a sheer drop, and the window from which the twins viewed the world. Even more of a spectacle, it gave a perfect, unobstructed view of the Everstorm. Its power thrummed, its chaos all-consuming. Blizzards and violet streaks and flashes of lightning raged in its dark clouds, and Azula never felt so small, so inconsequential. No wonder the clan leaders thought themselves greater than the Emperor, for if they guarded such a primordial and sublime place, it was not so difficult to make that assumption. That was true power. And Aang, Zuko, and Sokka meant to venture right into its center to reach the southern spirit portal. Here she was, viewing it from above, when she should have been right in the thick of it with them. She longed to be with them, with Aang, as he faced its dangers. But here she was. She had to harness this power. Fire Lord Azula's voice whispered in her ear, crooning and dangerous. A selfish motivation if I ever knew one. It's to protect them from you. From yourself. You know you are capable of just as many monstrous things as me. Azula, said Lo. You remember what we said of the dangers of harnessing lightning, I trust. She didn't move her eyes from the churning storm. Of course. Lee stepped up to her side. One thing you need to know about creating it is that it requires peace of mind. We are conduits to guide its power, not control it. It's a good thing you stopped fighting me, said the voice. We're at peace now, wouldn't you say? You've accepted that you need me. I'm still not sure what you want from me. Lo held out her right palm. Positive energy. And negative energy, said Lee, holding out her left. Separate, and together, said Lo, at the same time as Lee said, together, and separate. I want you to take your rightful place in the world. I'm on your side. I always have been. Split the yin from the yang, Lee continued. You already wield blue fire. That is a form of negative energy. But I can't make white fire, Azula said, turning to face them. Its positive counterpart. But why? I love Aang. And you've killed him. Everyone has positive and negative energy within them, said Lo. The wind whipped at the fur draped over her shoulders. Whether or not you've learned to draw it out with your fire bending, you can still separate the energies within. Li started to move her arms in a wide circle, power crackling at her fingertips as she spoke. On Azula's other side, Lo mirrored her movements. When you separate the energy, its natural reaction is to come crashing back together. Lo finished, and together they pointed down below. Lightning cracked from their fingers, cleaving the world in two as thunder boomed and the Everstorm rose in a crescendo of its own as if in response to their power. When the rolling, deafening blast subsided, Azula refrained from rubbing the bright flashes out of her eyes. She wanted to imprint it in her memory forever. Despite that failing, I despise the idea that my other self wouldn't be on top of the world. In any world. And now, here you are. Manipulating that duality is the key to this power, said Li. And once mastered, you can exert fine control, said Lo. Duality, the Fire Lord repeated. You and I, we are two heads of the same dragon. The blue and the red. Let me hold the positive energy for you. So the negative energy will be all mine. But it already was, wasn't it? She could only make blue fire, not white. Only for the moment. Until we come crashing back together. And in that time between the seconds, we will hold all of the storm's rage. Move your arms in a circle, said Li. Lo nodded. As we did. Envision the energy within you splitting apart. You can do it. Split the energy apart, funnel it to me. She mimicked their movement, her right and left arms moving in circles. In her mind, she envisioned the blue dragon following the path of one arm, and the red dancing around the other. A charge prickled up and down her arms, the chatter of sparks left in their wake, and when she moved her fingertips in tandem with each other she heard the Fire Lord laughing met over the peal of lightning that streaked from her fingers, over the thunderclap that resounded through the mountain range. Azula had never felt such a thrill in her life, the power coursing through her body, the sweet and pungent smell left in the air. When the lightning dispersed she felt herself coming back down to earth, the touch of the cold and the wind. She stared down into the Everstorm as if all the energy had been drained from her. The Fire Lord's laughter had fallen silent, trailing away like the echo of a whisper. Lo put a hand on her shoulder. Congratulations, Azula. You're a lightning bender, Li finished. Carried on the wind, she heard the distant rumble of something else, and for a moment she thought it was more thunder before she realized it was the cheering of a crowd. What's in that direction? She asked. She couldn't see the source of the sound from here, but it came from somewhere in the village above. The fighting pit, Lo surmised. I assume that means the princess is facing her fate, said Li. Azula whirled on them. What do you mean? A fight to the death. They often are, said Lo, shrugging. It should be of no concern to us. Her blood is the blood of the Emperor. Let them kill her. If she truly is disgraced, they'll get away with it. Azula let out a frustrated grumble and made her way back to the tunnel. Ugh, as tempting as it is to let it happen, I do need her. Especially if we're to get out of this village. She heard the sound of massive wings beating and the world rocked again, taking her body with it. She rolled through the sand, heard distant shouting, and stopped when she hit a cold, hard metal plate. She was lucky that she didn't hit its other side, she supposed. She felt spikes there. But she didn't move after that, didn't stir after she struck the plating to some larger structure, and let her body lay there. She wondered if she would become part of the sand. Hear us, great knowledge spirit. You, watch out. Something crashed into the sand, sending it up in a gout that rained down upon all of them. Stay behind me. I'll protect you. You think I can't handle the sand bending of the Si Wong tribes? I know the styles of the Lop Nor tribe, the Hami tribe, the Tamajak, and even the Declamacan tribe. I've predated all of them. What have we done to offend you? She heard more sounds of struggling, but she could barely sense it across the sand. Wan Shi Tong, my tribe has respected you for as long as I can remember. I've always wished to see your library, just to catch a glimpse of the knowledge contained within. Look at all of this devastation, he responded. I was there when humans first wrought metal from the earth. When smelting techniques progressed to a point where your artisans and crafters made all sorts of wondrous things. But I should have known what would happen when weapons were among the first things you created with it. When spears began to be made from bronze and iron rather than wood and stone to make killing easier. You cannot fault us for what our ancestors have done. All of this weaponry here isn't even from our world. It doesn't matter. You have now seen what the fruits of the earth can grow. And you will use this knowledge and twist it like all the others have. And it is my duty to stop you before you can bring this back to your world. Please, we wish to do no such thing. We just want to go home safely. These weapons all around you have already destroyed one world. I won't let them destroy another. She heard them struggling. She heard them fighting. But it didn't matter. Are you listening to yourself? What is all that nonsense? Her own voice threw her thoughts back at her, rough and in disbelief. If she had the body to do it, her spirit self likely would have shaken her by the shoulders. You're just gonna sit here while your friends fight and struggle? That Nagi's a good earthbender, but she's not like you. Show em what you can do. What could she do? She lost track of how much time they wandered. They'd never get to leave the spirit world. She'd never get her face back. So you're just going to give up? That is not something that's in the vocabulary of Toph Beifong. You're the greatest earthbender in the world, so you better act like it. She didn't remember that. Come on, Toph. Wake up. Who cares if you don't have a face? We'll get it back. You just need to keep on fighting. She heard the voice of one of the others calling to her. We can't stay here or he'll kill us. Move. Her other self shouted in her ear. If not for them, think of your other friends. Aang. Zuko. Sokka. Even that Azula. She'd never see them again. She knew that already. What was the point? They wouldn't recognize her anymore. Ugh. Come on. You're the blind bandit. Not some lily-livered weakling. What about Jet? Do you want him to see you like this? Or the other freedom fighters? No, she supposed. They wouldn't approve. But she never cared to get anyone else's approval. That's right. Remember that. No matter what the rest of the world says, the only approval we need is our own. The ground buckled and swelled beneath her. She realized it was the sand, shifting and coiling, and before she knew it, some great force lifted her up and sent her body careening through the air. She slammed into something metal, a massive construct, rounded and halfway buried in the sand, dwarfing buildings. Her head rang. She felt every dent, every curve, knew where time and sand wore it away and where the impurities felt greatest. Her body pressed flat against it for just a moment before she slid back down to the sand. See? You can feel all that. You know. You remember. You can do it. She felt dizzy. The back of her head throbbed. But she remembered. That spirit, Wan Shitong, had said that these structures were all fruits of the earth. Constructed by human hands and methods, antithetical to everything in the spirit world. And if it came from the earth, she could bend it. She stood up through the pain, faced Wan Shitong and Nagi and Yu, all battling across the sands, and slapped her right hand into the metal remains of the zeppelin behind her. The tiny pieces of unrefined earth called out to her and she responded by digging her fingers into the metal plating. With a crunch, it bent to her will. Spirit Toph let out a loud whoop. Here we go. Metal Bender Toph is here and she means business. Toph felt Wan Shitong pressed flat against the ground, his neck elongated like a serpent's, and he swept toward Nagi and Yu, beak biting at them like a spear. Nagi pulled up some sand as a cover and a defense, diverting the giant owl's head just in time for Toph to surf in on her metal plate and strike him directly in the face with it. He shook his head as if to clear it of the clamor. What is this? She responded by shoving her hand into the wheel of a tank, ripping it off the main body, and hurling it toward Wan Shitong with spikes spinning. It caught him on his wing just as he threw himself to the side to avoid the attack, taking some feathers with it. He took to the air but faltered, his good wing pumping extra hard, before he gave up and perched on top of the prow of a nearby warship, nearly vertical in its ruin so that it looked like a tower. "She's bending the metal?" you asked with a gasp. "That's amazing." "You know it, honey," said Spirit Toph. "Ever see this type of bending before, oh so powerful knowledge Spirit?" "I don't think so, 'cause we're the first." "I have not," he admitted. "What a shame, that would have been knowledge I would have loved to add to my collection." "Is that all it is to you?" Nagi shouted up at him. "Something to collect, instead of share? It's not even your knowledge. It's all things you've learned from humans and compiled together." From his distance, Toph couldn't sense his movements, but she got the feeling he hadn't moved from his perch. But he sounded angry again. "Someone has to compile it. Otherwise it would be used and destroyed in your petty wars. Even now, with my library lost to me in your world, I can only assume you humans mean to plunder its depths, its knowledge, use it for great evils. Why must you assume the worst of us?" you asked. "Because I have seen it all before and I am seeing it happen again." Spirit Toph's voice hovered above them and Toph imagined her other self gesticulating angrily as she spoke. "So what are you gonna do? Wipe out all humans? Is that why you're here, just tracking down the three of them since you can't get back to your precious little library?" "Not just you," he said. "But all of the other humans who've been stranded in this world, ever since my library got displaced to yours. Before you can all do irreparable damage to the spirits." "Wait, other humans?" Nagi asked. "Here." You fumbled and almost dropped her sword. "From Ba Sing Se?" she exclaimed. "From the raid, and the collapse of the middle ring." She heard the flapping of wings and felt the gust that accompanied it. "Yes," said Wan Shi Tong. "If I find them and redress that balance, then my library may go back to its proper place. If not, I will seek the roots of the Tree of Time and make my way to a world without humans. Not if we can help it." Spirit Toph yelled, and Toph lurched forward to grip the battleship's hull in her fist and pull it off the rest with a screech of metal. She felt the owl spirit flap his wings for balance before he leapt off of it, presumably toward her, but at a silent direction from Spirit Toph she stepped to the side, wrapped her fist in iron, and slammed it into the side of his head. Nagi pulled the sand over him like a blanket while Yu warded off his flailing talons. Toph took the chance to continue pummeling him with her gauntlet punches, but before any of them could do any real damage the owl righted himself and let out a cry that went right through Toph's ears and disoriented her even more than getting her head slammed into the side of an airship. Spirit Toph let out a pained grunt. "Toph, Nagi, get us out of here. Go down." Nagi removed her hands from her ears and yelled out in anguish, but with a matching movement from Toph they let desperation take over common sense and opened up a sinkhole in the sand to swallow up all four of them. As they fell through darkness, Toph accepted the possibility that she might never get her face back. Right now, that didn't matter. She would persist. But now, they had a new goal, to find the other survivors. When they reached the edge of the mountain pass that marked the end of the eastern peninsula, they finally stopped so Aang and Sokka could look at Appa's bite. Behind them, fields of white dominated their vision, but ahead the giants watched them from above. These mountains had the Great Glacier on their other side, so their journey was far from over. They hastily made a shelter big enough to cover Appa while they applied their ministrations, Sokka taking the lead while Aang followed. It was a nasty bite, already red and puffy, and Sokka feared infection. Aang found himself calmer than he expected. He was worried, but he fought alongside Appa through much worse. "His nose is dry already," said Sang Mua, scratching at his face. She seemed even more panicked than Aang expected to be and he assumed it might have had something to do with Minmin, her bison. "Is he going to be okay?" "I think so," said Sokka. He wrapped Appa's whole foot in water and washed over him with its glowing power. "Those things have enough venom for 4 people, but 1 giant sky bison? No way. His breathing is really ragged," she said. "And he seems really tired out. He just had to fly across the tundra with a big wound," said Aang, rubbing Appa's leg. "That's all, right buddy?" Appa responded by licking Sang Mua, which actually got a laugh out of her. While Zuko tended to the fire, he scratched his chin in thought. Hey, Sokka. Why are they called poisonous snowy wolverine skunks if they're actually venomous? He asked. Without looking, Sokka responded. It's not just their bite. It's the pee. Oh, said Zuko. Then, ew. They're cute when they're babies, I promise. Anyway, old Spriggy gave us a poultice that's good for preventing infections, said Sokka. Aang, go grab that. Sang Mua, can you get the bandages? We've got to hurry. Once they taste blood, those things don't let up until you're far, far from its territory. Once Aang and Sokka had Appa's foot all wrapped up, they let out collective sighs of relief when Sokka declared he would be all right. When Appa let out a contented sigh, Sang Mua walked over to Sokka, tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention, and gave him a thank you before retreating back to the fire with Zuko. Aang and Sokka exchanged a glance and Aang smiled as if to say, well, it's a start. Then they heard a high-pitched cry from outside of their shelter. Aeon, that's the sound of a poisonous snowy wolverine skunk that found the scent of its prey, said Sokka, eye-wide. Let's go. Oh, but shouldn't Appa be resting? Sang Mu asked, biting her lip. Zuko clambered up Appa's tail, who roared in challenge, and possibly to show them that he still had fight and flight left in him. He can rest later. Aang and Sokka blasted the roof of their shelter outward as Appa took to the sky, and even before they got very high into the air they spotted the beast loping after them. Zuko hurled fireballs down below but they either missed or did nothing to its thick hide. Aang pulled at Appa's reins to urge him to fly higher, toward the mountains where it hopefully wouldn't pursue them, but with the slopes rising on either side it had a clear path after them. Sang Mu stood toward the back of the saddle, carefully balancing. I've got an idea. Everyone, cover your ears. And fly high. Zuko and Sokka pulled Sabi and Momo into their parkas while they all did as she told them, Appa included, who pressed his ears flat against his head. Sang Mu looked at their pursuer, held out her hand, and snapped her fingers. The sound reverberated through the mountain pass, echoing among the slopes, and for a moment it seemed to irritate the beast enough to make it shake its head and whimper before continuing unabated. Aang heard nothing else, and thought that she had muted the sound again for a moment, until something all around them cracked loud enough to sound like thunder and he realized it hadn't come from her. He heard a deep rumbling coming toward them and his jaw dropped when the slopes on all sides barreled down toward them. He heard the awe and terror in Sokka's voice. It's an avalanche. Aang pulled on the reins as hard as he could and Appa didn't need to be told twice, he veered higher up to avoid the snow that threatened to bury them. Though an enormous cloud of snowy dust managed to reach them, they made it in the clear, and both Sokka and Aang whooped with joy and exhilaration. Zuko, meanwhile, looked stunned. Did you just kill it? Sang Mu whirled around with her hands on her cheeks and her eyes wide and round with panic. Oh, no. I didn't think so. I just figured since it was a snowy creature. Nah, they can dig through snow just fine, said Sokka, chuckling. That was amazing. And super risky. But still amazing. I've gotta learn how to do that, said Aang, grinning. Now I hope that thing knows not to mess with us. Are you kidding? Said Sokka, pointing at her with both hands. It knows not to mess with Sang Mu. A blush rose to her cheeks and she averted her eyes. I know what you're doing, she said. And you don't have to. But, thank you. Sokka let out a breath, but he nodded and let out the barest of smiles. Right, then, he said. Onward, I guess, toward the next dangers in our perilous journey to the South Pole. But, really, I hope it's smooth sailing from here. Meeting death, the warrior's way, apparently meant battling against all sorts of warriors in a fighting pit, surrounded on all sides by high walls while the people watched. The men they sent against her hadn't been condemned as Katara was, they simply fought at the whims of Chief Adawak and Patriarch Alsek for lack of any other fighting to do. They came at her with weapons and waterbending, but she knocked them out and cut them down after their attacks missed her by a hair, veering just a little low, or swinging just a little too wide. They gave her no water or weapons to fight back with, but after defeating the first trio she had both. Just don't kill them. It isn't worth it. All right, fine. Mother. The enormous man from the mountain path who used a heavy iron grappler on a chain as his weapon came at her next, but she stepped to the side of his first blow to avoid the hooks and froze the chain before shattering it. He lunged for her with his bare hands next, but she rolled out of the way and made the floor slick beneath his feet, sending him crashing down. Before he could move, she froze his long braids to the ground, making him yowl in pain when he tried to get up. Katara couldn't help but laugh at how easily he went down. Enough of this farce! Alsek shouted, jumping from his chair. I want her dead. Yes, father, said Chief Etowak, but even at that Katara could only roll her eyes. The chief was the one who was supposed to give the orders in any clan, but Etowak answered to his father. How could any of his people follow him? At his signal, a dozen archers rose up at the top of the walls all around her, their bows fixed directly on Katara. She grit her teeth. Well, now this isn't fair. Neither is blood-bending. But look at you. You're really not helpful. Here she was, facing danger and having a silent argument with herself. She hoped she wasn't starting to lose it yet. Just when she started to wonder how she would manage to blood-bend all of the archers, a plume of blue fire erupted at the top of the wall and knocked down 3 of them, followed by Azula herself a moment later. She leapt down to Katara's side, landed on her feet in a crouch, and held out the blue spirit mask while she put on her own. Thought you might want this back, she said. Katara rolled her eyes and put the mask on. You couldn't stay up there and deal with the archers for me? You just had to make a dramatic entrance, didn't you? Maybe so. She heard the smirk in Azula's voice. Well, lucky for you, I like a bit of theatrics, Katara said, responding with her own smirk. She held both of her hands forward, concentrating on as many of the archers as she could manage, hands splayed out. She didn't need to take control of their whole bodies, just enough to disrupt their ranks. She knew bringing Azula along would pay off. Alsek gripped the side of his chair with white knuckles, his long white beard quivering, but before he could say anything Etowak whispered into his ear and the old man's panic vanished. The witches will handle you, he said. The wall underneath Alsek parted to admit the old twins, who fixed their gazes straight ahead, their eyes cold. Next to her, Azula stiffened. Azula didn't think that Loenli would have entered the fighting pit to fight against her. She barely concealed her surprise in time when the wall slid open to reveal them and shut again behind them. And if she was being honest with herself, she didn't want to fight the twins. She remembered what they said about striking her down on the mountainside. To them, killing Azula was an act of mercy. To survive, and to prevent Azula from suffering their fate, they would do what they must. But so would she. So what? Said Katara. They're firebenders, Azula hissed. Don't underestimate them. Finish them. Etowak cried. Kill them both. Both Loenli stepped forward and punched, unleashing a stream of fire from their fists. Katara met their fire with water and the fizzle of steam rose up to conceal the arena. Azula went on the offensive, her own flames red now, and rapidly assaulted them with a series of fireballs. But one worked to defend her sister while the other retaliated. The steam coalesced back into water and Katara pushed a deluge toward the twins, but they spun out of the way with surprising agility, advancing on the younger benders with their hands blazing. A concussive blast from Lee nearly knocked Azula off her feet, but she blocked the attack outright with her forearm and dispersed the flames, then followed it up with a smooth slide into a low, sweeping kick. The arc of flame knocked Lee's feet out from under her with a grunt, and Katara spun 2 globules of water at Lo's head and feet in opposite directions to knock her down as well. On shaky limbs, both women stood back up, and moved as one to combine their attacks into a much larger blast headed right for Katara. Azula moved without thinking, standing in front of their attempt to immolate Katara with a wall of white fire, blazing to life and blinding in its radiance. Both Loenli let out a gasp, its heat flaring and felt by everyone in the arena. You would protect her? Lo asked, arms shielding her face. Lee scowled. That waterbender. I told you, said Azula. The white flames continued to burn in a line across the ground, as if splitting the fighting pit in 2. We're just using each other. Katara let out a bark of laughter. Ha! You got that right. Their attack renewed in earnest, with Katara coating her arms in water to cover their defenses while Azula leapt right over her in a spinning kick, searing the air with a blazing white wheel that rushed toward the sisters. Lo and Li threw themselves out of the way in opposite directions, blasting through the ice that Katara tried to use to restrain them. They threw another attack from both sides of Azula and Katara, but Azula swept her hand across to summon another wall of white fire. It licked the air in front of her, nearly as hot as her blue flames. Katara lashed at them with a pair of water whips from both hands, knocking both sisters backward, but when they stood again they retaliated with breaths of fire that screamed toward Azula and Katara in a raging conflagration. But her white fire overpowered it, consuming their blaze and washing over their fire breath. Lo and Li shielded themselves with their arms, but when the white flames dissolved they looked up in surprise. Azula dissipated the flames before it could harm them. She found that white fire had the capability to consume more than blue, with control so fine she wondered if she could light a tree without burning it, even if the fire didn't feel as hot. "I've had enough," Alsek snarled. "Archers, witches. And this. Princess, I want you to die knowing of the Everstorm that courses through our blood, the storm that empowers us, that will make all other clans kneel. You think that's what runs through your veins?" Katara asked, her tone a taunting lilt. "That storm blood you boast of, it's all ours to control." Just as the archers on top of the walls readied their bows, Katara lifted her hands and pulled, making them jerk and topple into their own comrades. Arrows went askew and missed their targets with the twang and snap of bowstrings. "A bloodbender!" Utawak exclaimed in fear. During the day, at the same time as the archers readied their bows, Lo and Li both began to circle their arms. Lightning crackled at their fingertips. But before they aimed it at Azula and Katara, she saw the sorrow in their eyes, the regret, but Azula didn't back down. For the first time, Azula reached out to her other self willingly. "I know what you can do. I've seen it. And I remember." As both bolts of lightning streaked toward her, she felt as if they moved in slow motion. Drawn to her, both bolts met the fingertips of her outstretched left hand and she caught them. The burning that streaked through her arm and jolted all of her senses awakened her to true power, to true danger. She knew they didn't want to hurt her, and certainly not out of malice. This last attack, this intention to kill, it was a mercy. She held it like a rat viper. Delicate. Consuming. She guided it to her stomach. Down. Their faces twisted, aghast, they had never seen such a technique. Never knew such a thing to be possible. But as she brought the coiling, destructive energy back up, she carefully avoided it passing through her heart. And for a moment she saw true fear in the twins' eyes, and she knew that they had the horror of her turning their attack back on them. But acceptance settled into their eyes as well, and relief. Her eyes rose to Alsek and Utawak instead. And she pointed with her right hand. Out. She caught the attack as two streaks of lightning and released it back out as a fork that hit the Patriarch and the Chief head-on, striking them in the chest with enough force to throw them backward where they didn't rise again. She wanted to have a reaction to killing them. Anything. Nausea even would have been welcome. But she couldn't bring herself to say anything in response to her first kills. She couldn't do anything. It was Katara who spoke first, and her words made Azula realize everyone else had fallen silent, too. "Warriors of the clan," she called, pulling off her mask. "Know that, today, your leaders have been struck down by the very power they sought to wield. Pride and greed have torn apart our people for far too long. But now, as the war nears its end, we must stand united. Why must we be rivals when the tribe can do so much good if we work together? Your leaders are gone. But, as a clan, you can all step up. It will take true strength. And I know you have that in your hearts. We'll end this war as one." They watched her, unmoving and wary. But, behind Katara, the giant of a man with long braids stood up and threw a fist into the air. "After all of that, you show us your strength of character most of all," he said. "Our chief was a coward to the moment of his death. But now, princess, we follow you." When he led his people into a cheer, Katara smiled and took the praises they heaped upon her while Azula knelt down next to Lo and Li. Both had fallen to their knees. She didn't know what compelled her to go to them, to offer her hand and help them back to their feet. "After all these years, you're finally free." "It's always the empty sentiments of love and friendship that get them," said Katara. They made their way back down the mountain, putting the village of the poisonous snowy wolverine skunk clan behind them hopefully forever, atop 4 new caribou panthers, 2 of them for Lo and Lee. All in a day's work. So it was all a lie? Lo asked, eyes narrowed. Katara shrugged. Not exactly. You two can come with us, Azula said. She didn't bother to ask for Katara's permission to invite them. We're going to change the course of this war. We are done with wars and the Water Nation, said Lee. I think, at this point, we would just like to go home. I can't fault you for that, Azula said, staring ahead as snowflakes whirled in front of them. The journey back down the mountain was much less eventful than the way up. Will you be safe traveling on your own? Lee held up a fist. There's still some fight in us yet. Do not worry for us. If anything, we worry more for you, said Lo, giving Katara a sidelong glance. But you are born of the Fire Nation, said Lee. You are strong, and we have faith in your success. They stopped at the base of the mountain. From here, Azula and Katara would travel west, while the twins would journey north. You deserve a long rest. And I want you to know, just because you two didn't fight back the way I expected you to doesn't mean you're weak. You had to pick your battles. And sometimes, said Lo, surviving is enough of a victory. Thank you, Azula, said Lee. Both of them smiled. You've done more for us than you know. She felt heat in her cheeks. Right. Well, then. Say hello to my Uncle Iroh for me. After the twins departed for the north, Katara's caribou panther sidled up next to hers and she nudged Azula with her elbow. Well, doesn't that just make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside? Oh, shut it. Really? Come on, I think that whole thing went pretty well. Makes you feel optimistic about what lies ahead, doesn't it? I suppose so, Azula said. She still felt the tingling in her fingers. She would bring this new power to bear in Aniaktu, for better or for worse. The blue dragon smiled. And don't forget. I'm with you. Chapter 10, The Great Glacier. When Zuko had told Aang that there was a time when the royal family actually acted like a family, Aang hadn't believed him. Now, seeing the Fire Lord's home on Ember Island, he found evidence of that claim. Portraits of smiling faces. Children's handprints in ceramic tiles. Old, discarded, and broken toys, once loved, even cherished. Zuko said that he had been here not long before with Azula and they'd burned so much of it in a huge bonfire on the beach, but plenty of evidence of their childhood escaped their cleansing by flames. An uncharacteristically chill breeze swept over Aang as he sat on the edge of the balcony overlooking the beach. Palm fronds swayed high above him, rustling against each other, and he inhaled the scent of salty air as he let the melancholy settle over him. He wanted to sit around the fire with his friends in the courtyard and talk about the play they planned to go see later tonight, but he didn't have his heart in it. His eyes kept falling to the portrait of a woman in his hands, burned on wood. Even she had an unexplainable sadness etched into her eyes. What are you doing? He felt his muscles tense at the harshness of the question, but when he looked at the speaker it was only Zuko. I'm just thinking, he said. He looked back down at the woodbinning. Who is this woman? Zuko glanced at it and the skin around his scar stretched into a scowl. Aang knew enough of Zuko at this point that the scowl wasn't directed at the woman or Aang, but rather the circumstances around her. My mother. She's beautiful. Aang leaned his arms on the balcony rail and Zuko did the same at his side. And she looks a little sad. She had plenty of reason to be, even in those days, said Zuko, letting out a sigh and turning to lean his back against the railing instead. But thanks. Were you happy, back then? I guess so, he said. Mostly ignorant, though. I still had the idea in my head that I could impress my father. He crossed his arms and glanced at Aang. Why do you want to know? Aang's shoulders fell. I don't know. It's just. I'm trying to make sense of things. Why the world ended up the way it did, why the war is going so badly. Coming here, it's given me a lot to think about. Like what kind of person Oze is, or was, or could be. Are you having doubts? No, Aang said. It came out firmer than he intended. He knew he had to defeat the Fire Lord before the comet came. Just, not how. Or how far he would have to go. He took a deep breath. I need you to tell me something. Zuko's good eye narrowed to match the scarred one. What is it? Sokka and Katara and the others, they can't know, he said. He thought of them, and Toph, Teo, Haru, the Duke, Suki. Or, well, they might suspect it, but if they find out, I don't know. I don't know how they'll all take it. Zuko turned toward him fully. His voice came out hard. If you're asking what I think you're asking, reconsider it. Really think about whether you want to know or not. Whether you're ready. Aang squared his eyes with Zuko's. I have to be ready. He swallowed. What happened to the prisoners after the eclipse? Zuko broke his gaze and looked out toward the ocean. I can't say for sure, he admitted. But my guess is, they took no prisoners. He clutched the railing so hard his knuckles turned white. I'm sorry. It's wrong. It's barbaric. It's a war crime, what my father and sister did. And I bet it was Azula's idea. From their point of view, who would they have to answer to? Aang felt his footing keel out from under him, like the balcony jerked away from the side of the house. He steadied himself on the railing, his chest tight. They'll answer to me, he said. Both of them. He thought of Hakata. Bato. The Mechanist. Pipsqueak. Though, you. They're friends and allies from the Earth Kingdom. All their names, all their faces, all gone. All of them who stayed behind so Aang and his friends could escape, who put their lives on the line for him. He'd failed them all. You're not just a kid anymore, Zuko said to him. His hands grasped Aang's shoulders. You have to be strong. Now that you know how horrible everything can be. He trailed off, his teeth grit and voice cracking. I'm sorry. I didn't listen to my uncle. I should have left all that behind earlier, back in Ba Sing Se. Maybe it would have changed things. He thought of all his people, gone for 100 years. He'd always known how horrible things could be, but peace and harmony were supposed to prevail. Those were the tenets he'd been raised on, like Zuko had his. Honor was important to you, Aang said. He felt hollow, like the wind passing through a cavern. You thought you'd get it from them. But they never had it. How could they, if they could do something like this? They're capable of so much worse. Zuko bowed his head. But now you know. And I guess, it'll be our burden to bear. Yeah, Aang said. Just another burden to bear, another truth, another source of anger that he tucked away into that same part of himself he discovered back in the desert. He buried it deep, for how could he fly if he carried that weight with him? The floorboards creaked behind them and they heard a gentle knock. Katara opened the door a moment later and peeked out at them. Are you guys okay? She asked, her face lit by a candle. That play about us is starting in 20 minutes. We've got to get to the theater. Aang glanced at Zuko and pushed himself off of the balcony railing, taking a deep breath and wearing the barest of smiles on his face. He could be strong for Katara, at least. Everything's fine. Let's go, then, he said, hardening his heart to the pain. He would become used to it in time, and maybe it would change him more. We can't be late to our own show. It was a slathering, ravenous beast, Chit Sang thought, and even with a chain and a collar around it he made sure to keep his distance. But he supposed the tracking abilities of a poisonous snowy wolverine skunk were second only to Shershu's. And it had tasted the sky bison's blood, so nothing would stop it now. They were far more aggressive than a Shershu, true, but one of the newest members of the Wolf's Skulls had tamed the beast as a pup. Chit Sang's second in command, Xin Fu, knelt down in the snow and sifted through the remains of a campfire. Chit Sang and Xin Fu had always been good trackers, but the beast was on a whole different level. The Avatar isn't far ahead now, he said. He scowled at the beast. Then again, Xin Fu scowled at just about everything, as Chit Sang knew since the day he met him at the sacking of Jailing. That thing's tougher than it looks. And it looks tough to begin with. Same with its master, Chit Sang said with a grunt. He stared ahead to the mountain peaks, much of it bare of snow now that an avalanche had fallen. Who would have guessed that a man like Yan Huoli would be good with animals? Xin Fu shrugged. However, you got your lead that the Avatar would travel down the eastern peninsula. It was a good call. Chit-Sang grunted again in response. If he'd really made a good call, he would have apprehended the Avatar back in Spriggy's hut, but held back out of respect to the herbalist. It didn't matter anymore. They weren't far behind now, and he owed the Emperor an Avatar. And when Yan Huoli walked up beside Chit-Sang, his heavy, uneven footsteps clanging, Chit-Sang knew that the boy stood little chance of escaping him this time. The slate-gray skies darkened overhead, but their pace as they flew over the mountain pass had already been slowed out of consideration for Appa's bite wound. But when the blizzard came, as oppressive and torrential as a Fire Nation rainstorm, it had grounded them and they'd been forced to progress through the mountain pass on foot. It felt just as cold and wet on the ground. For a time, they all huddled together in Appa's saddle as the bison trudged through the snowy mountain trails until Sokka told them it would be best for them to walk as well in order to help the blood flow through their limbs. So they marched, cold and miserable, while the snow pelted them sideways and the wind bit at their noses. Aang and Sangmu tried their best to divert the wind and make it less brutal while Sokka pushed the steadily deepening snow out of their path. Zuko envied Aang and Sangmu's ability to use airbending and regulate their body temperature, but he was also thankful for his breath of fire. The journey was still awful, but at least he didn't feel like he would lose his extremities anytime soon. As far as mountain passes went, the East Epic peaks were more unusual than most. Paths snaked through the mountains and crossed natural bridges of stone and ice, many of them suspended over dizzying drops. Every time they crossed one, Zuko feared the wind would blow him clean down the mountain. Aang didn't dare to earthbend, either. Any amount of dislodged stone ran the risk of the trail crumbling and taking them with it. Zuko felt vulnerable and he hated it. If any clan scouts or hunting bands saw them, escape would be difficult. The amount of falling snow was nearly blinding. After a while, they stood behind Appa, whose massive bulk shielded them from much of the snow and wind. Due to all those factors, Zuko didn't notice when the path curved around a bend and he stopped himself just in time to avoid crashing into Sokka. They came to a gap in the mountains that caught all of them awestruck. It showed a vista of the Great Glacier, a massive expanse of ice and snow that stretched further than Zuko could see. According to Sokka, beyond it lay Aniaktu, and, more importantly, the southern mountains surrounding the spirit portal. But they faced the northwest now, and the blizzard continued to howl, so flying across the expanse wouldn't have done them any good. Even so, they allowed themselves a moment to rest, to catch their breath and enjoy the view. Sokka pointed at various features of the landscape, his face lit up in something Zuko might have been inclined to call glee. See that geyser shooting up down there, on the ice field? That's an ice volcano. What's an ice volcano, you ask? It's a result of the buildup of gases underground that shoot up a ton of water and ice. And over there, see that smoke? We call those ice chimneys, which means there's probably a lot of geothermal activity going on under that. Zuko hugged himself and shivered. Someone's enjoying being home. Sokka gave him a sheepish shrug. Well, you know, it's been a while. I thought I would be as glum as you look, but it's actually making me a little nostalgic. Zuko's face set into a deeper frown out of annoyance. Aang stretched to help keep warm. You're not nervous about being home? Or bitter, or anything? Sokka looked out over the frozen landscape again. Nah, he said. Coming home like this is nowhere near how I expected it. Life surprises you, Sangmu observed. Momo poked his head out of her parka when she turned away from the wind and she took the moment to feed both the lemurs and Appa. I guess, in some way, this is my home too. And I never expected this either. Appa let out a mumble and they took that to mean he felt ready to go again. Zuko pulled his hood low and followed in Appa's wake with the others while they trooped along the trail. He felt it ascending again, settling into a steady incline that made his legs burn. He supposed he should have been thankful for that over the numbness, at least. It was when they traversed another section of the path bridging a deep chasm that a gust of wind made Zuko lose his balance on the ice. Careful! Aang called out when he floundered, and before Zuko fell off the pathway he felt ice secure his feet in place. He windmilled his arms to catch his balance again, his heart leaping into his throat, but when he looked behind him he saw a blue blur careening off the side of the path. Sangmu! Sokka shouted from behind Zuko. Zuko fell into a crouch, unable to reach her in time due to his feet being locked in ice, and gaped in horror when she fell into the darkness. Oh, no. She tried to grab Zuko and slipped. She'll be okay. Aang cried out to them. Falling will never kill an airbender. He looked down below, his eyes narrowed in an attempt to find her in the haze of snow and ice. But, with all this wind, her glider will be useless. You guys get somewhere safe, I'll go find her. Zuko wrenched his left foot free of Aang's ice just in time for a spear point to be leveled at his face. He hadn't even seen the warrior sneak up on him, blending into the snow with a parka the color of frost. Appa growled, but the warrior, a woman, Zuko realized, didn't even flinch. Her face paint seemed to set her face into a permanent scowl. An airbender, you say? Could she have been the Avatar? Surrounded on both sides by warriors across a narrow overpass, Zuko didn't want to risk trying to fight. Neither Aang nor Sokka moved to Mount Appa, either, so apparently they agreed that flying away was out of the question while Sangmu was missing. Appa growled, his 6 legs spread as if ready to defend them. Zuko remembered, then, that Sabi and Momo had been seeking shelter in Sangmu's parka. None of them answered the woman's query about Sangmu being the Avatar. Zuko cursed their carelessness in letting these people sneak up on them, but it was as if they emerged from the snow itself. Thankfully, both Aang and Sokka rolled with her assumption, better to let them all think the most powerful bender in the world was down in the ravine rather than right in their midst. Is it true? The woman asked, holding her spear to Zuko's throat. Her face paint gleamed black and silver against the snow. Has the Avatar returned? Airbenders had these beasties back then, didn't they? Said a man from behind Sokka, prodding toward Appa's flank. So I would say she has. But I wonder what she's doing in our lands, said the first woman, looking into Zuko's eyes. This one's not Water Tribe. This one is, said the man, presumably gesturing to Sokka. What clan are you? You're really isolated, aren't you? Aang asked, eyes narrowed into a glare. If you weren't you'd have heard the Avatar's abode dash. Bothersome kid. Sokka interjected. Yeah, you know, she's slippery and hard to keep track of. But isolation is good. He added, voice rising several octaves. Zuko assumed he had a spear pressed to his throat as well. You're so isolated that we didn't even know you were here. So if you'll let us go find her and we'll be on our way. I'm from the Buffalo Yak clan, one of Emperor Hakuda's most loyal, so you found us just as we were escorting her to the city. Absolutely not, said the woman, her voice rough. We're bringing you to the chief. All of you, Avatar included. The man chuckled. You're in Beaver Bear clan lands now, boys. One thing about coming to the North Pole that Haru didn't expect to struggle with was simply walking around. Everything was made of ice. The walkways alongside canals. Stairs and ramps. Floors inside buildings. All of it had been smoothly carved with a perfect sheen, like opaque glass, and his soft sealskin boots did little to help him keep his balance. He'd lost count of how many times he slipped walking up or down stairs and narrowly avoided sliding into the canal. He didn't know how everyone else did it. Ty Lee, Mai, and Jet had no such issues. He tried to blame it on his boots at first but then just came to the conclusion that he just did better with good old earth under his feet. Without his earth bending, he felt vulnerable as well. If they planned to sneak into the High Chief's palace he needed a weapon. Back with the coalition, he sometimes used a pair of warhammers in conjunction with his earth bending, especially whenever he needed to board a raiding Water Tribe vessel. He figured it wouldn't be too difficult to find similar weapons here. Bending ice must have been similar enough to bending earth that he wouldn't look too out of the ordinary with hammers. Did waterbenders bend ice with hammers? He didn't see why not. After hours of fruitless searching through various crisscrossing streets and bridges, why did a city need to have multiple levels? They should have kept everything near the ground. It was less confusing that way. He came to the conclusion that Agnicolae didn't have a single weapon shop or blacksmith. Or if it did, he couldn't find it. He supposed it made sense. He vaguely remembered hearing that part of a warrior's coming of age meant making his own weapon. And perhaps having something as hot as a forge in an ice house made things difficult. Maybe he was just looking in the wrong places. Maybe he was just lost. Eventually, Haru made his way near the docks where he had been directed to a shop that sold goods for fishermen. Hooks, poles, lines, ice picks, bait, tackle, boots, and even whaling harpoons lined the walls, and after wandering through it he came out with a pair of heavy mallets that were supposedly used for ice fishing. He listened patiently and politely to the enthusiastic shopkeeper's explanations for punching clean holes in the ice and eventually came out smelling vaguely of something fishy. He carefully walked back toward the communal lodge he shared with Ty Lee and the others, examining his new weapons and testing their weight. The handles had been carved from a pale type of wood with a leather grip dyed blue and engraved with darker triangular patterns. The mallets' heads were weighted with moose bone and shaped with more of the same pale wood, though the backs had been sharpened to a wicked spike meant to be used for digging into ice. The middle of the heads had been decorated with leather straps that displayed more of the design on the grip, and felt pleasantly soft when he rubbed his thumb across it. "This'll do," he said, grinning to himself. Now he just needed to figure out how to pass time until tomorrow night, when they planned to sneak into the palace. Haru could be patient, but the more they sat and waited for the right night, Mai's words, he felt restless. They had the token they needed to pass by the raven spirit that guarded Arnook's secret entrance, and the longer they spent in Agnicole they ran the risk of being discovered. One of Arnook's elders, Pomo, already knew they planned to sneak in, and neither Haru nor Jet felt ready to trust him. They certainly didn't want to work with Pomo, but Mai said repeatedly that they weren't going to. Haru let out a sigh as he gave one of his new mallets an experimental swing. He supposed he would just be a soldier awaiting orders, as always. He wondered how his father and the rest of the coalition fared back on their journey toward Jiduan. Not for the first time, he wondered if he made the right choice in coming here with complete strangers, even if Iroh encouraged this. A disturbance up ahead distracted him from his thoughts. On a street corner where the walkway met the canals at 4 junctions, Haru saw a group of 4 boys around his age surrounding another who knelt on the ground, glaring up at the speaker with composed rage that Haru could read all the way from where he stood. The kneeling boy wore a shabby brown mantle over clothing the color of clay, with padded headgear covering all of his head except for his face. "Someone broke into my house the other day," said the one standing over him, fists raised. "You know who I am, right?" "I'll tell you, outsider, I'm Han, one of the first spears of High Chief Arnook. And I think an outsider like you might have had something to do with the theft." But the one on the ground said nothing and continued to glare up at him. Haru grit his teeth. Why didn't he say anything to defend himself? He just eyed Han, stone-faced, unblinking. "So? Have anything to say for yourself, thief." Han drew back his fist to strike. "Wait." Haru rushed forward without thinking. He knew that name. That was the original owner of the token Mai and Jet stole in order to sneak into the palace. He didn't want to let Han know who was really behind the theft, but he wasn't about to let someone innocent take the blame, either. "If you're gonna bully him, why don't you, oh." Whatever dashing and gallant thing Haru had been about to say had been drowned out by his shout of alarm when his feet slipped out from under him and he slid right into the frigid waters of the canal. At that point he wished he would just sink to the bottom and freeze there in shame. But his lungs burned in protest and he floundered to the surface on the other side of the walkway, pulling himself up so that only his traitorous feet dangled in the water. Laying flat against the ice, waterlogged and panting, he listened to the first spear and his lackeys howling with laughter. "Did you hear something, boys?" Han jeered. "Sounded like some brave warrior tried to come to the rescue of this little earthbender here, but I just heard some fish splashing in the water." Haru pulled himself all the way out of the canal and couldn't find the energy to move, his face burning, but eventually the laughter died down as Han and his friends wandered off. A few moments later, a face crouched down over Haru's, peering at him with something like curiosity. It was the same face that had glared at Han, and while he lacked his earlier harshness he still looked wary. "They're gone," said the stranger. His voice was mild and smooth like polished amber. "Fled in terror." Haru didn't know if he said it to make Haru feel better or to mock him. He wished something clever or funny would come out in response, but wit was never his strong suit. Not that he was dumb or anything. "I guess I made a good distraction, huh?" Sang Mu had fallen from the overpass in a whirl of wind and snow, unable to right herself but just barely able to maneuver so that she fell with the gale. Instead of smashing against the rocks, the blizzard swept her up and carried her through the ravine, and with her vision obscured by the storm it took all of her power and concentration to use airbending at just the right times to avoid a sudden and painful death. So she had no choice but to just go with it, letting the wind carry her where it would, until it dragged her deeper and deeper into the ravine and then a cavern where it opened up and spread out into a wide open area surrounded on all sides by slick mountain ice, like an impenetrable wall. Here, she found pools of water in multiple levels, like rice paddy terraces, and when she spotted the steam rising off of them she realized she found herself among natural hot springs. Sabi and Momo both poked out of her parka as if sensing the warmth of the area. Staff in hand, she wandered into the hot spring carefully balancing on the slick stone, and it took her a moment to realize she wasn't alone. She saw the enormous machete first, almost as long as Sangmu was tall even without its hilt. It leaned against the wall near the entrance to a tunnel, and next to it, in the water, she saw a woman submerged in the hot springs up to her shoulders in deep relaxation. Sangmu froze, both out of fear and the fact that she had intruded on someone else's privacy. The woman opened her eyes and regarded Sangmu but didn't move. "Now, what do we have here? I've never seen a little girl drop down from above the glacier before." They'd been taken to the Beaver Bear clan's village at the bottom of the ravine, nestled in the midst of the East Epic peaks, their hands tied into tight knots. The igloos rested comfortably, hidden from outsiders and the worst of the blizzard's rage. With the way the warriors treated Sokka after he revealed an allegiance to Hakata, Zuko got the feeling that they didn't much care for the Emperor. And with how secluded it seemed, visitors in general, especially since they lacked any current information at all about the Avatar. "Please, the Avatar's our friend," said Aang. "If she fell, she could be hurt." "Could be," said one of their captors, the man. "The chief will know what to do with you." Villagers stared at them as they passed with barely concealed hostility. Some even raised weapons, especially when they saw Appa, who growled at anyone who came close to him. Zuko wondered if their chances of success at fighting back lessened with every step into the village they took, but he kept trying to convince himself that fighting back and escaping would get them nowhere with Sangmu gone. But with the clan's apparent disloyalty to Hakata, Zuko wondered if the possibility of their safe passage had some merit. Even so, he carefully burned away the ropes binding his wrists just enough so that he could snap his hands free when it came time for it. The chief's home lay on the far end of the village against the mountainside, at the top of a set of ice block stairs. When they approached, Zuko expected the warriors escorting them to start climbing the stairs, but instead they veered toward the left, into a tunnel, where they pulled Zuko and the others along. Warmth clung to the inside of the tunnels, uncomfortably like the inside of a beast's maw but tall enough to fit Appa, but the tunnel walls eventually turned to ice and opened up to another ravine filled with tiered pools of steaming water. Ice lined the rims of the pools, shaping them like chalices. Inside one of the pools, they spotted Sangmu up to her neck in water, eyes closed while the lemurs floated lazily around her. It took Zuko a moment to realize that it was actually the inside of another cavern, with the ceiling so high that it was concealed in shadow. Salt lamps lit the hot springs in a gentle glow. "Sangmu!" Aang exclaimed. "Are you okay?" She opened her eyes and smiled, her braids pooling around her. "Oh, yes. The water's lovely. But, do you guys mind turning around? Yeah, give the girl some privacy." Zuko blinked in surprise, but when he turned away from Sangmu he saw a woman leaning against the wall with an unruly head of long black hair and a beaver bear pelt hanging from her back, its head clinging to her left shoulder. Beside her, he saw the biggest machete he'd ever seen, nearly as tall as its owner and resembling an oversized cleaver. One arm was covered in cloth wrappings while tattoos snaked up and down the other, with a few even reaching her face. "You're the friends she spoke of, I take it." Their first captor, the woman, nodded and spoke in a low voice. "Chief Lyran, that girl is the Avatar." Lyran crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, examining Sangmu with a critical eye. "Is she, now?" Sokka shook his head and gaped. Wait. He pointed at Lyran with his bound hands. "You're the chief." Zuko spoke through grit teeth. "Sokka, now's not the time for sexism." Huh. Sokka looked at him for a moment, confused, and then shook his head vigorously. "No, it's not that. I've heard stories about a clan led by a woman chief. They live outside the laws of the water tribes, they're cannibals. These hot springs are meant to boil us alive so they can eat us. Zuko froze and he felt Aang tense up next to him as well, and both of them pulled their wrists apart, ripping free of their bonds. While they prepared to fight, Lyran threw her head back and laughed. Cannibals! She barked, giving them a shark-like grin. Oh, that's my favorite rumor about us. The men over at Aniakta can't help but demonize a clan outside their sphere of control, especially one that's led by a woman. No, little boy, these hot springs aren't for boiling meat. After you passed through the village you ended up underneath the Great Glacier. To you, it may be the belly of the beast. To me, it's paradise. Aang lowered his hand from the hilt of his sword. Katara did mention the possibility of a cannibalistic clan out here. I guess she believed the rumor. Sokka groaned. Katara did? Ugh, I get it now. Hoping we'd get captured by a cannibal clan led by a lady chief is something that sounds right up her alley. That's why she wanted us to come down the eastern peninsula. And then a different opportunity with Azula came up for her, but Katara knew if they continued their course they still had the chance of running headlong into danger. Zuko frowned as the pieces came together. He turned to Lyran. So if you're not with Hekata, could you let us go? Lyran crossed her arms again and the beaver bear head on her shoulders looked like it glared at them, making her look imposing. Oh, I don't know if I like the idea of Hekata's lackeys delivering the avatar right to him. Didn't you say you were Buffalo Yak? And you mentioned Princess Katara, didn't you? Sokka chuckled nervously. I did say that, huh? Well, that was before I knew you didn't like Hekata. We don't, either. And I promise you we're also not close to Katara. Lyran raised an eyebrow. So you lied. Well, yes, at first, but... She cut him off. Then why are you here? Zuko pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. In his head, he imagined Mai scolding them for failing to maneuver through diplomatic negotiations. We told you, we were just passing through. On the way to the South Pole. I have a different idea, said Lyran. She looked past them, back toward Sang Mua. Avatar, I'm gonna be honest. Your arrival presents us with a great opportunity. Sang Mua, who still hadn't emerged from the hot spring, blinked in surprise at being addressed as the Avatar. Excuse me? My clan has always disliked the rule of the Empire, Lyran continued. And since they never liked us in turn, we've had to sit out of this war. But my people love fighting. We make an art of it. She sat down on the ice at the edge of a pool, legs spread with her hands on her knees. And here you are, quite literally falling right into our lap. If you intend to do battle with Hekata, let us join you. Use us, and we'll use you. We're tired of sitting in the bottom of this ravine. Before Aang responded or Sang Mir revealed their bluff, Zuko grunted. This sounds too good to be true. What makes you so sure you can trust us? We all only just met. It's too good to be true for us as well, said Lyran, grinning. But it is true. We've been waiting for an opportunity to strike for some time. We don't like the way the Empire treats its own people, see? Marrying off the women like property. Telling all of our great and varied clans how to live their lives. Forbidding us from fighting, I would have happily fought in the war in the beginning, but it's their loss, I suppose. Treating taboo breakers as if they don't even exist and letting them die in the cold is also sickening. If you ask me, we do better under our own sovereignty. Sokka shrugged. Hey, I'm not one to question the universe's blessings. Thank you, universe, for throwing us a bone every so often. My clan has been hidden and demonized for decades thanks to those views, said Lyran. My mother and my mother's mother fought to keep this village safe, but I'd say it's time for some direct action. She leaned forward. So yes. Thank you, universe. Zuko tried to gauge his friend's reactions to her words. Aang stayed silent but looked contemplative, Sokka looked agreeable, and Sang Mir had her lips pursed. Two of their captors from the mountain pass stood sentinel on either side of Lyran, their eyes fixed expectantly on Sang Mir. Sang Mir pulled Momo closer to her face as if to hide behind him. Can I, change into some warm, dry clothes first? The ice all around them quivered. Far away and above them, something rumbled and they all stood still, looking up. Then they heard it again. Aang clenched his fists. Are those explosions? Sounds like it, said Lyran, her tone casual. Sorry, Avatar. Unfortunately I think you're cold, wet clothes will have to do. Someone followed you and we're going to show them they're messing with the wrong clan. I wanted to throw you a feast, but I guess a demonstration of trust would work better for everyone involved. Another warrior rushed into the cavern from the direction of the village. Chief, our scouts have reported that it's a group of warriors with undyed parkas directly above us. They number at least 4 dozen. And their firepower is... She gulped when another explosion shook the cavern and she sought the right words. Something else. Zuko felt anger flare in his stomach. Chit Sang, he said. Or, rather, the wolf's skulls. They know we're here. Somehow. Lyran glanced at him and nodded, then turned back to Sang Mua. Well, Avatar, it's time for you to make your choice. Do we have a deal, or not? We're not going to attack Hakata now, Aang said, his voice firm. Or the skulls. We're leaving. We need to get to the southern spirit portal as soon as possible. I'm tired of all the delays, they'll follow us instead of attacking your village. I didn't ask you, little boy, Lyran said, narrowing her eyes in a way that made her face tattoos look fierce. I asked the Avatar. Sang Mu smiled sheepishly. Actually, it's our turn for honesty. I'm not the Avatar, he is. Lyran rounded on Aang slowly, drawing in a deep breath. So you mean to tell me, Avatar, that you intend to rush out of here with those skulls on your heels, in the middle of a blizzard, all the way across the glacier to the southern mountains? Where you'll surely meet the opposition of the mountain's guardians, the poisonous snowy Wolverine skunk clan. And even if you make it through all that, you will still face the Everstorm, with its ferocity the stuff of fables. And perhaps the stupidest and most dangerous part of all that is that you lied to me. Twice. What in the world is so important that you'd put yourself through all that? Aang didn't back down. Our friends. They're trapped in the spirit world and they need our help. The silence after his response was punctuated by another booming from above, louder this time. Lyran looked at him for a moment, stunned, and then drew her head back in uproarious laughter. Well, Avatar, I don't know if you're brash or foolish, but if you made it this far with decisions like that, I can't help but think you've got it in you to succeed. And you know what? I'm in. Our warriors could use that kind of excitement. Prince Zuko's voice echoed inside him, somewhere far away. I've always been told that I never think things through, but that's just crazy. Zuko blinked in surprise. He rarely heard his other self as clearly as that, and he must have felt it to be important if he felt the need to make his presence known. Aang, I think that's a big risk, even for us. Though I bet Sokka will think it's just crazy enough to work. Something doesn't feel right, Aang admitted, clutching the pendant hanging from his neck. The spirit world should be blocked off from us now, but I can feel it. Faintly, but it's there, and it feels even more unsettled than before. There's a little voice in my head that's telling me this idea is crazy enough to work, said Sokka. We've gotta save you and Toph. With the Beaver Bear clan fighting off Chit Sang's skulls for us, it'll give us an opening. I know it's not much of a plan, but I've realized lately that I can't get so caught up in the overthinking part of it. Sometimes the situation just calls for action. See? I told you. Aang fixed him with a stare. Hearing a voice? He asked, eyes wide. He turned to Zuko. I knew the spirit world felt off again. When did they come back? Zuko scratched the back of his head. The connection never really left. You never told me that. Azula said they were gone. Zuko faltered. It wasn't just voices, it was thoughts, feelings, memories. Prince Zuko wasn't a spirit, so breaking the connection to the spirit world didn't get rid of him. In a way, Zuko felt part of him now. He didn't know Azula had told Aang that the connection was broken. With everything going on. Whatever's going on with you kids, there's no time for that now, Lyran interjected as another explosion shook the cavern. It sounds like they're tearing their way through the ice. We've got to go. She hefted her massive machete over her shoulder. There's a tunnel that'll let us out on the surface of the glacier. It'll be out in the open, but me and my warriors will hold them off there. Aang took a deep breath but closed his eyes and turned away from Zuko. When he opened them again, Zuko saw all the resolve in them that he knew Aang possessed. "Let's go," he said. Sang Mu managed to dress by this point, and though she shivered, her clothes had been dried with Sokka's waterbending. Before everyone left through the tunnel Lyran indicated, she looked at Aang and frowned. "There's something you're not telling me." "No," he said. "But I promise I'll tell you the next chance we get." Zuko ran ahead with Lyran, wondering how long it would take for Aang to get that chance again. Looking at the other earthbender more closely, Haru realized he was a native of the Si Wong Desert, judging by the way he wore his headgear. Haru wondered if he looked just as much out of his element. "Why'd you do that?" the stranger asked. His voice sounded almost accusatory now, with a harshness to it that made Haru think of silt instead of amber. Haru sat up and leaned against the side of the building, taking off his mitts and wringing the water from them. He tried to look anywhere but at the other boy. "I wanted to help." "Why'd you just sit there and take his harassment?" "He was gonna hit you." "He would have hit me regardless," the boy said. "I know his type. Considering my current environment, it's best I keep my head down." He stood up straight. "And unless I'm wrong, you should too." Haru pushed himself to his feet, dripping wet with a puddle growing underneath him. "What's a guy from a desert doing in a place like this?" "I could ask the same of you," the boy retorted. "Friendly advice, this city is not as welcoming to outsiders as they are in the south, from what I hear. Besides, if either one of us fought the first spear, they would have found reason to arrest us." Pomo's words about how Arnook had been executing criminals left and right rang in Haru's ear. "I guess so. That might have been a little too rash of me." The other boy scoffed and turned away. "My name's Haru, by the way," Haru blurted out. The other boy didn't glance back at him as he walked. "Gashiun. See you around, Haru." After he left, Haru lifted up his foot, which made a squelching sound after it left the ice. "A thank you would have been nice," he grumbled to himself. Back at the lodge, Haru warmed himself by the hearth fire, sitting in front of it without his boots or parka and holding his hands as close as he could without burning himself. His teeth chattered as Ty Lee helpfully hung up his parka to dry. Behind him, Jet paced while Mai sat in place and stewed. "You seriously told him your real name?" Mai asked, keeping her voice so low that it came out almost like a hiss. They had a little bit of privacy in the form of a leather and wood partition separating their sleeping furs from others, but not as much as they would have liked, and they risked others hearing them. They had Pomo to thank for the accommodations, at least. "He could be a helpful ally," Haru said, unable to look at either of them. "We don't know anyone in this city," Jet said. "Trust no one." Ty Lee knelt next to Haru and put her hand on his shoulder. "I think it's cute," she said with a sympathetic smile. "We've all done heroic things like that without thinking. I bet that boy was handsome, wasn't he?" Haru's shoulders hunched with embarrassment and his face burned. "Yeah," he said in a small voice. He heard Jet groan and quickly added to his statement. "But that wasn't the only reason. Like I said, helpful ally." Ty Lee patted his shoulder, nodding wisely in understanding. Yeah. "Or he'll just turn us in," said Jet. "He wouldn't," Haru said with a frown. "He's from the Earth Kingdom. He's not one of them. Listen, I know better than most what it's like to be raised in a nation that's not your own. I haven't been to the Earth Kingdom since I was a kid. Then again, that wasn't even 6 years ago." As soon as he spoke, Mai rose and pressed herself to the partition, looking around it to see if they had any eavesdroppers. "I wouldn't have expected you to have loose lips, Haru. We can't do anything to draw attention to ourselves." His face burned even more. "I don't have loose lips. I don't see what the big deal is. Yeah, maybe helping that guy was stupid. But I could have done a lot worse." Even as the words left his mouth, he knew how childish it sounded, and how fruitless it was to argue with them. He probably should never have brought it up in the first place, but Ty Lee questioned him about why he was soaking wet as soon as he got back. "Of course you could have done worse," said Mai, throwing her arm out wide. That's not the point. Ugh, seriously, between all three of you I feel like I'm arguing with children sometimes. Haru's stomach fell. Jet stopped pacing. You're the same age as us, aren't you? Can't you stop acting like you're so superior already? You want to talk acting? You're a kid who's acting like a revolutionary. She pointed at Haru. You're a kid who's acting like a soldier. Lastly, she spun on Ty Lee. And you? You're just a kid. Ty Lee frowned, and when she spoke she had none of her usual levity. Exactly, Mai. We're all just kids. Even you. You're unbelievable, Jet said, his brow pinched in anger. You don't know me or what I've been through. Mai's voice lowered even more and her eyes glistened. And you don't know me. What I've been through. What I've lost. Her voice broke. Brave warriors who served under me, listened to my orders, and died on them. Kids who were our age, or younger, because all the older warriors stayed home on my island since they saw the folly of fighting on foreign soil in a war that wasn't ours to begin with. Lu Mao was 15 and great at impersonating voices. Jeongsun was 15 with footsteps as light as a leaf. Lien was 16 and he loved to sing. Tala was 14 and she loved tea ceremonies. Yuna was 15 and loved the water and swam like a fish. And Xiao, she was only 13. She trailed off, voice raspy, staring into the fire at something the rest of them couldn't see. Haru didn't look at her face long enough to see if she shed any tears, and he didn't want to know. He'd never heard her talk so much, or so openly. Jet crossed his arms. You're not the only one who's lost someone important to you, he said. And you'll never forget their names, their faces. Ty Lee wrung her hands in her lap. I'm sorry, Mai. What you said, it's really eye-opening. To be responsible for people who look up to you. I get it. Mai looked at her and sighed. Right. Princess. Of course. Haru was about to speak up, to contribute and validate his own experiences, when they all heard singing from outside. Mai slid aside the partition to see that the rest of the lodge had emptied out. All four of them moved toward the door, following the sound of the voices all singing in tandem with each other, and when they went out into the streets it seemed like the whole city came out as soon as night fell to sing as one. No one held lanterns or torches, singing only by the light of the waning moon. Young and old, they joined their voices together, a haunting melody with occasional drum beats from ornately decorated goblet drums on street corners. On rooftops, priests and shamans led them all with their throat singing, a thrum that echoed through the whole city. Taken aback by the suddenness of it, Haru didn't realize at first that they sang with words. They sang of the first night of a waning moon. The sheen of a raven's wing in flight. The cold embrace of winter. The snow rat in its nest and the fox in its den. The moon's light giving way to the new moon and the night's grace. Sanctity and piety to a spirit called the Night Seher. It's not just a song, Haru whispered to the others. It's a prayer. All four of them looked at each other, bewildered, and pretended to sing along. But just as suddenly as the singing began, it stopped, and everyone retreated back to the warmth of indoors. Ty Lee looked as stunned as Haru felt. Did that really just happen? Am I dreaming? Tell me I'm dreaming. No, said Jet, melting into the shadow of their lodge. It felt surreal, but that happened. By the time they emerged from underneath the great glacier and had been noticed, the wolf's skulls were tiny specks far below them. Lyran's warriors rode out to meet Chit-Sang and his men on the backs of buffalo yaks and they clashed in the middle of the massive snowfield, but before long Zuko couldn't see them anymore. The blizzard drowned out the sounds of their war horns, its titanic rage isolating. Zuko clutched Appa's reins with freezing fingers while Aang and Sokka diverted as much of the snow and ice around them as they could. Sang Mu sat in the saddle, shaken, front-facing and staring ahead at their destination. Is that what war is like? She asked, and despite the low volume of her voice Zuko could still hear her. It echoed beyond the wind and the storm, and Zuko got the feeling that the others were deaf to it. How can he leave them like that, fighting for their lives? He's had to make lots of hard decisions, Zuko said, though he didn't know if she could hear him in turn. He didn't know if it was comforting or helpful either. He's been through a lot. He stared ahead back into the gray haze, but then an explosion tore the sky apart and Appa veered sharply to the right to avoid it. What was that? Sokka yelped, clinging onto the saddle. Fireworks. Sang Mu guessed. No, wait, I recognized that attack, Sokka said with a gasp. It's that explosion bender. Zuko pulled on the reins to make Appa go higher, especially after another explosion rent the sky. The one you hired to kill us back then. It wasn't to kill you. Honest. They didn't have time to wonder why the combustion man hunted them again. Zuko felt like a sitting target in the sky, unable to see their pursuers far below them. If the combustion man was one of Chit Sang's, did that mean he had gotten by Lyran? He didn't know how far they were from the southern mountains, but if they couldn't yet see them, he reasoned it was too far. If the blizzard blinded them, it must have blinded the combustion man in turn. But he didn't know how much longer they could use that to their advantage since it wasn't too far-fetched to think he could score a lucky hit eventually. Appa could only fly so far, and the cold penetrated every fiber of Zuko's being. His parka was wet and stiff with ice. Frost crawled into his hair and clothes. His breath of fire could only do so much, and he had no idea how Sokka or Sang Mu felt without it. Fly low, Aang called out to him. If we can see him, maybe we have a chance to fight back. Unable to think of a better idea, Zuko did so and they all braced themselves. Once they flew low enough that he could see the ground again, Zuko spotted their pursuers, just 3 men on buffalo yaks, still far behind them, perhaps the only ones to make it past Lyran and her warriors. One of the riders had an arm that glinted with a metallic silver, its shine visible with every blast that rang out. Bounding alongside the 3 of them, Zuko's eyes widened when he recognized the poisonous snowy wolverine skunk. Oh, seriously? Sokka groaned. The big mind-bending explosion guy wasn't enough, but they had to bring the fiercest predator animal in the world along with them? How is that fair? Aang pumped his fists and crimson fire rained down on them, but he was too far away and the attacks fell short. But now that Zuko could see the source of the explosions, he found it easier to steer Appa out of the way of incoming blasts. Sokka stood alongside Aang and raised his arms, straining, and a peal swept across the great glacier like a thunderclap as the ice below them cracked, shifting so that great ice spikes jutted from the surface. 2 of the buffalo yaks wove through the spikes with practiced ease and the third fumbled and lost its balance, but its rider leapt from it with surprising agility just in time and another rider scooped him up. Zuko almost didn't notice the southern mountains coming into view and it took him a moment to realize that the blizzard had started to clear. Appa let out a roar and put on another burst of speed and Zuko couldn't help but grin when he felt rare sunlight peeking through the gloom. He spotted a gap in the southern mountains, a valley that would lead them into the even worse ever storm, if Lyran was correct, and steered Appa toward it. The combustion man seemed to guess Zuko's intentions, however, and renewed his assault with several consecutive blasts of fire power that deterred Appa from flying in that direction. We can't outrun them forever, Zuko realized. Aang, take the reins. What are you doing? Aang asked, eyes narrowed. He can't follow us forever, not on one of those buffalo yaks. Zuko made Appa descend and grasped one of Appa's horns, hanging from it. But the wolverine skunk can. Sokka grimaced. Oh, man, you're about to do something crazy, aren't you? He ducked when one of the explosions came close enough to singe Appa's fur. This is suicide, but... I'm in. Sokka's right. This is suicide. My sister would be confident enough to do something like this. Maybe we could learn a thing or two from her. If you knew my sister, you'd realize how much of a bad idea that is. Before either Zuko or Sokka could jump down from the saddle, Sang Mu beat them to it on her glider and swung it so that the wind tore toward their pursuers. You almost hit Appa. She shouted. Zuko and Sokka looked at each other and shrugged, but Sokka leapt off the saddle first to join her. Before Zuko did the same, he turned toward Aang. You've got to continue to the portal, he said. Don't worry about us. Save Toph and you. But I can't leave you guys. You can. We've got this, trust us, he said. And before Aang could protest further, he jumped. Before landing, he snapped his arms to his sides and forced as much fire from his fists as he could to slow down his fall. his feet crunched against the ice and he rolled to avoid breaking his legs, but he leapt right back up into an attack, just in time for the buffalo yak bearing Chit-Sang and an unknown man to come down on him raining fire. Zuko kicked out and spun his legs, releasing arcs of fire from each foot that spun toward them and knocked them off their mount. Sokka slid across the ice, constructing a wall that blocked their enemy's path to Aang and the Everstorm, but the monstrous Wolverine skunk slammed right into it. Cracks webbed through the ice, and when Sokka worked to reinforce it, the Combustion Man, for it was indeed the same man they had encountered months before, rode up on his buffalo yak and blasted it to pieces. Zuko swept out his hands and unleashed as much fire as he could manage in the direction of the Wolverine skunk, forcing it to recoil away from him and back to the side of its master. The Combustion Man, in turn, looked at Zuko and sharply inhaled, but Sang Mu slapped him with an arc of wind before he could strike. Sokka pulled out his boomerang and club. "I hired you once before, can't I hire you again to help us instead?" "Oh, so you know our new friend Yanhuoli? I don't think you'll find that his services are for hire these days," said Chit-Sang, grinning, as he raised his fists. "He's found some more lucrative employment." Sokka's eye widened and his mouth opened in surprised recollection. "Oh, yeah. That was his name." All three skulls faced them, standing in a line. Yanhuoli towered over all of them except for his Wolverine skunk, which he held by the collar with his metal claw. It patted at the snow, lunging toward Zuko, Sokka, and Sang Mu. The third man, the stranger, cracked his neck as he faced them down, his eyes on Sokka. "Come on, little Prince Eling. Your father's quite angry with you. Where's your sister, anyway? He wants his traitor son and wayward daughter back in the palace." "Xin Fu, shut up," Chit-Sang said, scowling. Something his comrade said struck a nerve, Zuko noticed. "Our main priority is the Avatar. And it's a problem if he went into Wolverine Skunk Clan lands." He noticed Sang Mu and his eyes widened in recognition. "Ah, so the little girl in the ice lives. You know, you'll find that the world has changed a lot since you last walked these lands. You'd do better with different friends to show you how things work now." Sang Mu gripped her staff. "Your ancestors would be ashamed of you," she said, frowning. "I'd know, I probably met them." "I know I am," Zuko said, holding his stance. "A firebender turning against his own people, you have no honor. You're the traitor." Chit-Sang's face darkened. He struck that nerve again. "You'll regret that, kid. You're the only one I don't care to drag back to Aniaktu in one piece." With an angered shout, he threw a fistful of fire at Zuko, who stepped forward and dispersed it with his forearm, retaliating with his own punch. Yanhuoli let go of the Wolverine skunk and it barreled toward them, forcing the three to scatter. Sokka shifted the ice underneath it, but Xin Fu flexed his arms and pulled up a great weight from underneath the snow, revealing himself as an earthbender. They'd made it to the end of the great glacier. Sang Mu kept the beast distracted from the air, weaving in and out of its snapping bites, while Sokka took on Xin Fu. Chit-Sang hurled himself into battle with Zuko, his fists a blur of red and orange. Zuko met his fury head-on, moving like the dancing dragon, and despite his relative lack of experience he held his own. The force behind one of Chit-Sang's attacks knocked him backward, and he only had just enough time to reorient himself before one of Yanhuoli's blasts shook the ice field and almost blew him to pieces. He fell back into the snow, landing painfully on the ice and rolling across it before he came to a stop. He distantly saw Sang Mu diving toward Yanhuoli before Chit-Sang fell on Zuko with a blazing kick. Zuko managed to push himself directly toward Chit-Sang, getting within his defenses, but the larger man rammed him with his broad shoulders. Zuko barely held his balance, but when he found his footing he delivered an uppercut to Chit-Sang, burning the front of his parka. Chit-Sang patted at his front, glowering. "What use is honor in this world?" he asked. "Where everything is determined by personal strength, or blood, or the spirits. Emperor Hakata doesn't care about any of that. I got here on my own merits, and it's all thanks to him." "I'm not sure," Zuko said, his eyes narrowed. "And I don't care. All I know is what's important to me, and that's taking down tyrants like the wolf you serve." The older man scoffed, shoving his elbow forward to disperse Zuko's attack. "What, like leading the world into an era of love and peace or something?" That what your so-called honor tells you to do? Zuko dodged Chit-Sang's attack and slid into a stance, gathering fire into a spinning circle with both hands before pushing it forward. That's exactly it, he said. And I'll fight whoever it takes and do whatever I must to protect the people important to me, the ones who will make that world a reality. And that's not you, is it? Chit-Sang asked, jumping up and kicking forward. That's gonna be what other people do, while you just sit in their shadows. And you're just content with that, huh? Letting others move and shake the world while you fight who you must to get by. Not so dissimilar to me. Maybe you would make a good wolf's skull, kid. Zuko spread his arms wide, causing Chit-Sang's fire to hit the ice with a hiss of steam. I am content with that, he said, his voice steady. But while I support those I love from the shadows, you're just nipping at your emperor's heels, eating his scraps that fall from the table. You really think you mean something to your emperor? Love, he spat, a torrent of flames blasting from his joined knuckles. Peace, he said with a grunt, turning the torrent into two writhing whips. And honor? Where were they when my own people scorned me? Where were they when, no matter what I did to make Fire Nation lives better under Water Nation rule, my people hated me and spit at me and called me traitor? Where were those things when the people of the Water Nation called me the Emperor's lapdog? Derided me, looked down on me, no matter how many accomplishments I made in their service? Honor is a Fire Nation value. And I am no longer Fire Nation. But you're not Water Nation either, Zuko managed to say through the onslaught. To them, you'll never be. He heard something cracking ahead. He thought it was ice, but Sangmyur had found herself caught between the combustion man and his beast, and she ducked under his close-range lunges, spinning around him with snapping fingers to disorient him with screeches of sound. The wolverine skunk hissed, its barbs rippling, but Zuko saw its tail slam into Sangmyur just in time for her to touch down on the ice. The attack sent her sprawling, but Sokka caught her with a cushion of snow and launched icicles at Yanhuoli, who blocked them with his prosthetic limbs. Zuko saw Xin-Fu attacking Sokka from his blind side. He was about to shout out a warning, but Chit-Sang renewed his attacks, the heat washing over Zuko with enough ferocity to make the steam from the ice beneath his feet feel scalding. He scampered away from Chit-Sang's strikes, drew his broadswords, and when the fire blazed all around him he swept it up around his blades and launched it right back at Chit-Sang. The attack hit him right at his core, its force breaking through his crossed forearms and throwing him backward. He fell bodily into the snow, and Zuko threw flaming daggers with pinpoint accuracy to keep him from getting up before he closed in and held his crossed broadswords to Chit-Sang's throat. Finish it, Chit-Sang spit. You've won. I've been shamed by a kid. The world will be closer to its path for love and peace with me out of the way. No, said Zuko, eyes set on him. Someone told me once that shame isn't the opposite of honor, but its source. You can transform that shame into something else, something that can transform the world in turn. There's no honor in killing you. He found that he couldn't remember who had told him that, but it sounded familiar. It sounded right. When he stepped back from Chit-Sang, the other man paused enough to make Zuko think something he had said got through to him, but he bent his legs and kicked out at Zuko, making more flames lick up at him. He might not be listening, said the voice of Prince Zuko. But I am. It took me such a long time to find out what honor meant to me. And I like the answer you've found. Chit-Sang used the momentum from his attack to flip back up to his feet, using Zuko's lowered defenses to his advantage to scuttle back toward his companions. Zuko frowned at his retreating back, but an explosion from Yanhuoli sent Sokka and Sangmyur running toward Zuko instead, clothes smoking. The poisonous snowy wolverine skunk hunted right at their heels. Okay, now what? Sokka yelled out. Zuko was about to reply when he heard something galloping toward them. He tried to find the source of the sound, but the flurrying snow concealed the new arrival until their buffalo yak was right on top of them. He saw the massive machete first, and then heard the animalistic shout of Lyran as she leapt from her mount and sliced at the wolverine skunk's neck. It stopped just in time to avoid being decapitated, but Lyran struck again with the reverse side of the blade and the strike bludgeoned the beast into whimpering unconsciousness. She hefted her machete over her shoulder with a toothy grin and faced Chit-Sang, Xin-Fu, and Yanhuoli. All right, you think you can get past me when I've smelled blood? Think again. The strangeness of Agnikale unnerved Haru more and more as he slipped through the streets along with Jet. It was as if the entire city had descended into a ritualistic silence, with priests and shamans patrolling the rooftops and dropping handfuls of black feathers that fluttered to the ground. All the lights in the city had gone out, making it easy for Haru and Jet to move undetected, but an uneasy silence had blanketed the city as well. Even the water in the canals seemed as if it had stilled. After the city-wide prayer, the four of them had all decided to split into two pairs to see what they could learn about what happened. If this was going to happen every night until the new moon, that put a damper on their plans to infiltrate the High Chief's palace the following night. Haru and Jet volunteered to go take a look at the palace to see if anything significant had happened there, and the chill that Haru felt as they made their way across the city had little to do with the temperature. The palace loomed over the city, dark and foreboding. Otherwise, Haru saw nothing out of the ordinary. Guards still patrolled the grounds, forcing Haru and Jet to hide in an alcove on the balcony of the tallest building they could find near the palace entrance. His eyes were drawn to the sky when a flock of black shapes flapped in the vicinity of the palace. It took him a moment to realize they were ravens. He heard a sharp intake of breath from Jet. "What is it?" Haru asked. But Jet wasn't fixated on the sky, rather, he watched the ground, his eyes on a person walking toward the palace. A wide-brimmed hat concealed most of the person's features, black trimmed with silver. He wore a heavy blue overcoat rather than a parka, but his most distinguishing feature was an iguana parrot on his shoulder whose vivid colors stood out in the night. Gray hair hung down to his shoulders, lank but not yet wispy with age, and a jian hung at his belt. He had already walked past Haru and Jet's vantage point so that Haru couldn't see his face, but Jet had gripped the icy balcony and watched the man with such intensity that he looked as if he would jump down right then and there. The man looked so much like a pirate that Haru felt he could hazard a guess at the man's face, perhaps an eye patch, or a thin beard and piercings. But then he remembered Pomo's warnings about pirates and how none were welcome in the city anymore, despite the Water Tribe alliance with pirate fleets. So what was this man doing here? And then the surprise in Jet's eyes turned to hatred, a seething vitriol that made Haru think he would jump down and murder him on the spot. Haru had seen that look in so many soldiers back home, women and men who fought and lost so much to the Water Nation. The kind of hatred only trauma could induce. "I know him," Jet said, and it looked like he exerted an enormous effort to rein himself in. His voice came out low, dangerous, and dripping with all the heat Haru saw in his eyes. "That's the monster that slaughtered my family." Aang hated to leave his friends behind. But he had never felt a sense of urgency deep in his gut like this. The world thrummed with energy, not unlike the night at Ba Sing Se when Wan Shi Tong had crossed over into the world. He knew he didn't have forever before it happened again, but it had happened so alarmingly fast, as if the bridge he had burned to the spirit world had somehow reconstructed itself. Roku had told him that he and the other avatars would hold back the merge as long as they could, but had the unstoppable tide overcome them? He had to get through the portal. He had to save Toph before she was lost to him forever. Maybe, if he was lucky, he could do something about the merging worlds while he was there, hold it off just a little longer. Just long enough to defeat Hakata. The Everstorm churned, black clouds swirling in the darkness of the South Pole, the bottom tip of the world. Violet streaks of lightning lit up the inside of the clouds, like a pulsating core, its energy roiling in a way to make Aang almost feel a sense of nausea. He had felt spiritual power like this only rarely, but he was certain his world had no such storm. It felt as if it would spill over to the rest of the world, its chaos all-consuming. How had things gotten so calamitous in the Water Tribes that this could happen, that this many dark spirits could gather and coalesce into something so unnatural? From high above, with Appa, he saw no sign of the clan that had appointed themselves the guardians of the Everstorm. He wondered if Lyran's information was outdated or incorrect, but no one came out to attack. All he saw below him was a twisting, skeletal forest of trees, nearly as dark as the sky above it. Further ahead, he saw a massive block of ice with an opening like a cave, and Aang knew with all certainty that it must be the entrance to the southern spirit portal. Dark shapes scurried by far below him. Others looked caught up in the storm clouds above him. But as he flew onward, he found his thoughts drifting to what Zuko had told him about how, all along, he continued to hear the voice of Aang's friend. Sokka did, too. Aang could have tried to communicate with them, could have heard their words, and be eased by the comfort it would bring to be reunited with them again, if only indirectly. Even if he couldn't do the same with Toph or Katara, it was something. Anything to help him keep moving forward. "You won't move forward if you keep looking back," whispered the voice of his other self. After Aang had broken his connection to his past lives, his other self promised to stay with him. And he had. Maybe your friends knew that. Maybe they realized they couldn't distract you from what you need to do, which is save both worlds. You said you'd save this one first. But if they still hear my Sokka and my Zuko, then that means Azula can hear her other self, too. And that scared him most of all. Azula had lied to him. She hid her struggles and her pain, the anguish of having Fire Lord Azula as a constant presence in the back of her mind. He remembered, all too vividly, the fear and sheer exhaustion in her eyes back at the Ba Sing Se Gardens. He had failed her. Again. She lied in order to appear strong, to keep from burdening him with her troubles. But he ached so much with the need for her to share those troubles with him. He wanted to shoulder them with her. Together. But now she was gone, somewhere far away with Katara, possibly in even more danger than he could imagine. Lost in his thoughts, it took him a long time to notice that he had flown through the Everstorm without any difficulties. Dark spirits were said to haunt this place. Why hadn't any of them attacked him yet? If anything, they all seemed to be flooding to the outskirts of the Everstorm, and the realization dawned on him just as his other self gave words to his thoughts. Don't you remember? Dark spirits are beings of misfortune, drawn to conflict. Conflict. He had left his friends locked in conflict at the border of the Everstorm. He pulled on Appa's reins, ready to turn the bison around and head back. The dark spirits are heading for Zuko and the others. He exclaimed aloud. And with an adversary as dangerous as the Combustion Man to worry about, he knew they wouldn't be able to handle spiritual interference as well. But he couldn't turn back now, could he? Wait, don't you remember what else dark spirits are drawn to? We saw it in Kurak's memory. Aang remembered. Light. His eyes fell to the reins gripped in his mitts. But I can't use the Avatar state. I lost my connection to all my past lives in order to hold the spirit world at bay. And besides, I never learned to control it in the first place. You don't need all the knowledge of our past lives, said the monk. Just the power to draw all the dark spirits to you. We can still use the Avatar state. How? Remember what Avatar Wan said? No matter what. Rava is still with you. With us. A pulse of energy jolted through him. He remembered Wan saying that name, but he had no idea who that was. Even so, it stirred a sense of familiarity in him, like an old friend. A partner. His mind swirled with doubt, fear, and longing, caught between two friends, two choices, two worlds, two everything. You have to do it. I know you can. You can connect to Rava, deep inside. You don't have to go all the way back anymore. He felt the torrent of spiritual energy above and below him. It vibrated just under his skin, and as he sat on Appa's head in the middle of a raging storm, the worlds falling apart at the seams, he reached deep inside of himself and roused the ancient light intertwined with his soul. With all this power, all this energy around him and the spirit world so close, tapping into it came easy. The sky above crashed down on him and he heard unearthly keening somewhere far below, but he screwed his eyes shut and drowned out everything else. Duality was all around him, pulling and threatening to split him in two, but he and Rava were one. And the need to protect his friends overpowered everything else. Most of all, he focused on the one emotion he felt every other time he went into the Avatar state. Grief. He had no control. Not yet. He saw and felt the light flood into his being, helpless in the face of its overwhelming power that felt something like righteous fury. Right now, he simply borrowed it. Distantly, he heard Appa let out a roar as he saw darkness swirling toward him. The dark spirits had picked up the scent of a powerful light and focused on the beacon that had appeared right in their midst. Great winged beasts made from the Everstorm's dark clouds streaked toward him, but his arm raised high and summoned white flames that devoured it in a conflagration that swept out from Appa, vaporizing more dark spirits in its wake. He felt the wind shift, pulling Appa toward the ice cavern, but Aang floated above the saddle nonetheless as they moved and faced all the dark spirits that pursued them. Below, the snow rippled outward, burying the amorphous beasts on the ground. Beyond even that, the earth cracked and shifted as he wrenched up massive stones and hurled them at the monstrous tusked faces that flew at him, howling for his blood, his light. Through it all, he felt her presence. Her order. A blinding radiance, so overpowering that he was at a loss as to why he never felt her the other times he went into the Avatar state. The ice cavern below him split apart with a bang as it fractured in two at one chop of his arm. The fissure lengthened and split it apart, revealing a glowing orb and more naked trees coiling around it, as if grasping for its power. As the dark spirits converged toward Aang and Appa, he dimly heard the soft voice of the monk. Normally, this can only be opened during a solstice when the barrier is at its weakest, but now, things were different. The barrier was almost non-existent, a veil thrashing in the wind. Once you touch it, the portal will be opened. And we'll be able to connect with our past lives again. Eyes still radiant, he dropped from Appa directly down to the surface of the spirit portal. Dark spirits reached for him, longing, yearning spirits that hungered for his light, and both he and Rava ignored them as they wrapped around his body. Tendrils snaked around his torso, his ankles, his forehead, but when he reached for the entrance to the portal, frozen in glass, he had just enough reach to press a single fingertip against its surface. White light burst from the portal at his touch and a pillar stretched to the sky that devoured both Aang and Appa. Chapter 11, The Taboo Breaker, The Southern Spirit Portal, Part 1. After everything Suki had gone through to get to the Spirit Oasis, she did not expect to be stopped by a fear of superstition. The only thing that stood between her and the oasis, and perhaps an answer to Yu's predicament, was a wooden door. It was small enough that she would have to bend down to avoid hitting her head and perfectly round, like it had been erected just to cover a hole in the icy mountain wall. White ropes tied with knots had been draped across the door and beaded amulets of cloth and leather had been tied into it. These were all prayers from those who besieged the spirits for good fortune in a hunt, for strength, food, or a good match in marriage. There were so many prayer amulets that they had been attached to the walls around the door, covering a huge swathe of the cliff face in white rope. Suki didn't believe in such things. The spirits never bothered to grant her good fortune when she asked for it. She always found that in her own strength, that was one thing Hekata had taught her, if indirectly. But even with her beliefs in mind, even with all the sneaking past patrols and hiding her intentions to visit the spirit oasis which only Arnuk and his elders could enter, she found herself hesitating before the prayer wall. It was only when she saw a single black feather woven into one of the charms near the door handle that she shook the hesitation away and pulled it open to go inside. The North Pole and their nightly prayers to the waning moon were just plain creepy. The sooner she could go find Yu, the better. After going through to the other side and straightening, she gasped at the sudden feeling of warmth. In the oasis, it felt unexpectedly balmy. She inhaled the warm air with a smile but almost gagged at the overwhelming smell of wood rot in an old bog. The sun's rays shone directly into her eyes when she stepped through the door, but she ducked her head just a fraction so it would hide behind the mountain rim surrounding the oasis. As it started to set, she looked around at the area before her. Yu had always told her it was beautiful, but Suki saw nothing beautiful about it. A pool of murky water took up the center island surrounded by a ring of blackened grass. A bamboo grove beyond the pool looked shriveled and colorless, the leaves at its base sparse and dying. The only thing that moved was a black feather floating on the surface of the water. Suki didn't know what she would do once she got here. She had no idea how to petition the spirits. She'd hoped the answer would come to her when she got there. Gashiun had said that she might be able to find the answer through meditation. But right now, she had no desire to sit and meditate in front of that pool, not with its filth and the feeling of dread in the air like a miasma. Just as she was about to turn around and head back through the door from which she came, a raven squawked and a gravelly voice spoke up from behind her. The raven made her jump. It is considered taboo for anyone beside myself, the Elder Council, or my daughter to come here, said High Chief Arnuk. He spoke with no inflection other than his statement of fact. He'd been off to the side of the entrance, overlooking the entire oasis from a point that also gave him a view of the city below. The raven sat on his shoulder, staring at her with its beady eyes. She fell into a bow, her heart racing. "I apologize," she said. I was just worried for you. I want to save her. She had no fear of the spirits or what it meant to be a taboo breaker, but she did fear the fate that those people often suffered. Dying alone in the cold, exiled to the winter fields. A death far removed from battle or glory or honor. I know, said Arnook. Stand. She did so, hoping her war paint would hide her fear. She tried to stare beyond Arnook, looking into his two bright eyes was unnerving. He said nothing for a long time and eventually Suki herself broke the silence. What happened here? She blurted out the question before she could stop herself. Spiritual decay, he said, and for the first time since she'd met him his voice took on a tone of lament. The spirits are unhappy with us. The Night Seer demands more offerings. Urns of offerings to the Night Seer were on just about every street corner throughout the city. How much more did she need? She thought it wise not to voice that thought, though. What can we do? She asked instead. He walked past her toward the dismal pool and her eyes followed him, resting on the black fur mantle draped across his back and the equally black feathers woven into it. Like most people of the water tribes, he wore all shades of blue except for that mantle. We will give her more respect. More piety. More offerings, he said. We owe everything to the Night Seer. She is the one who saved my dear Yu's life, who has guarded our city ever since the moon and ocean have forsaken us. And in turn we must expel any sign of corruption from our city so her purity is all that remains. By this point, Suki figured she might just be able to escape getting in real trouble, so she felt braver. And Yu's life is in danger again. She's one of my best friends. I have to do something. Perhaps you could, he said. Or perhaps even I could. But neither of us are waterbenders, and so liberating her is not in our future. I have had visions of our failure to save her. As I have said before, they were visions that ended in your death. Suki grimaced. Being a non-bender had nothing to do with it, she had gotten by just fine on her own without bending. Besides, if she were to be a bender it would more likely be Earth, but she wasn't about to say that. She also didn't fail to notice his exact wording that it would result in her death, not his. We can't just sit by and let it happen without even trying, she protested, clenching her fist. And we won't need bending to do it. Arnook scowled and turned away from her and that time she figured she had perhaps gone too far. My visions are a gift from the spirits and they are never wrong. You are lucky I haven't proclaimed you a taboo breaker for your sacrilege today. Begone from here. I need to pray before I depart on my pilgrimage to the North Pole. When he looked toward the murky pool and fell silent, Suki stepped back, knowing that the encounter with Arnook could have gone much worse. She ducked through the portal door back into the cold, hurrying away in her eagerness to put the spirit oasis behind her. If he was leaving the city, she thought it might be prudent to explore the palace a little and find what he might be hiding. She wouldn't get an opportunity like this again. Aang found himself under a sky that was both twilight and dawn, the ground mostly barren and rippling as if damaged from an ancient, titanic battle. It spiraled outward from two separate points, the portal he had emerged from and another dome of energy far on the opposite side of the wasteland. Equidistant from both geysers of energy, Aang saw the oldest tree he had ever seen, bare of any greenery, thick around the trunk but with bark twisting into spindly, finger-like branches. He saw a hollow, and even from his distance he felt a great force within it. It was something dark, something terrible. Something antithetical to him and the power he wielded. His equal and his opposite. He felt the weight of it pressing down on him, oppressive and stifling. He didn't want to go near it, didn't even want to look at it. And he certainly didn't want it to ever come out. He is the destroyer. The voice wasn't his own or the young monk's. But something just as familiar, a part of him he'd never heard. He thought of the mother he'd never met, the friend he'd never known, the nun he'd forgotten, the queen he'd only heard of in stories. A wisp of light coalesced in front of his eyes, forming together into a being of white and blue. She reminded him almost of a kite, but from what he knew of her primordial light she predated such things as shapes. You're Rava, he said. Now that he could see her, he knew her identity with all certainty. Avatar One told me about you. It makes me glad to see you again, face to face, she said. Kindness radiated from her voice, strong and true. It is so rare that any of your lives manage to connect directly to me. I learned about you from a guru once, Aang said. The colors in the sky dissolved, shifting from vivid orange and pink to a deep purple on one side and cerulean blue on another. You were the light that was there at the beginning, along with the darkness. She coiled, stretching high above Aang. With her tail, she gestured toward the tree. And that is Vato, locked inside the tree of time, which binds each world to the spirit world. Vato is darkness that stands opposed to us, who indeed had once been united with me, back before the time of humans and spirits. Aang forced himself to stare at the tree of time. He can't come out, can he? No, said Rava. He can only be freed once every 10,000 years, during harmonic convergence, when an influx of spiritual energy will enable him to break free and shroud the world in darkness. That time approaches, but I do not think it will be in your lifetime, Aang. He let himself breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't have the capability to face something of that apocalyptic proportion, especially when his world had already fallen to a different kind of darkness. So then if he's the destroyer, does that make you the creator? The layers of her voice all took on a slight lilt as if she found the notion humorous. Creation is not the opposite of destruction. What is the opposite of death? Life. Aang guessed. He wasn't prepared to have a semantic discussion with the Avatar spirit, but his first physical journey into the spirit world was bound to have its surprises. Yes, she said. It is life, not birth. Birth is just the beginning, as is creation. Vato destroys, but I preserve. I preserve life, and light, and justice, all the things that Vato seeks to tear down. I am order. He is chaos. Why are you telling me this? Aang asked. I'm not here to face him. I'm here to save my friends. She seeks to turn you against me. The voice boomed with enough force to rattle Aang at his core. The world pulsed and he pressed his hands to his ears. He smelled blood and decay and tasted something metallic on his tongue. You have to know this, Rava continued, as if Vato never spoke from his prison. These unshakable facts of the universe will help you in your coming battles. Vato is locked away but his presence can still be felt, can still affect the world outside. I am the unlimited potential of humanity. I am creativity. I seek only to destroy so the world can be reborn into something new. Humanity was born from me and my light, Rava said, and their voices overlapped, fighting to overcome the other. Animals and spirits as well. I sought to preserve the aspects of myself as Vato and I fought for eons until Wan separated us. And each time you struck each other it created a new world, Aang said, every part of him on edge. Now, he couldn't look away from Vato thrashing inside of his prison. I know that. And because we only have light it means we're imperfect, unbalanced. He remembered how much that imperfection inherent in humanity had bothered Azula, and despite everything the recollection made him smile. Not quite, said Rava. That is why you need to learn all of this. You, all humans, animals, and spirits, were created from light but darkness eventually became part of you. And you learned. Adapted to it. Found a sort of balance. But sway too far to either side. And spirits can become either light or dark, Aang finished. Can the same happen to people? Or animals? Of a sort. Other voices joined Rava. People emerged from the ether, their forms solidifying into those of his past lives. Kuruk had spoken, and he stood alongside Rava looking just as he did in his younger days. I'm sorry, Aang. For everything. For making you pick up the pieces of my broken life, for everything Eniac had done. I already told Roku in my world this, but it's not your fault, Aang assured him. He saw more of his lives forming, Roku, then Kyoshi, and Yang Chen and Wan. I'll fix it. But, can people turn unbalanced toward light or dark? They won't become monsters like light or dark spirits, said Kyoshi. But yes, people and animals can be corrupted. The same can happen even to highly spiritual places. It is like an illness in the body or a miasma in the air where there may have once been a horrific battle, or something similar. Kuruk fixed Aang with a stare. For a person, it might be like losing your face. Corruption by light will lead to preservation. Or, in other words, stagnation. Aang clenched his hand into a fist. I think I understand, he said. Everything he told him, everything Rava had said could lead to him saving Toph. Even light is harmful. When she speaks of bringing balance to the world, she instead seeks the dominion of light. Is that truly what is best for humanity? Roku folded his hands in his sleeves and shot a glare toward Vato. You think Rava is simply biased? Don't listen to his lies, Aang. You once recognized the importance of true balance. When the mortal representations of fire were threatened, you acted to save the fire of destruction. Vato's words sent chills up Aang's spine. Ran and Shao, the mortal forms of fire, one who represented life and warmth, the other who represented destruction. Bato killed the avatar of destructive fire, but Aang brought the dragon back. Because without its mate, the dragon of life nearly lost itself in grief and destruction, said Rava. She rippled in a way that Aang thought meant agitation. Aang, you made a wise choice in doing what you did. But it does not mean Vato is right. Balance does not mean what he thinks it does. Ever since the beginning, he had been told it was his job to bring balance to the world. But what, truly, did that mean? Wan looked at Aang with a furrowed brow as if reading his mind. I know he is making you have doubts, Aang, but you have to find your own answer. Right now, with all the worlds as they are, you don't have time for those doubts. Vato's not going anywhere until harmonic convergence. You don't have to worry about him. Though something happened to accelerate the merge between worlds again, said Yang Chen. We tried to hold it off for as long as we could, but we fear a mortal has interfered. He didn't have time to think about who that might have been, but it chilled Aang either way. If someone knew about the worlds, what would they gain by keeping the barriers between worlds unsettled? Now, we will join with you again, said Roku. Our power is yours. You are at your most powerful in the spirit world, you will be able to use your connection to your friends to find them. It should be easy, said Kuruk. Just think of them. Like I did with Appa, Aang realized. Back in the swamp, so long ago. He let out a gasp. Appa. He was with me when I went through the portal. Appa is fine, said Yang Chen, her smile gentle. She gestured with her arm, sweeping her robes toward the distant horizon behind him. A silhouette flew toward him, and eventually it came close enough for Aang to recognize Appa. He wondered if Appa could see Rava and all his past lives. Thankful that Vato had fallen silent, he turned to them all as they disappeared one by one, until only the tree of time remained. Aang planned to continue giving it a wide berth, though now that his past lives became part of him again he felt reinforced against the fear, like he had been secured by an unbroken chain all the way back to Wan. You will learn, Avatar. You will find the spirit born of light who saw the value of darkness. And you will understand. With Vato's words at his back, Aang knelt, pressed his palm to the ground, and thought of Toph. The unrelenting chaos of the spirit world dropped them next into a forest of tremendous, colossal trees. Each of them stood perfectly straight, almost evenly spread apart from each other, with boughs so high up that you could only see the lowest branches and trunks so thick that her father's palace in Agnicolae could fit inside. As far as forests went, it was unusual for other reasons, too. There was no undergrowth or shrubbery, no roots that bunched up near the base of the mammoth trees. They all looked nearly identical, with only the knots in their bark giving them any form of individuality. And within those knots, you saw eyes. Some were brown. Some were green or blue or amber. Some had all the colors of a storm cloud or patterned irises with swirling, spiral pupils. Occasionally, they blinked. But all of them glanced at you, Nagi, and the two Tophs as they passed, but then their gazes shifted to one specific direction. Hesitantly, nervously, they walked in that direction. You had taken it as a sign that these tree spirits were guiding their way, and despite misgivings Nagi laced her fingers with yews and let her lead the way. You held on. Nagi's grip made her feel brave enough, as always, to face whatever lay ahead. We've been here before, said Spirit Toph. Other me and me. When KOH first pulled you guys into the spirit world, before we found you. Were the eyes looking at you then? Nagi asked, trying not to glance too long at any of the passing gazes. Spirit Toph shrugged her spirit shoulders. Dunno. Couldn't see 'em. Didn't know there were eyes at all until you freaked out. I did not freak out, Nagi said, squaring her shoulders. I simply didn't expect every single tree in this forest to open all of their eyes all at the same time. You glanced back at Nagi, holding back a giggle. You might have freaked out a little bit. Nagi's jaw dropped and she scoffed at the betrayal, but you spotted the twinkle of amusement in her eyes. Too bad you're walking ahead of me, she said. Because I'd much rather look at your eyes. You felt heat rise to her face and she hurriedly faced forward to hide it, and as she tried to sputter out a response she heard Spirit Toph laughing at her embarrassment. But you felt her face redden for other reasons, too, remorse most prominent. How could Nagi say such things to the princess of a nation that caused her people so much pain? They'd been united by their conviction to save all of the worlds from a spiritual disaster, and some deeply shameful part of her wanted to be thankful for such circumstances, even hoped that the problems might continue so she wouldn't have to go back to being Nagi's enemy. She couldn't just turn her back on her people. She had a duty to them. For a princess to consort with an agent of a foreign nation, it would be a great taboo she'd be breaking. It would be easy to use the excuse of a greater calamity to fight alongside each other. Nagi didn't let go of her hand. If anything, she gave Yu's hand a gentle squeeze, and that simple motion made all of Yu's worries drain right out of her head. At least until an ostrich horse-sized toad dropped right in front of their path from above. Well, would you look at that? The toad spirit exclaimed. Green, warty, and extraordinarily fat, she made a loud thump when she landed in their path. More humans. How splendid, opulent, marvelous. They heard the throaty call of another toad, almost as large as the first one, and the spirit showed itself clinging to one of the eye trees. Oh, superb. Spectacular. Sublime. Right this way. He gestured in the same direction that the eyes looked, his vocal sac expanding. You, like humans? Nagi asked, hesitantly stepping forward. Like humans? We love you, adore you, cherish you, said the lady toad, bouncing along the path excitedly. There are more of you right this way. Many more. We didn't like humans at first, same as all the other spirits, but then we met some and realized how adorably helpless you all are. We just love your whimsy. Spirit Toph let out a chuckle. You think we're the whimsical ones? You gasped. The others from Ba Sing Se. I'm so glad that we're close. She just didn't know whether to expect Earth Kingdom citizens or the Water Nation raiders, and she walked forward with trepidation as that worry creeped into her mind. What if they were both there, and they kept fighting? What if her people wiped out the Ba Sing Se survivors? What if it was the other way around, and Nagi and Toph cast you out when they reunited with their own people? The human leader is right up this way. In the hallowed hollows, said the toad in the trees. A chorus of toad song rumbled from the treetops, and he stopped for a moment to listen. Oh, that means the hollows are still safe, sheltered, guarded. The first toad stopped and stared at Spirit Toph as if noticing her for the first time. Oh, are you a spirit-human hybrid? I'm so jealous, envious, green. Spirit Toph gave a huff of irritation as Toph dragged her feet below her. No. Just keep hopping. Eventually, the flat ground dropped into a steep incline that allowed them to overlook what appeared to be a graveyard of giant trees. All of them had been hollowed out, presumably by time, and within them life thrived. Human life, Yu was delighted to see. The hollowed-out trees were large enough to house over 100 people each from the looks of them, all settled on different levels within the tree, like a tower. Even more surprising, you could see both Earth Kingdom greens and browns along with Water Tribe blues, but they did seem to segregate themselves to separate trees, with the Earth Kingdom citizens in the center. As they walked closer, you spotted more details about everyone's living arrangements. Some had carved dwellings out of the remains of the wood right in their hollows, while others lived inside giant mushrooms that had grown like parasites. Others gathered below wide mushroom caps and strung up moss hangings for privacy. The Earth Kingdom survivors still seemed tired and afraid, but ultimately they had been resilient. People barely glanced at them as they marched along with their two toad escorts, and you had just begun to think that this sight might have been the oddest she'd witnessed since coming to the spirit world when 3 children covered head to toe in mud sprinted past them. One of the children had 2 giant, mud-splattered protrusions sticking out of the sides of her head, and for a moment you doubted she was human at all until a young woman who might have been Yu's age shouted after them. "Lee! You deserve whatever Meng throws at you after that mudslinging." The toads practically vibrated with excitement when they saw her. "Look, Jin. We've found more humans. Just outside, wandering, meandering, gollyvanting." The girl named Jin pulled back her hair, but she still looked unkempt and a little frazzled. Even so, her eyes lit up in joy when she saw Nagi. "Oh, a Daily agent. What a relief. I didn't think there were more people out there, but maybe you can help keep things in order around here." She noticed Yu next, and looked wary, but then she saw Toph and put her hands over her mouth in shock. "Oh, not another one. You're the second faceless person we've seen since we got here." Nagi took a moment to introduce them, and Yu felt her heart flutter when Nagi said Yu's name as if the Daily having a water tribe companion was the most normal thing in the world. "There's another?" she asked. Jin nodded. "Yeah, on the water tribe side. I can bring you to meet him. I'm gonna guess you two ran into the same spirit or something." Spirit Toph crossed her arms. "Don't know how helpful that'd be, but that means it's even more important that we all get out of here. KOH always comes back for his victims, and he could put everyone in danger." Jin put a hand on her hip and stared at Spirit Toph, likely with a million questions burning just behind her lips, but she turned around and gestured toward one of the few normally sized trees. This hollow had become her home, apparently, roughly the size of a small cottage. She had a bedroll made from cloud fibers like Yu's and the remains of a campfire outside. A ceramic teapot hung from a curling stick that resembled a shepherd's crook. Both of the toads fixed their eyes on the teapot with something like hunger. "Don't take this the wrong way," said Nagi. "But how did you end up the leader of all these people? Aren't there, people who are more qualified? Knowledgeable about what they're doing? Older?" Jin asked, finishing for her. She let out a tired sigh. "Yeah, definitely. But the toad spirits who have been protecting us since we got here more or less assigned me the leader just because I introduced them to tea, which I only had with me because I was working at the tea shop when everything happened. Who would have guessed spirits would end up liking tea so much? And I'd already been looking after the kids who got separated from their parents. Everyone seemed perfectly happy to let me be the liaison to the spirits, even if I don't know much about them at all." Yu clasped her hands together. She only just realized that Nagi had let go of her hand sometime after their arrival in the hollows. "Even my people?" she asked. Jin's face darkened. "I don't know. We try to stay apart as much as possible. A couple of times some fights broke out, and the toads weren't happy about that." She glanced at the two spirits who still seemed fixated on the teapot. "They went through changes every time, becoming dark and scary. And things got even more chaotic, which just made people on both sides get hurt." Yu and Nagi exchanged worried glances with each other, but one of the toads piped up. "Jin, can't you make us tea? It's so delicious, scrumptious, salivating." While the toads protected them from outside threats, they also seemed to be a threat themselves, or perhaps they unwittingly protected the humans from each other. "Yes. Please hurry, hustle, hasten. I'd offer you some tea as well, but these two would likely drink it all first," Jin said with an apologetic look. She knelt down to the tinder with some spark rocks to try to get a fire going. "Anyway, I don't know of any other Daily among the rest of us survivors. Maybe the people might be heartened to see you. We don't really have a plan for getting out of here, you see. I didn't expect there to be so many survivors after the attack on the city," said Nagi, looking back toward the larger hollows. "We learned of a way back to the mortal world, but we don't know how to get there, and so many dangers still stand in our way. It's been a perilous journey." Jin nodded her head to Yu. "Maybe you should try asking your people if they know anything. I don't think the faceless guy has his disembodied spirit following him around, but he might have learned something since the attack." Yu's eyes fell. She wondered if any of her people would bother to listen to her without Katara present, or if they wouldn't listen to her because Katara got them into this trouble in the first place. She was about to voice as much when Nagi put both hands on her shoulders. "Chin up, Yu," she said, giving her a gentle smile as if she'd read her mind. I'll stick with you, so don't worry. Yu's eyes met hers. It was hard to believe that her warm eyes had once regarded Yu with suspicion. She couldn't even place when things might have changed. Thank you, she said. After everything, she only hoped Nagi could understand the depths of her gratitude with just those 2 words, because she wasn't sure if other words existed to properly convey it. When Azula was young, she always imagined the stronghold of the Water Nation to be an impregnable fortress of everything evil in the world. She had pictured solid walls of impenetrable ice, grim watchtowers reaching to the heavens, polar bear dogs patrolling the tops of the walls with spears held in their claws, and ice sculptures that came to life and viciously attacked anyone who came near. Aside from the polar bear dogs and living ice sculptures, Azula's imagining of Aniakta wasn't that far off. Azula and Katara approached the eastern gates, traversing across the final snowfields and a frozen river to reach it. Far to their left, beyond the southern end of the city, Azula saw a scattering of tents and igloos that just barely poked out of the snow, and Katara explained to her that those belonged to taboo breakers. At their arrival, guards came out in heavy leathers to admit them once they recognized Katara, but Azula didn't let her guard down when the gate opened like a giant double door and allowed them entry. Her eyes flicked back and forth to the men on either side, watching them stir at the arrival of their princess. Katara gave them a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Aniakta wasn't much different from the other villages they had passed on their way, just bigger. Buildings had been constructed from ice or wood or stone, sometimes a mixture of all 3, and the townspeople moved up and down streets of hard-packed snow. She saw people atop buffalo yaks, some of which dragged sleighs, though all of them gave the caribou panthers a wide berth. Many faces, most of them women and children, looked up at Katara with unbridled joy when they passed. Azula couldn't believe how many people were open with their admiration for Katara, and she couldn't help but pity all the idiots who fell for her false compassion. She could smell smokehouses cooking their selections of smoked meats. The musk of buffalo yaks. Wood polish from the long houses where woodcarvers worked. The sharp, pungent scents of dyed leathers hanging out to dry. All of it combined in a way that made Azula's head ache, and she didn't know how anyone could stand it. A memory of her mother came to her, unbidden and unexpected. As a child, Azula often complained about the smells of the Komodo rhinos penned outside the village. Her mother had often left bouquets of flowers on Azula's window to help ward off the bad smells made worse by the heat and humidity. "Don't waste your thoughts on her," said Fire Lord Azula. "She thought you were a monster. Focus on your surroundings. You're in enemy territory." "She never thought that of me," Azula thought back. "Just you." Katara led her to the city stables, but rather than leaving their caribou panthers with the stabled buffalo yaks, they were kept in a separate pen. A flash of blue caught Azula's eye, and she spotted a woman ducking into the space between 2 stables. She shared a glance with Katara as they dismounted, and she knew Katara had seen the person too, but her brow furrowed and she ignored the stable hand, waved off the guards who escorted them from the gates, and rushed after the woman watching them. "What?" Azula asked, her question sharp. "She's just a peasant who tried to catch a view of her princess. Ignore it." The words didn't sound like her own, but Katara didn't seem to notice. "No," Katara responded. She had never seen Katara look so distracted. "I think I know her." Azula sighed and picked up her own pace a little bit, but they didn't have to chase the woman anywhere. She had pressed herself against the side of the stable, petrified and breathing heavily. When she saw that Katara and Azula had followed her, she didn't run. She was a mousy woman, with her hair up in a messy bun and a warm parka that seemed a little too big for her. She had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and some gray just beginning to frost her scalp. Her chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. "Princess, I'm sorry." Katara stepped toward her, eyes narrowed. "I remember you," she said. "You were there, the night my mom disappeared." The woman gulped. "You're the spitting image of her. I thought I'd seen a ghost." She put both gloved hands to her mouth. "But I cannot speak of her. She doesn't exist. She was a taboo breaker," Katara finished for her. The alley dropped several degrees colder. "Just like you were. Your name is Nini, isn't it?" The woman's eyes dropped. Yes, you're right. She was so kind to all of us at great risk to herself. So need to speak openly of her, to tell her story without fear, to be as brave as she always had been. Angela crossed her arms. Katara stepped closer to Nini. Tell me what happened that night. It was impossible to hide Yu's white hair once they walked among the camps of her people in the hallowed hollows. Nagi and Toph accompanied her, but they thought it best for Spirit Toph to stay hidden somewhere, mostly to avoid unnecessary questions. As she expected, many of the warriors regarded her with barely concealed scorn before turning away once they spotted Toph. But why shouldn't they? She deserved their ire for playing a part in leading them here. Furthermore, she wasn't even their princess, most of the warriors were southerners. Even so, she kept her head held high as she walked through the camp to the healing hut, hoping to find one of the few northerners she knew had been in their midst back in Ba Sing Se. She could only hope that she'd find the woman here, among the rest of the healers from their band. The healers had clustered together under whatever materials they could throw together to make shelter. Here, Yu was pleased to see, she found them treating wounded from both the water tribes and Ba Sing Se. They'd come to the Earth Kingdom with about a dozen waterbender healers, but it seemed that they had recruited anyone from among the survivors with medical knowledge to help keep everything sorted between the two camps. Yu's nostrils stung with the sharp scents of medicinal concoctions and ointments, but she tried to put on a brave face for the wounded, for the soldiers hurt in battle, the townspeople suffering their attack, and those who sustained injuries after coming to the spirit world. Nagi's eyes glistened when she looked around the shelter. How wonderful, she said. They're all working together to heal, regardless of nation. A voice ragged with age spoke up from behind them. Of course. Without the prince and princesses to tell us what to do in the face of this disaster, we figured the best thing would be to help anyone we could. Yu turned around to see exactly the person she was looking for, Misuo, a prominent healer from the North Pole. Misuo smiled when she saw Yu. Well, there was a chain of command left behind, but when he tried to tell us to focus on just our own people, we told him to stuff it. Misuo, it's good to see you, Yu said. The elder's eyes looked tired and her hair hung in two lank gray braids, but all things considered she looked well. I would have told you to do exactly as you are doing. These people need our help, especially in light of what we have done to them. Misuo bent into a low bow. And you, princess, though it pains me to see you dragged to this world as well. I know the plan was to avoid harming the townspeople to begin with, but after all that chaos in the city we woke up here, together, and thought it best to join our strength for the survival of all. Their soldiers are few, and no one trusts us, but we can't really blame them, can we? Yu folded her hands together and lowered her eyes. No, we certainly can't. Misuo's eyes widened with shock as she regarded Yu's companions. Oh, dear. Is that girl lacking a face? Yu turned to face Toph, who kept her head bowed so that her bangs blocked most of her face. But apparently she realized they all stared at her, so she lifted her head to show Misuo. Nagi put a hand on Toph's shoulder. Yes, she said, frowning. We have heard that there is someone here with the same condition. Misuo's hand covered her mouth in horror, eyes brimming in tears that she blinked away. Yes, she said after a moment. My brother, Rafa. She showed them to the back of the shelter, where fabric had been strung up to block off a portion of it from prying eyes. When she pulled it back, they saw a man sitting up, shoulders slumped, staring into space at nothing. A wooden, featureless mask concealed his face, or lack thereof, Yu supposed. Her heart ached with sympathy for this man, who she'd never met but had heard of from Misuo, and how he suffered the same fate as Toph. Toph could at least still interact with the world through her other self and her earthbending, but this man somehow even looked like more of a statue than Toph did. Misuo sat at her brother's side and squeezed his hand. It happened while he was out patrolling. Our warriors have been doing their best to keep these hollows safe for everyone, you see. But someone else found him out there like this. I assume it was some sort of spirit. It was, Yu said gravely. A being called the Face Stealer. He was the one who dragged the three of us to the spirit world to begin with. When did this happen? Nagi asked, brow furrowed. It is hard to tell the passage of time in this horrid place, said Misuo. But a few days ago, I'd gather. Has your friend's change started to accelerate? Yu looked back to Misuo, perplexed by the question. Why would it accelerate? She lost her face, but she clings to her identity. Miso shook her head. It's not just a loss of identity or his face. His skin is hardening and turning white, like porcelain. I'm afraid it seems to be spreading from his face as well. It gets worse by the hour. Yu's heart pounded and she rounded on Toph. What? No, nothing of the sort has happened to Toph. Not that I know of. Toph shook her head, her fists slowly clenching. Then, Miso lifted her hands to the edge of Rafa's mask, slowly pulling it away. Yu gasped when she saw his face. It had turned a vivid white, clashing against his tan skin, and it had indeed taken on a smooth and hard texture, like porcelain or eggshell. The white spread from his face to his neck and beneath his shirt, like a spreading mold. I wonder, said Nagi, rubbing her chin. Could this have happened after we confronted KOH in his swamp? When he started to transform. You had nothing to say to that. If KOH's powers had changed, had grown more terrible, then she didn't know how they would face him. Miso let out a low rumble, a hum that indicated she was lost in thoughts of her own. Rafa was found not far from here, and the warrior who founded him reported a bright light in the distance. I fear this KOH may find us soon. It became too much for you. She couldn't fathom facing a spirit so horrible, not when she had to keep all of her emotions under control. Not after everything that had happened. Turning away from them all without a word, she hurried from the shelter to find a space far away from anyone else. She was about to press herself against the trunk of one of the massive trees but then remembered the eyes with a cry of disgust and fell to her knees on the soil. All of the eyes watched her but she didn't care. Judge me all you want, she said to the trees. Teardrops fell onto the backs of her hands when she clenched the soil. I'm not judging you for anything. Yu turned to face Nagi but didn't get up from the ground. Now that her hands were covered in dirt she couldn't even wipe her eyes, but she avoided looking directly at Nagi to hide her tears. I was, talking to the trees. Nagi approached with her hands clasped together in front of her. It's okay to be overwhelmed by all this, Yu. Goodness knows I'm trying my best to hold it together, too. We fought KOH and caused him to change like that and hurt Rafa. It's my fault we're even in the spirit world in the first place. KOH first mentioned something about how I was supposed to die and I can only think he meant the version of me from the other world. And worst of all, it's my fault that all those people in those hallows are here. My people invaded yours, Nagi. You can't blame yourself for the things KOH did, Nagi said, kneeling down in front of Yu. She brushed the dirt off of Yu's hands. And as for that last thing? Yeah, it was wrong, but you know that now. You were just trying to do your duty to your people and now I believe you will do everything in your power to make things right. Yu stared down at their joined hands. I knew it was wrong to begin with. There's no way to justify a war. But I just did as I was told anyway. I always thought that's what duty meant. And now your duty, shared with me and Toph and the Avatar, is to do what we can to save all the worlds, Nagi continued, leaning forward to catch Yu's eyes. Afterward there will be time to make amends. And I hope you'll be at my side so I can help you stay on that path. Nagi's wide, dark eyes made Yu's chest ache. How can you say that? She asked, struggling to keep her voice from breaking. After what my nation has done. What I have done. Nagi, I like you, a lot. You have been an immeasurable strength to me here in our struggles and I don't know how I would have gotten this far without you. But I can't believe that I've been the same source of strength for you. Nagi squeezed her hands and a musical laugh escaped her lips. Of course you have been, silly. You've also been a source of joy and comfort and bravery who has given me the will to keep fighting. And trust me, the way I've been feeling is complicated, to say the least. But I know above all that you have a good heart. I wish I could give you a better response than that, but I fear I won't be able to sort out my thoughts until after we get out of here. Is that all right? Yu let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. If she was being honest with herself, the feelings crept up on her until they started to come all at once the more she thought about their escape from the spirit world and the idea that things wouldn't be the same once they stopped being in constant mortal danger. She only had her feelings for Sokka to compare it to, but something about this was different. With Sokka, they had feelings for each other from a young age. She admired him and even loved him a great deal, and always felt that she could have come to love him even more if she went through with the engagement, but that path in life always represented a choice that had been taken away from her. Joining the Water Sages had been her way of making her own choices in life. And where had those choices taken her now? It had led to all these failures, all this guilt she had shouldered. She had chosen to follow a duty that was set upon her by others. Did that mean she didn't follow her own path at all? Oh, you're crying again. I'm sorry if that's not what you wanted to hear, but... You wiped at her eyes with her sleeve. No, it's not that. Really, I understand. And even the fact that you'd consider returning the way I feel is more than I could hope for. It's just... I'm thinking about how long we've been here and how it often feels like we're no closer to finding our way out or getting Toph her face back. We don't know how we will help the Avatar save the world or defeat KOH. And it's so frustrating. We've learned so much and come so far, but it still feels like we're at the beginning. I know crying does nothing to help, but... Nagi gripped both of her shoulders. SHH, it's okay. If anything, you can get all that emotion out now so it'll be easier to face KOH later. I think you have the right idea. You choked out some laughter between her sobs. If you say so. Nagi's hands fell back to her lap. But honestly, it is rather intimidating. I'm not sure how we might face KOH, especially if he truly has become stronger. I didn't even know spirits could do that. You took a deep breath in an attempt to steady herself. I've heard of spirits changing and going dark, like those toad spirits. But it doesn't sound like KOH has done that. When they saw him last, she remembered seeing lights, and that seemed to match the account of the warrior who had found Rafa. But was it possible for a spirit to become unbalanced toward light? And could they cause changes in people to the extent that he harmed Rafa? I am aware of a special waterbending technique that can restore the balance to dark spirits, she said. To my knowledge, it has some similarities to healing abilities. So do you think Misa might know it? This, spirit bending. I would think so, you said, nodding. But we cannot expect anyone to battle against KOH in our stead. He is too horrifying, too powerful. And Misu is not a fighter. Perhaps she can teach it to the warriors, Nagi suggested. Or, what about me? You tried not to look too doubtful. But it's a waterbending technique. Nagi huffed. Well, if you ask me, waterbending shouldn't have a monopoly on all the spirit and healing abilities. And we just saw Toph invent a new form of bending. I am inclined to believe anything is possible at this point. Believe it or not, the Earth Kingdom used to be more spiritual than even the Water Tribes and Fire Nation, back in the days of the Pearl Dynasty at least. Ba Sing Se was known for its 7 sages who led the Divine Chrysanthemum Court, but even today my people have always been known for being a little more spiritually inclined than the rest of the Earth Kingdom. You could have listened to her lecture all about those historical facts, but more laughter escaped. I see. I certainly believe earthbending can be spiritual enough to use such a skill with the right student. Nagi moved to rise from her seat. Then let's go ask Miso to teach me. She didn't know how Nagi did it, but whatever she did kept you feeling hopeful that they'd prevail against whatever perils faced them. Even if things could be confusing, you knew she wouldn't trade this experience for the world. Nini led Angela and Katara to her home, an igloo with a foundation of stone down the street from the stables, where she worked. It was small, with only 2 rooms, and from the lack of many personal belongings Angela assumed that the woman lived alone. She didn't keep her home sparse out of a preference for simplicity, that much Angela knew. Nini offered the only chair to Katara, who took it, and then tended to her hearth fire. Angela sat on a musaram rug, arms folded to keep warm. She thought it best not to firebend. There was no telling what sort of fuss Nini would raise. She supposed her expression must have looked dour as a result, but she didn't care, and didn't offer a polite thanks to Nini at her offer of stale seal biscuits. Instead, she looked around the igloo, at the clothes she sewed herself and the buffalo yak saddles and shoes strewn about. Nini scrambled to pick up the mess while she tended to the fire at the same time. Living alone, I sometimes forget the need to keep tidy, she admitted. Please forgive me. Katara leaned back against the chair, which rocked. You're unmarried. Oh, of course, Nini said, nodding. Becoming a taboo breaker ruined any status I might have had. And you're not a taboo breaker anymore? Azula asked. Katara had explained the basics of what it meant to be a taboo breaker to her earlier, but to her understanding they could only live outside the city. She understood the concept of marrying for status, of course, but not the idea that someone would lose any prospects of marriage for something like that. No, I'm not, said Nini, kneeling in front of the fire again. She prodded it with a poker, a faraway look settling over her face. Not since that dreadful winter. Tribe law says that if a taboo breaker survives through the winter, they are allowed to exist again. We are allowed to be seen and spoken of, and reintegrate into society and use the tools and trades of others. Azula scoffed in disgust. And yet it's never forgotten. You're never allowed to climb back up to your former status. It's barbaric. Katara leveled a glare at her. Don't call us barbaric when your people burn out the eyes of your own sons. Azula glared right back at her, but then rolled her eyes and directed her glance to the glossy ice walls instead. Part of it had dripped away previously, melting into a puddle that had frozen over again on the stone floor. Fire Lord Azula perked up in interest. Oh, she's remembering things, is she? Did I ever tell you that fact about dear little Zuzu? Honestly, I thought my brother was weak, but I can't imagine yours surviving such an ordeal. You might have mentioned it. Azula pushed the voice to the back of her mind and stared back into the growing fire. How did you become a taboo breaker, anyway? I fought for women to have a place in the Emperor's Council of Elders, said Nini, rubbing her elbow. I thought it was only fair. But apparently organizing meetings with that many women, hoping for a political office, was considered a taboo. Katara clenched the arm of her chair. My father sentenced you for that. Azula looked back to Katara with a raised eyebrow. Can I call him barbaric, at least? Nini put a hand to her mouth at Azula's brazen display, but Katara said nothing. What I am about to tell you could condemn me to the same fate again, Nini said, gently lowering the poker to the floor. But you deserve to know. And out of respect to my dear friend Kia, I must tell you. I've always feared the day I would meet you face to face, princess, but knew that it would come. Katara lowered herself from the chair and joined Nini on the floor, grasping the woman's hands in both of hers. Tell me. Please. I've hated not knowing. Azula rolled her eyes again at Katara's open display of emotion. She wanted to say Katara was better off not knowing. Azula had to witness her own mother's corpse, after all. Better to guess and never know the horrible truth. But then she reminded herself that everything about Katara was a farce, and the story would only serve to further her own ends. Azula said nothing. It was the night Emperor Kvichak died, said Nini, her fingers curling against her chest. Kia fled from the palace with you and your brother. She told me she needed to protect the two of you, especially since Kvichak had proclaimed that you were to be sacrificed to the spirits. Katara clenched her jaw. So it's true. Others have implied as much to me. So, my mother meant to protect me that night, not kidnap me. The official story is that your mother killed the previous emperor, said Nini. But, she was as surprised as I was to learn of his death. I don't think she did it at all. Azula wondered what her own mother would have done in that situation. She liked to think that Ursa would have killed him on the spot. She had a way of being fierce like that. One of her stronger qualities, to be sure. Katara leaned forward, hunger in her eyes. Was it him? Was it my father who killed my grandfather, and placed the blame on my mother to protect himself? Nini looked away. I don't know for sure. I'm sorry. A man of the Buffalo Yak clan, the Emperor, and the Moonlit Mother all came into my igloo that night, but of course I was not permitted to stay in their presence. I don't know what they spoke of before Kia vanished. Katara rose to her knees, eyes wide. I remember now. That Buffalo Yak man was Bato. He took us back to the palace, I think. She hugged her arms. It was so cold that night. I remember being confused because Bato tried to hand us over to the chief, his father, but I didn't want to go with him. I wanted Mom. Azula remained silent. She knew what it must be like for her to get lost in the memories of perhaps one of the most significant nights of her life. "You've been really brave to tell me all this, Nini," Katara said after a moment. "Thank you. Azula, let's go." Azula stretched her arms. "Leaving already?" "Oh, very well." Katara shot a glare at her, but Azula didn't care that the nonchalance annoyed her. "Yes." Before they left the igloo, Nini grasped Katara's shoulder. "What will you do?" "I'm finally going to stop at home," Katara said, without looking back at her. She crouched out of the igloo and Azula followed. She stormed down the street and turned down an alleyway devoid of people before spinning on Azula. "I knew it. I knew something didn't add up about that night. How dare he do that to my mother?" Her eyes brimmed with emotions that Azula had never seen on her face before. It made her look dangerous, like she could lash out at any moment. This was a side that she didn't show to Nini, and Azula wasn't sure how to feel about Katara showing this vulnerability, this rage, to her. "Yes, well, sitting here crying about it won't do anything to bring her back." Katara's hand shot out and pinned Azula to the wall with blood bending, her expression twisted in hatred. "You don't have a shred of sympathy buried anywhere inside, do you?" Azula scowled. "Why should I? Your people are the ones who took away my mother." Katara released her hold on Azula and turned away. "Then you could empathize, at least." "Not really my style." Katara crossed her arms. "Do you ever think the people we lose are still with us? Guiding us, watching over us?" "I'd rather have that than a homicidal maniac," Azula said under her breath. "But no, not really." "What was that?" Katara asked, but Azula brushed her off. "All this time, my father lied. My grandmother lied." Azula inspected her nails, pretending to be disinterested, but she hung on to every word. "And what will you do about that, princess?" She clenched her fists. "They have to pay. The Buffalo Yak clan, too. All of them were involved in schemes that night, but my mother is the one who suffered for it." Azula locked eyes with her. "Revenge, then?" Katara stared at her fist. "Yes," she said finally. "Bato's already dead. I saw it happen myself. His father Cuskok is next. And then my father, and grandmother. But I thought you planned to remove your father's enemies so he would no longer have any obstacles to his absolute rule. To your dominion." Her anger came back all at once, and the blistering cold with it. "I don't care about that anymore. He doesn't deserve it. He needs to die. They all do." Azula kept her voice low. "You'll overthrow him, then? What'll come after that?" "I don't know," she said. "I don't care. Maybe I'll make the decisions." She turned to face Azula fully. "You've proven yourself on the mountain with the Wolverine Skunk clan. Are you with me, Azula?" Azula smirked in response. Every step of the way. Han's spirit token had worked. When Mai held it up to the giant raven spirit late in the night, it moved aside to permit her entry into the secret ice tunnel leading under the palace. Jet came with her while Haru and Ty Lee kept watch outside, ready to cause a distraction if need be. The tunnels led to a part of the palace that Mai assumed was restricted to the royal family and the First Spears. The entrance to it had been concealed behind a statue of a seal woman and a pair of crossed spears. The floors and walls had been carved from smooth, pristine ice, with white and blue fur rugs to prevent slipping. Most of the furniture had been constructed of ice as well. Several tables pushed up against the wall with candles on them as the primary light source for the halls. The First Spears, Arnooks on her guard, stuck to a rigid patrol, but the shadows cast by the candles and their torches made it easy for Mai and Jet to hide. They came to a junction, the hall splitting in two. Mai gestured for Jet to go down the left hall while she took the right. They didn't know where Arnook's sleeping chambers were, but if Mai was correct, her path led to the heart of the palace, so she took that direction. She gripped her knives in her palms, ready and willing to take the High Chief out in his sleep if she had to. The names of all of her dead warriors brushed silently against her lips. She came to a chamber with a frozen waterfall. A round platform held a pile of sleeping furs, surrounded by a ring of ornately decorated urns. Glistening water sat inside each of them, completely still. Around the room, she discovered bone jewelry and art, black feathers, and white ermine tails tipped with black like they were paintbrushes dipped in ink. But High Chief Arnook was nowhere to be found. "Who are you?" Mai whirled to the source of the voice, cursing herself for not noticing the approach of the person in the doorway. But it was no first spear. She was a girl with a short blade in her hands and white paint on her face. A golden crest on her forehead reflected the light of the candles in the room, and Mai recognized her as a Kyoshi warrior, one of the ancient orders devoted to the avatars. Just like the Roku warriors. Which meant that this could only be Suki. They'd never met, but Mai knew her from Aang's stories of another world. Suki narrowed her eyes when she saw Mai's face, and launched into an attack. Mai threw a dagger before Suki could reach her, but she deflected it with her round arm shield, whirling into close quarters with a swing of her blade. Mai danced out of the way of her attack, bending back to shoot darts from her ankle launchers before catching herself on the floor and hurling a spinning knife. The darts did little to pierce her armored dress, but Suki brought her blade up in time to deflect the knife. Mai kept up her assault in her distance, throwing a tripwire that coiled around Suki's hilt and ripped the sword from her hands. "An assassin," Suki said, coming to the answer for her own question. "How did you get past the guards?" "I could ask the same of you," Mai said, crossing two daggers in front of her to match the golden fans Suki had unveiled. "I thought only the first spears were allowed here. Snooping around, are we?" Mai knew she was at a disadvantage in close quarters and also knew that she needed to find Jet and leave. But Suki wasn't keen on giving her that opportunity, deflecting every strike with her fans and swooping in with attempts to disarm her. She ducked into low, sweeping kicks that Mai leapt over, but every knife Mai threw in response caught only air or ice. Both of them were too skilled to get an edge over the other. "Whoa!" She heard Jet's voice from the doorway and was never so glad to hear him or see him, and he didn't hesitate to involve himself in the fray. Suki avoided the swings of his hook swords and deflected more of Mai's knives, but against the both of them she was outmatched. But even when they managed to knock the fans from her hands, she came at them unarmed, defending with her shield. From behind Jet, Mai threw her knives with attempts to pin her to the ground and disable her, but when she started picking up the fallen knives and throwing them back, Mai hesitated. Jet swung both of his swords at her, but she caught them in her gloves before the hooks could slash her. While they held the deadlock, Jet aimed a kick at her midsection that knocked her to the ground with shuddering breaths. Mai took the opportunity to pin her to the floor by her arms and dress with 5 perfectly aimed knives that bored into the ice, halting Suki's movement. While she struggled to break free, Mai kept her guard up. Chills danced down her back and shoulders. She kept her eyes on Suki and away from the shadows cast by the flickering candles. "What did you find?" Mai asked. She stood beside Jet with their backs to the doorway while Suki faced them down. "Pomo," he spat. The elder who told them of Han's spirit token, and a former pirate. In a different part of the palace. Said Arnook left earlier to go to the northern spirit portal. He took Captain Seekin with him. He uttered the last part with contempt, and Mai assumed that was the pirate he'd seen earlier in the city. Suki narrowed her eyes. "A pirate captain?" she asked, catching her breath. "Well, then," said Mai, backing toward the doorway. "Time to go, that won't hold her for long." It seemed that their next destination would be the northern spirit portal after all. Chapter 12, The Face Stealer, The Southern Spirit Portal, Part 2. In the spirit world, Aang felt the essence of everything he was being split in two. More than ever, he felt the force of his own world trying to pull him home. But the other world wasn't so keen to release its hold on him either. Both tugged at him, warring with each other using the spirit world as their battleground. Here, as his past lives said, he was at his most powerful. He'd make that war come to a truce. The world shifted around him, the ground and skies flying past while he remained stationary. He felt the spirit world's energy in a way he never had before. He traversed great distances just standing alongside Appa in a way they never had before in the sky, but he didn't get the sense of belonging here that he did from the winds. Here, he was a blade slicing through the spirit world, leaving scars in his wake. The spirit world loved the Avatar but reviled Aang for what he had done to it in tearing the worlds in two. A vast meadow flew under their feet. Appa rumbled, perhaps disoriented by the sensation, and Aang placed a hand on his flank to steady his friend. "It's okay, buddy," he said. "We'll see Toph soon. I can feel her." Ahead, a tree sprouted into his path, growing taller and taller, and a moment later Aang realized it wasn't a tree at all. It was a spirit made of bark and vines, tall and slender and vaguely human-shaped, with arms that dragged nearly to the ground in a crown of growths that resembled horns. Between each horn, he saw an eyeless face, like pale white masks. Their lips had set into a stern frown. Aang stopped when dozens of faces blinked into existence around the spirit, floating unattached to anything. He saw the faces of people and beasts, spirits, and animals, and the world stopped moving when he found himself in front of the giant spirit, whose age felt nearly as ancient as Rava. He didn't know how he knew that, but it was as if time clung to her like moss, heavy and permeating. "Avatar," she said. Mist shrouded her lower body, glowing with light. "You are hard to miss. The spirit world weeps." "I know, but I'm going to fix things," he replied. He had to crane his neck to look up at her. "Were you looking for me? And since you seem to like faces, do you happen to know a spirit named Koh the Face Stealer?" Her hands, almost like claws, gestured toward the grasslands beyond them, and her 5 mouths twisted into frowns. "I sought the very same spirit until I sensed you like a blight upon this land. Koh is my son, and he keens for me." Aang stepped in front of Appa, wondering if this spirit would obstruct him out of association with Koh. "I didn't know spirits could have children. What kind of spirit are you?" She straightened, stretching high into the sky, and for a moment Aang thought he had insulted her with his question before she gave him an answer. "The oldest of us are born directly from Rava in her attempts to preserve pieces of herself," she replied. The face of a bearded man drifted by Aang, orbiting her form like all the others. "I wanted to mimic her, to preserve myself, and out of that desire I made Koh. It wasn't until later that my curiosity to make something better drove me to utilize just a little of Vato's darkness. His spark. It was with his power that I crafted faces for all humans, spirits, and animals. I gave you individuality, and the ability to create and interact with the world. And thus am I called the Mother of Faces." Vato's words rang in his head like bells. "You will find the spirit born of light who saw the value of darkness," he said to me. "That must be you." With that action, that innocent creativity, she had given humans their identities, their emotions, their darkness. But could he really say that what she had done was wrong? Aang shook his head to clear those thoughts. He wasn't sure if he could go down that road. "I don't have time for this. I need to find my friend Toph, and you need to find your son." He took Toph's face. The Mother of Faces clenched her fist, and the faces around her hung heavy with melancholy. "You mustn't hurry there yet. He is sure to be there. And the way he is now, Koh will defeat you." Aang frowned. "What do you mean, the way he is now?" "No offense, but how could he get any worse?" He thought back to his first and only meeting with the spirit. He'd found Koh terrifying then and couldn't imagine him becoming any stronger. The earth beneath their feet rumbled, and Aang felt a change coming, like a slumbering beast had slowly started to awaken. "My son has gone through a metamorphosis," she said, unheeding of their environment. "I can try to placate him, but he was born without darkness in him. And thus he espouses all of the worst parts of the light, of stagnancy and preservation, order and control, taken to its worst extreme. He has become Deva Koh. If we're going to the same place, help me," Aang said. Clouds rolled across the sky far above, far more swiftly than in the mortal world. "Please. I know he's your son, but..." The faces hovering around her froze in place, but each one turned to look at him. "He must be stopped," she said, before Aang could finish. "You go seek out your friends and I will try to halt his advance." Aang jumped onto Appa's head, gripping the reins. Can you give Toph her face back?" "I'm certain I could," said the Mother of Faces, the mist coiling around her. She seemed to glide forward alongside Aang, moving with him as he shifted the world beneath his feet. As long as it isn't too late for her. Through their raging battle, Sokka saw the pillar of light far away where Aang had flown, but he had no time to think about what could have happened because explosions continued roaring around him. The combustion man, did Chit-Sang say his name was Yanhuo-Li? Continued to be a massive threat even though his pet Wolverine skunk had been knocked out by Lyran. Sokka only managed to avoid getting blown up because of the mobility afforded to him by all the snow and water bending, but Sokka and Sang-Mu had both already been burned by his simultaneous blasts. It seemed that the hit to his dear pet had made him angry. Sokka and Sang-Mu faced Yanhuo-Li together while Zuko fought Chit-Sang and Lyran dealt with the Earthbender Xianfu. Sokka did everything he could to keep Yanhuo-Li on the move so he wouldn't get a chance to hit any of them, but in a wide open field with no cover whatsoever he had his work cut out for him. "I can't get close," Sang-Mu cried, in one of the rare moments where she was able to touch the ground. Every time she went airborne, Yanhuo-Li directed his attacks at her and Sokka had to do everything in his power to keep the bounty hunter distracted. "I don't know what to do." Sokka dove toward her when a conflagration boomed just inches from where he had been standing. "Can't you use your sound-bending attacks? Something like that might really disorient him." "Yeah. That's the only way he'll go down, you gotta disorient him. I say hit him on the head, boomerang style." "If I do it from this far away I'll just hurt everyone," she admitted, twirling her staff so that winds spun toward Yanhuo-Li in retaliation. He simply directed another blast at her, which tore through her attack and forced her to glide away. "Then get close," he said, locking eyes with the airbender and nodding to her. "I'll give you an opening. Trust me. But after that, you're gonna have to get as far away as you can, okay?" She had just enough time to nod back before the barrage of explosions continued, and they split. Sokka emerged from his cover of ice blocks, hurling his boomerang to force the combustion man to duck away and following it up with a trio of ice boomerangs that converged on him before the actual boomerang even returned. Yanhuo-Li leapt into motion to avoid the three aerial attacks and Sokka didn't give him a chance to reorient himself. He drew his club in one hand and machete in the other, swinging the club for bludgeoning water strikes while waves sliced from his machete. He hurled the machete to dissuade Yanhuo-Li from letting off another blast, freeing his hand to let him catch the boomerang on its return flight. His metal arm swung at the machete and they met with a loud clang, diverting the flying weapon, but then Yanhuo-Li followed it up with another attack. Sokka's only warning was his widened eyes and flared nostrils, but the attack was directed at the ground in front of Sokka. The explosion washed over him in a wave of heat and then he didn't know where the ground was until he met it again in a crunch of ice and snow, his head spinning and clothes smoking. He stumbled to his feet as fast as he could, driven by pure instinct to keep moving, but when he grasped his head and braced himself, so dizzy he felt nauseous, no more attacks followed. Instead, Yanhuo-Li had directed his ire toward Sang-Mu again. Gritting his teeth and forcing himself to keep going, Sokka drew the meteorite sword once he realized he had dropped his club somewhere during the last attack. He swung it with both hands in a fluid dance, letting the innate familiarity of the weapon's usage guide his resultant water-bending strikes. Arcs of water and cutting ice sliced toward Yanhuo-Li, diverting his attention away from Sang-Mu with a vengeance. The force of Sokka's attacks pushed him backward, but Yanhuo-Li didn't risk blasting the water and ice to evaporate the assault with it so close to him. Focused on Sokka, he didn't notice when Sang-Mu dropped from the sky right next to him. She got as close to Yanhuo-Li as she dared, within reach of his metal claw, and clapped her hands together once. A sonic pulse erupted out from her joined hands, the shockwave making an indent in the snow beneath their feet. Even from where he stood, Sokka heard a low booming sound that made him wince. Yanhuo-Li pressed both of his flesh and metal palms to his ears, his eyes screwed shut in pain. The voice in Sokka's head rose up in excitement. "Now! Boomerang time!" He let it fly. The boomerang whizzed through the air just as Sang-Mu flew away and it struck Yanhuo-Li right in the center of his forehead. He let out a snarl of pain and looked at Sokka with anger. He braced himself to avoid another attack, wondering just what it would take to take down this juggernaut of a man, when his eyes rolled to the back of his head and he fell flat against the ground, unconscious. "Well, that was anticlimactic," Sokka said. "I kind of expected an explosion." "You haven't had enough of those?" Sang-Mu asked, frowning. Worry creased her brow. "I really hope I didn't do any permanent damage. Sound bending is truly fearsome, and it makes me wonder at the philosophical implications of airbending." Sokka brought a healing glove to the exposed, burned skin of his hands and wrists. Yeah, Sangmu, I don't really think now's the time to ponder that sort of thing. She pressed her finger knuckles to her lips. Right. Let's help the others. In the midst of their fighting, Chit-Sang looked over to see that Yanhuo Li had fallen, and he put up his arms in a gesture of surrender. I yield, he called out over the snowfield. Even as he said so, a cloud of snow and dust arose from the great glacier, the arrival of Lyran's tribesmen and women, coming to their aid on the backs of buffalo yaks. I know when I'm beaten. Xin Fu cursed after Lyran knocked him to the ground. Forget that. I'm not letting myself get captured by an Outlands clan. I'm outta here. He scrambled away from her and Lyran moved to follow, but Zuko held out a hand. Stop, he said. Let them go. Holding them prisoner won't accomplish anything. Sokka wanted to question the wisdom of just letting Chit-Sang and Xin Fu walk free. Lyran especially grumbled when the firebender and earthbender together lifted Yanhuo Li onto the back of a buffalo yak, but they said nothing. Chit-Sang glanced back once at Zuko before they rode away. I'm not normally in the habit of letting my prey escape, said Lyran, scowling. She glanced at the wolverine skunk, which had started to stir. I'm content to skin this monster and wear its pelt, though. Sangmu looked at her with wide eyes, horrified. Sabi flew into her arms after having avoided the battle and Sangmu clutched her tight. No. Lyran sighed and shrugged, lifting her giant machete over her shoulder. Oh, fine. We'd best make ourselves scarce before it wakes up, then. While the mother went to go find Koh, Aang kept the image of Toph in his head and followed their connection. Right now, the fear of losing her overpowered everything else. He didn't know how he would defeat this new Koh, this Deva Koh, especially because he didn't know Kuruk's spirit-bending technique. He could only hope that the mother knew how to placate the rampaging son. His route brought him to a forest with some of the thickest trees he had ever seen. His connection to Toph led him high above the ground, something he found unusual, knowing Toph, and up to the towering branches in the treetops. Seemingly thousands of identical trees with blood-red fruits clustered together in their branches, but Aang didn't stop to stare at them for too long. He knew Toph was close. The connection binding them together felt almost electric, living in and of itself, but when it led right to one of the fruits he and Appa perched on a massive branch in front of it. Big enough for even Appa's bulk, the branch didn't budge. Aang leapt off of Appa and shared a glance with the bison. Huh? Is she inside that? He approached the red fruit, which radiated warmth and even a dull luminescence when he looked closely enough, but when he peered inside he drew back in shock when he saw Toph unconscious inside. Appa, that's her. He drew his sword and was about to hack the fruit to pieces when he heard a voice behind him. Hold it, Twinkletoes. He spun when he heard her voice, and the shock and confusion turned to joy until he saw her in the form of a spirit and then he felt his face get wet. You're a spirit, he said, trying not to let his voice shake. What happened? Am I too late? Toph hovered in front of him, beaming with her hands on the back of her head. Well, a little. But seriously, don't you recognize me? Shouldn't be too hard to figure it out, since I do have a face and everything. It was hard to tell since she was transparent and floating, but then his mouth dropped open when he realized this Toph was just a bit taller. Just a bit older. He looked back to the Toph and the fruit, searching her for similarities, and knew the answer as soon as she saw the burn scar around her left wrist. He wiped the tears from his eyes and wished for nothing more than to be able to hug her in that moment. Toph, it's good to see you again. Oh man, you have no idea how good it feels to not be called Spirit Toph, she said with a chuckle. Wondered when you'd find us. Been a long time, huh? He settled on smiling at her, hoping she could feel his warmth regardless. It has. What's your body doing in this fruit? He asked, sheathing his sword and turning back to her physical form. Appa had edged closer to the fruit, sniffing. Not really sure, she admitted. But I think all of 'em have people inside. All the people from our world, I'd bet. When he looked at some of the fruits adjacent to hers, he realized she was right. Everyone from our world. He said in awe, and now he really took a look at thousands and thousands of trees spanning all the way to the horizon. When our world started crossing over to the spirit world, I wonder if the spirit world encased everyone like this to protect you all. Well, that's an optimistic outlook, Toph said. Sokka would probably say something like those fruits are sucking our brain juices out. Not that I think that's what's happening. Aang felt his chest tighten. Are Sokka, Katara, and Zuko here? Can I see all of you? Their bodies, maybe, if you go look for them, she replied. But their spirits? Nah, they're all with their other selves, I'm pretty sure. In this fancy new world you've found yourself in. I only found my physical body here cause the other me happens to be close by. And something tells me that cutting my body free isn't really a good idea. His gaze dropped to his feet. Toph. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be away from home for so long, to get you all in this situation. But I will come back. I'm not going to leave you all to a ruined world. Her smile softened. I know. And don't waste time being sorry, the other me still needs her face. She's right down on the ground, waiting for you. Aang looked back up at her and swallowed his guilt. Right. We're gonna take down KOH. That's the spirit, Twinkle Toes, she said, but then she grimaced. Ugh, I just made a pun, didn't I? Aang leapt back onto Appa and they all descended together. Toph drifted down alongside him and he glanced at her with a furrowed brow. How can you see if you are not connected to the ground? You can't even earthbend like this, can you? I still don't think I can see like you do, but I bet it's some spirit nonsense. Or maybe I sense my surroundings through the other me, I don't know. I don't think about it too much. Also, ignore the freaky eyes on all these trees. Nagi hates them. Nagi? He asked. And then he noticed the eyes all over the trees, which he'd thought had just been knots previously. He felt chills tingle up his spine, but he focused his attention on the ground below, where he saw a tiny shape sitting on the ground that became clearer and clearer as he neared. Once he was low enough, he jumped off of Appa and landed at Toph's side, falling to his knees. She barely reacted to his presence, only slightly angling her head toward him. His hands found hers. Toph. I'm here. Her grip tightened. Back when he'd first met KOH, he hoped he would never have to see a person without their face. He never imagined it would happen to someone like Toph, always so strong and unyielding. It was almost haunting, like a nightmare he had long ago coming true. I'm gonna fix this, he promised her. The Mother of Faces is coming and she'll give you your face back. He sensed the presence of 3 other people with his earthbending before he heard them approach. He turned his head to see Yu, distinguishable by her white hair as always. Did you say the Mother of Faces? You found her. Aang stood. Along with Yu, he spotted 2 women that he didn't know, one that looked like a Dai Li agent and the other an older water tribe woman. I did. She's coming, and she's going to help me face KOH. Yu clasped both hands to her chest, averting her eyes. Avatar, I know we have opposed each other in the past, but I want you to know that your friend Toph, both of them, have come to mean a great deal to me. I would very much appreciate it if we could put our differences aside and help each other. Once we get through this ordeal, I will do what I must to make amends. Aang smiled. Before coming here, he didn't know what sort of person you might become in the spirit world, but he was thankful that Toph wasn't alone through everything. I'd like that, you. His reaction to her apology seemed to disarm her, like she hadn't expected him to be so readily accepting of her. And I would like to add that you and I know of your, secret, said the Dai Li agent. She wrung her fingers together. Oh, and by the way, my name is Nagi. It is truly a great honor to meet you, Avatar. I hope I can be even a little bit helpful in the battles ahead, Avatar. And Miss Yu here has been trying to teach me how to spirit bend, so I hope that can help deal with the face stealer, Avatar. The older woman, Miss Yu, stared at Nagi with a raised eyebrow. My, you are both so wordy, aren't you? It is indeed an honor to meet you, Avatar, but I suspect I can hold it together better than Nagi. Nagi's cheeks reddened. It's just that, with all his past lives, the Avatar is a walking repository of historical knowledge. Just imagine what secrets he could unearth just by meditating and connecting with his other selves. Aang scratched his cheek. It doesn't really work that way. But you can just call me Aang. It certainly made things easier if they already knew of his other world. It's nice to meet you, Nagi and Misuo. Nagi pressed her palms together. Was Spirit Toph correct? Have we really never, met each other? He racked his memory but gave her an apologetic grin. No, I'm sorry. I can't really say that you look familiar. She slumped forward in disappointment. Oh, very well. What must we do? You bent down to pull Toph to a standing position. We must steer KOH away from the survivors. If he were to appear in the center of all of them, there is no telling what kind of devastation he might unleash. Aang's head shot in her direction. Survivors. You nodded. From Ba Sing Se. Victims from the attack and the raiders both. Everyone got pulled here when Wan Shi Tong's library appeared in the mortal world, it seems. For the first time in a long time, Aang felt some of the ever-present weight lift from his shoulders. Against all odds, those he thought lost, those he thought he'd failed, had returned to him like an act of providence. It was the kind of hope he never dared to let himself feel. Hey, you okay? Toph asked. He does indeed look a little emotional, said Nagi. Misuo, why don't you head back and make sure everyone in the encampment is ready for an attack? Misuo nodded. Very well. I don't think you've grasped the spirit bending technique yet, though I still don't think it's possible for an earthbender, so be careful. Avatar Aang, you know how to do it, I trust. Aang scratched the back of his head. In truth, he had only witnessed Kuruk and Aniak perform it, but he had no idea how it worked. Sure. Apparently seeing right through him, Misuo rubbed her temples and sighed. Well, be safe. All of you. She turned and departed down the path, but before she went far she stopped when she saw someone standing ahead of her. Rafa. What are you doing here? Aang felt something wrong about the man approaching them. He walked with unnatural movements, his legs jerking at angles that made Aang think of a marionette in motion while his arms hung limp at his sides. As he neared, Aang could see a plain wooden mask covering his face, but his movements jostled it and the mask fell to the ground. It revealed his lack of a face, but something white had covered him like another skin, engulfed even his hair by plastering it to his head. He almost resembled a moving statue of marble. Rafa. You called, but then she put a hand over her mouth. The ailment that gripped him has spread. Rafa. Misuo called again. Brother, can you hear me? In answer, he froze in place before flashing right in front of Misuo. Aang, you, and Nagi all shouted in alarm as Rafa drew his hand back and wrapped an inhumanly large palm around her face. Misuo shouted out as he gripped her, but before Aang could rush forward to help her, Rafa released her from his hold, and when she fell to the ground she had a splash of white where her face had been, like a burn. She fell to the ground, unmoving. Misuo. You cried. Nagi stepped in front of you and both she and Aang punched a ripple of earth toward Rafa, but he just took their attacks without moving and let them batter him as if it didn't even hurt. Before Aang could do anything else, he saw a radiant white light dancing in the trees at the edge of his vision, and Rafa froze as if he noticed the light as well, falling prostrate into a pose of supplication. There is pain here, said the voice, which seemed to ring both among the trees and in Aang's head. Offer it to me, and I shall free you from it. Let me taste your sadness, savor the juices of your misery on my tongue and the flesh of your loss down my throat. Offer it to me, and you will know grace and mercy and peace, life everlasting. Aang recognized that voice. He never realized it had stuck with him in the years since he first met KOH, but hearing it again brought him back to that dismal swamp and dark cave with the coiling centipede legs, tapping and scratching. But now the brightness was almost blinding and no less terrifying for it. Where there had been 100 legs tapping and scuttling before, KOH now slithered across the ground, his lower body bloated and covered in gleaming white plates that were a deformation of his former carapace. The legs he used to have now floated away from his main body, detached, only a reminder of his previous form, except for two larger claws that resembled scythes closer to his face. And his face. Aang would never forget his new face, not until the end of his days. It looked even more like a mask than KOH's old face, the one he sometimes saw in his nightmares. This one hardened into a permanent smile, round and white as porcelain or candle wax, with dark, dead eyes. Despite how inhuman it looked, it made Aang think of a baby's face, and even more morbidly there was another face pressed against it, a woman's, frozen in mourning, almost as if she caressed the baby. Surrounding them both was a golden wheel that made Aang think of a sunburst. "I am Deva Koh," said the spirit. "And I am your deliverance." Aang summoned a wall of stone to prevent Appa from looking at Koh. "Appa, you've got to get out of here, it's too dangerous for you." He let out a roar of protest, but Aang wasn't about to risk Appa losing his face. The bison patted his feet against the ground as if ready to fight and defend his humans, but Aang stood firm. "Go." It was Toph who acted first, the physical Toph, the faceless Toph, and her palm strike lifted a spike of earth underneath Koh's carapace that made him unleash an echoing scream. Nagi followed up her attack by snapping her wrists and rolling the earth underneath him, but Koh braced himself by planting his forelegs into the earth. Wordless, but still with that unearthly smile, he slid forward and slashed toward Toph, but Aang recovered his wits and summoned a wall of white fire between Koh and his target. From behind, Rafa threw himself at Nagi, but she bent below the attack and grabbed his wrists with earth cuffs. Before she bound his hands together, he twisted unnaturally and kicked her in midair, sending her sprawling. You tried to hit him with the flat of her blade, but it was as if Rafa moved like an airbender and dodged out of the attack, despite his inability to see. Koh looked at Aang. Unbidden, a thrill pounded from inside his chest and he was nearly overcome with the desire to let out joyful laughter. He found none of this funny, but it threatened to burst from his chest and he fought it so much that his face hurt. Something was wrong, and that thought along with the horror of the spirit in front of him were the only things keeping him from giving in to the sudden levity that gripped him so firmly. Yu's voice came out subdued. "Don't show him any emotion," she said. Her eyes glistened and she stood completely still. The desire to cry just came over me. I think Koh is trying to force us to change our expressions. I've truly never felt so full of awe." She turned away from him, covering her face, and Koh took the opportunity to attack her. Spirit Toph spoke through grit teeth just as Toph slammed him away with another attack right at his face. "Well, that's his mistake. I fight best when I'm in a good mood." Sokka, Zuko, and Sangmu split from the Beaver Bear clan after recuperating at the edge of the Great Glacier, but after Lyran pledged her clan's support for the Avatar's cause they had no idea where to go. They didn't know when Aang would return from the spirit world, hopefully with Yu and Toph, and Sokka knew they couldn't just sit around and wait. Mostly because they'd freeze to death, but also because the world quite abruptly underwent another major change. Clouds rolled across the sky, heavy and black and glowing with violet lightning. It was as if the Everstorm expanded outward, dispelling the blizzard raging across the Great Glacier and blanketing the sky as far as Sokka could see. Motes of sunlight pierced through the dark haze in places, and sometimes white and gold shapes formed from that light to clash with dark shapes from the clouds, and Sokka just didn't know what to make of that. The change happened just after Lyran left them to return home with her people to survey the damage the wolf's skulls had done, and also to prepare for the invasion that loomed closer and closer. They'd left Sokka and the others with a trio of buffalo yaks and supplies, but when they took shelter in an ice cave at the edge of the Great Glacier they stared in fearsome awe at the sky. "What is happening?" Sangmu asked, gaping. "Everything's in disarray. Why is this? Why does it seem as if our world is becoming the spirit world?" "That's because it kind of is," Sokka said, trying to calm the buffalo yaks. They brayed at the sudden change in the atmosphere. He exchanged a glance with Zuko, who sighed as if in defeat. "We need to tell you something we've learned," Sangmu, Zuko said. "Apparently there are plenty of worlds besides our world and the spirit world. Kind of like ours, but different in all sorts of ways." "Oh," said Sangmu, twisting her finger in her braid. "That sounds like Avatar Yangshan's parallel worlds theory. She thought that the world changed with every choice we made, like a tree growing and splitting at each branch. But they all share the same roots, which means they have many similarities." Sokka blinked. "You, believe it that easily?" "Avatar Yangshan is from my temple," Sangmu explained. "I've read much of her writings and philosophies. But that doesn't explain what's happening now." The worlds are all merging together with our world and the spirit world, Zuko said. Aang's been trying to hold it off, but I guess something happened. Sokka and Zuko shared a glance again. He knew that Zuko must have considered telling Sangmu the truth about Aang, but neither of them wanted to be the ones to tell her. That was Aang's secret to share. I don't like all those dark spirits and what I assume are light spirits popping up all over the place, Sokka said. Who knows how far-reaching this is? Or how long it'll be before Aang returns? What are you suggesting? Zuko asked. I say we try to find some experts, Sokka replied, pounding his fist into his palm. Scientific ones. Maybe the scholars at the Aniaktu Alchemical Institute know of a way to deal with all these spirits. Sangmu pressed her fist against her cheek in thought. Scientific experts to deal with a spiritual issue? I don't know. And we'd be heading right into the belly of the beast, Zuko added. Without Aang. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Sokka tightened the saddle of his buffalo yak and mounted it. Have a better idea. Zuko frowned. No, he said, but then he looked thoughtful. I wonder if that's where Azula and Katara went. It's a slim chance, Sokka admitted. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but you'd be reunited with your sisters again, Sangmu pointed out. I suppose that's as good of an idea as any. You're with us, Sangmu. Sokka asked her. Even if this'll take us away from Aang. She mounted her own buffalo yak and stared at the reins clutched in her hands. Momo hid in the hood of her parka, chittering in her ear as if to reiterate Sokka's words. Well, where else am I supposed to go? I have no one else. And if you said I'm part of your family now? Zuko gave her a smile. Yeah, he said. You are. Sokka pulled up his hood as they prepared to leave the cave. If Katara really was at Aniaktu, he wanted to be prepared to face her. But if she'd split from them so early on in their journey to the South Pole, did that mean she really never cared about rescuing you from the spirit world? Had she lost sight of her friends? Or did she, in her own way, trust Aang to rescue you? So many things still left him confused and unsure. Far away, he thought he heard the howl of a wolf and it made him think of the wolf's skulls. Zuko, he said. Are you sure you're fine with letting Chit-Sang run free? It's too late now to say otherwise, isn't it? Zuko responded as they headed back out into the cold. But I think he has a chance to find the good inside him. Capturing him won't help him see that. I learned that when we tried to capture you and Katara. I guess I can see your logic there, Sokka admitted. I'd know, I guess. Leaning against the fur of his buffalo yak, he spurred the beast on. Now, he supposed, it was time for a proper homecoming. With gleaming claws, Koh flashed to Toph, but you held him at bay with her blade. With Koh immobilized, Aang and Toph both took the chance to attack him from both sides, but his detached legs revolved around him and let him roll around Yu's defenses. Koh's massive bulk slammed into Toph, hurling her into one of the trees surrounding their battleground. Aang let out deep breaths in a titanic effort to keep from bursting into laughter. It was like every fiber of his being just wanted to let loose and have fun, to revel with this ancient spirit. He had never felt quite this carefree in such a long time, and the only reason why his face didn't split into a grin, he suspected, was because he was so unused to this feeling. It was like wearing a skin that wasn't his. Where are all of the people from Ba Sing Se? He asked. We need to keep Koh away from them. There are so many more to feast upon, said Koh. His expression never changed from his knowing smile. His voice had become higher than Aang remembered, almost melodic and even soothing. I will find them. I will show you all true bliss, true ascension. You will be part of me. Why don't you want this? Rest your weary heads. Please, Rafa, leave me, said Nagi, ripping up dirt to push away the man that had fallen under Koh's control. I need to gaze upon Koh. I've never felt so at peace. Before Nagi could turn toward Koh, before their eyes could meet, Toph slid between them with a wall of earth and shoved it at Koh. The spirit shrieked when it struck him, a harsh sound that left Aang with a momentary lapse of his complete and utter joy. Nagi, you need to snap out of it, Yu urged her, as much as her monotone voice would allow. We have to resist him. Aang circled his hands and a gale rose to meet his movements, warding away Koh just as he gripped Topha's wall in his claws and tore it away. I don't know how to spirit bend, Aang said to Nagi. If you really think you can do it, you have to try. Without any sound and with footsteps so light Aang could barely sense them, Rafa hurled himself at Aang's back before he could react, clinging onto him with surprising strength. The man was much larger than him, and stronger, but Aang managed to bend forward and flip Rafa over his shoulders. After hurling him to the ground, Rafa moved again without the need to gather himself or catch his breath, and when Aang tried to hit him with earth-bending he hesitated just long enough for Rafa to slip away. Despite his strength and speed, his body looked so fragile, like one solid hit would shatter him to pieces. Behind him, Nagi took a deep, steadying breath. Okay, she said. Hold Koh in place for me. Aang tried not to look directly at Koh, at his blinding radiance, and pumped the clearing full of red and blue flames, intent on stopping the face stealer once and for all. Koh cowered from the heat and the fire, screeching and shrieking as it licked at his carapace. The white melted like candle wax, dripping over his perfectly serene face and golden sunburst orbiting his head. Toph shifted the earth under his form so that he couldn't move, burying him deeper and deeper into the ground. While they did that, Yu kept Rafa occupied, slicing empty air toward him away from Aang, Toph, and Koh. Resonate with the spirit's chi, Nagi said to herself, as if repeating a mantra. She pressed her hands to the ground, digging her fingers into the earth. Let the chakra flow, unimpeded. Spirits are malleable. Adaptable. Redress the balance. Yin and Yang. Memories of Tui and La swam to the surface of Aang's mind, dancing along with the dragons Ran and Shao. He knew what balance looked like, he'd known all along that it required both light and darkness. But what did balance mean for the world? They were two different questions with two different answers, and he knew he wouldn't find either of those answers with Rava or Vato or any spirit. What would it mean to devour the divine? Koh mused, even as Aang's flames and Topha's earth buried him. He stared directly at Aang and his eyes glowed with a harsh brightness that Aang's eyes never matched in the avatar state. I see the pondering on your face, child of the cosmos. I will learn the answer to my question, for your face is mine. Aang realized his blunder too late. Even without moving, Koh's face seemed to come closer to his, as if detaching from his body, and Aang felt the world spin. He stood rooted in place, mesmerized, as Koh's smiling face filled his vision along with blinding white light, his soft laughter reverberating. Distantly, he saw his surroundings, vivid green energy glowed from beneath Koh, purifying energy from the earth, Nagi's spirit bending. But Koh grew brighter and all but Toph recoiled from the searing flash. Aang thought about trying to reach for the avatar state again. But he also knew he wouldn't be able to control his face, and he ran the risk of Koh being able to take the faces of all his past lives. His most powerful, his most vulnerable. He was too late. Sleep. Darkness fell over his eyes. For a moment, he thought it was the end. But he could still smell the fresh, disturbed soil under his feet, the burning of his flames. And he still had eyes. When he opened them again, he still saw his friends, but it was as if each one of them wore a mask. Yu, Nagi, and Spirit Toph wore human faces superimposed over their own. Women's faces, perfectly sculpted, and so beautiful that Aang couldn't find the words to voice his surprise. Yu's had a golden chain from nose to ear. Nagi's had blue skin like ancient artwork he'd seen many years ago. And Topha's looked a little bit like Azula, with sharp golden eyes. Aang brushed his hand against his own face and felt a hard surface above it, and assumed he must have been wearing a mask now, too. Mother. Koh's voice fell several octaves deeper and Aang looked behind him to spot the mother of faces, dozens of her constructs orbiting her like before. Aang realized she had been the one to save him and conceal all of their faces from Koh. What are you doing here? What have you done? I am here to help you, my son, she said. Just as the new faces over his friends fell away, others took their place, faces to be stolen and devoured by Koh. You are lost. No. He shrieked, and his momentary shock had vanished, only to be replaced with aggression. I am the answer, I am preserving all of your creations. I need them. I need to understand them. Koh's claws sliced at his mother, but vines from the base of her form reached out and clung to him, binding him in place. Aang drew his pearl blade and stabbed it into the ground, calling stone blades to pierce Koh from below him. Toph shifted the earth underneath Rafa to hurl him toward the Mother of Faces, whose hands brushed past him in midair. When he fell to the ground after touching her, he had his face back, but he still looked to be partially made of marble, like a statue. He didn't rise again. The Mother of Faces sounded sad. No, she said. Humanity is meant to create and grow old and decay, to fight stagnation. That is the gift I have given them. My spirit bending didn't work, Nagi said, staring down at her hands. I don't believe it. I was so certain something was happening. Maybe it truly is only water bending that can do it, said Yu. She looked to Aang with an old woman's face, lined with wisdom. Avatar, it's up to you. Toph continued to hold back Koh and Yu went back into the fray, but Aang hesitated. He'd only ever seen memories perform the technique, and didn't know the basis behind it himself. How was he supposed to balance Koh? Come on, Twinkle Toes, said Spirit Toph. Now's not the time to doubt yourself. The mother stood in front of them, protecting the humans from Koh's rage. Only human intervention can help a spirit regain their balance, she said, as if reading his mind. Only humanity can find the light in the darkness, or the darkness in the light. He saw Tui and La again. Ran and Shao. The moon and the ocean, life and destruction, both necessary for their eternal dance, and he had to find that equilibrium within Koh. From the mist that gathered around the Mother of Faces, Aang grasped twin streams of water and they coiled around Koh's form. His light was almost overpowering, but with the glow of his water Aang sought the darkness around all of them. He couldn't look within Koh, he had no darkness to draw upon. Koh thrashed even while Toph and his mother restrained him. All I desire is to offer you succor. Freedom from pain and mercy from oblivion. Koh never understood humanity and their pain, so Aang would help him feel that. He had enough to spare. Koh knew loss already but it consumed him. The face stealer would never grow. The water glowed a bright yellow, almost gold. Aang guided the blockage of energy and came to learn that was all spirits were made of, energy given shape and purpose. Koh let out one final cry and his face cracked down the middle, revealing a void beyond it. He curled in on himself and his form dispersed into beads of light until the Mother of Faces held an orb between her hands. It has been eons since I have seen my Koh at all. I had forgotten what he was like, and only now do I realize the depths of my mistakes when I made him and left him without a face of his own, she said, her voice dripping with mourning. Now, bring me those who have been touched by him, and I will restore your faces to what they once were. Their masks dissolved. Instead of stepping forward first, Toph pressed her fists forward and dragged Missa before the Mother of Faces, and Spirit Toph, above them, put her hands on her hips. Missa got messed up special, like Rafa did, she said. I think they need their faces back first. The Mother of Faces pressed her palm of vines to Missa's face, and in a flash of light she had it back. This human has been corrupted, just like her brother, she said. I am not sure when, or if, she will wake on her own. I have never seen this type of imbalance in humans. Because Koh did this to them after he transformed? You asked. Even Rafa still hadn't moved and you seemed especially disturbed by the condition of him and his sister. Would spirit bending help them? I am not certain. This sort of change in a physical being is not unlike other spiritual scars, usually indicated by spiritual possession. I do not know what would happen if you tried that, or if they can be saved. I am sorry, said the Mother of Faces. She looked to Toph as Yu's eyes fell to Rafa and Missa. But I can restore you, and once again craft the face I first made for you. Toph stood still as the Mother of Faces extended her palm toward her, and Aang held his breath. Toph inhaled a deep breath, and the first thing she knew was her sense of smell. She'd forgotten what the earth and soil smelled like, rich and heavy with moisture, the kind that she loved to dig her toes into the most. Even the air carried its scents to her, like autumn leaves and smoke from the burned detritus of their battle. She didn't know if it was the spirit world making things more vivid than usual or just the fact that everything was so unfamiliar to her now, but all of the smells felt so overpowering. She felt something warm on her face, and when she touched it with her fingers she realized she'd been crying. She cried for everything she almost lost and everything she'd found again. She cried, unashamedly, when Aang grabbed her hand and then enveloped her in a tight embrace, and she cried when Yu and Nagi both joined in, crying themselves. She cried when she admitted the fleeting hope to herself, however unlikely, that the Mother of Faces would be able to do something to give her vision, to restore Toph, as she'd said, but then she cried more when she remembered that she was Toph Beifong, blindness, and all. Nothing about that needed to be restored because she wasn't broken. They were tears of overwhelming relief and victory and happy reunions, and only Toph noticed when the Mother of Faces vanished into the forest as if becoming one with the trees, Koh held protectively in her hands. When they all finally pulled away from each other and wiped their eyes, it was Toph who spoke first. Her voice came out in a croak after what felt like years of disuse. "Okay," she said, clearing her throat. "I'm ready to get out of here and never meet another spirit again." "Me too," said Nagi, and she let out a laugh. Toph didn't even realize that even sounds felt so far away when she didn't have a face, and now Nagi's laugh sounded like music to her ears. "But how will we get all the people from Ba Sing Se to the portal?" "I don't think we'll need a portal anymore," said Aang, as Appa returned and nuzzled Toph with so much force that she actually fell over. "The barriers between worlds are so thin now that I think I can just get us through, bodies and all." "Amazing," said Nagi, gasping. "And a little frightening. That can't be good for the state of the world." Aang shook his head. "It isn't. Things are going to be bad when we get home." The other Toph, her spirit self, let out a chuckle, and Toph knew a cocky smile accompanied it. "But you've had a pretty big victory here. Don't let yourself forget that, Twinkle Toes. Other me, you're gonna have to remind him not to dwell so much on the sad stuff, okay? It's a bad habit of his." Toph grinned, spreading her arms to encompass as much of Appa as she could. She even missed the big fuzzball. "Nah, I won't let him." Yu knelt over Rafa and Misuo, both of them still prone on the ground. "They're just staring at nothing. And they still look like dolls. I hope it is just the spirit world having an adverse effect on them, and they'll return to normal once we go back to our world." "Let's hope so," Aang said with an unsure shrug. "If not, I'll try spirit bending again. Or even healing. But now, we have to go." When they made it back to the encampment of Ba Sing Se citizens and raiders alike, the tea-loving toad spirits let out loud, tearful sobs when they announced their departure. The Water Tribe raiders regarded Aang with wariness but kept their distance from Appa and said nothing when Aang, Toph, Nagi, and Yu organized everyone in one big cluster. Aang's plan was to more or less punch a hole through the barrier between worlds big enough for them all to fit through. It was simple and direct, just like Toph liked it. "I'll catch you later, Twinkle Toes," said Toph's other self, when Aang sat down in a lotus position. "And hopefully next time you see me I'll be able to hit you in the arm myself. But until then, other me's gonna have to do it." "I can't wait," Aang said, and he spoke it with such conviction that Toph could feel it through the earth. "I wish we got to see each other longer." "It's fine," said Spirit Toph. "I'll be latching onto the other me again, so I'll be with you just like all the others. You just won't be able to see me. You're fine with that, right?" Toph realized that the last question was directed at her. "Yeah. Now I'm gonna be the one doing all the talking for you instead." The world rippled. Toph didn't know how else to describe it, but it was as if the ground moved like water. Gasps and mutterings rumbled through the crowd behind her, and she wondered briefly what they might see. "Goodbye, Toph," Aang said to her spirit self. "For now, anyway. I'll see you again, I promise." So Aang had made his decision, Toph noticed. She wondered when, and how much she had missed. She found herself excited to see Zuko and Azula again, even Mai. She wondered if they'd have a problem with you. She heard the warmth in her other self's voice. And underneath that, something sad, like she wasn't sure if Aang told the truth with that promise or not. But Toph herself knew he would make every effort to return to his friends in their world. Bye, Aang. I really hope you do. The world fell away. She hurtled through something empty and for a long, horrifying moment she thought she'd lost her face again. Only her heart pounded in her chest and it felt like her arrival to the spirit world in the first place. She couldn't breathe. It happened again, she was alone. Somehow she'd lost them all. Why didn't they take more precautions? How could Aang let this happen? What would happen to? She landed on something dry and soft. She grunted at the impact and winced at the cloying warmth and overpowering smell of something rotten. When she stood up straight from the surface she'd landed on, something powdery clung to her skin, hair, and clothes. And then she realized she wasn't alone at all, that all the other people trapped in the spirit world were here with her, all of them tangled in the roots of the biggest tree she'd ever seen with her feet. It dwarfed all the eye trees in the spirit world, so tall and so wide that she couldn't get an image of its full magnitude. Toph sneezed. Many other people did, too. She sensed Aang nearby, along with Nagi and Yu and Appa. So many people shuffled with confusion that Toph could barely focus on any of them, but she heard Aang's voice cut clear through the din. "We're in the foggy swamp," he said with a breathless gasp. "At the great banyan tree, how did this happen?" Toph concentrated as much as she could, casting out her senses beyond the massive tree's roots until she realized they, too, continued beyond her ability to grasp. They became part of the trees in the surrounding swamp, all of it connected. But beyond the new arrivals from the spirit world, she didn't pick up any movement at all. No water, no animals, or insects or anything. "It does not look like how I would expect a swamp to be," said Yu, after a long pause. "I'd heard rumors that this swamp became inhospitable after my people invaded, but this is beyond anything I could have expected." "And the sky," said Nagi, pointing upward. "Look past the canopy of this huge tree. It's almost as colorful as the sky in the spirit world. Are we sure we even left?" "I'm sure," Aang said. He knelt and pressed his hand against the roots of the great banyan. For a moment, he became as still as the swamp around them until he straightened with another abrupt gasp. Toph inclined her head toward him. Based on his reaction, things were about to get even worse. "What is it?" she asked. "I know who's been trying to speed up the world's merging," he said, breathless. "The swamp just gave me a vision. It's Zabao, a member of the White Lotus. We have to stop him." "The White Lotus?" Nagi asked. "That Pai Sho group? Okay, so we're heading back to Ba Sing Se." Yu checked up on Appa's saddle, presumably to make sure the still unmoving Rafa and Misa were still there. "First, I think we should concentrate on getting out of this swamp," she said. "If I remember correctly, the very air has become poisonous here, forcing the local tribes to move elsewhere. And we have many people we need to worry about now." Aang stood and rolled his shoulders. Toph felt the way he braced himself, like he usually did whenever he tried to shake off his doubts. "We ended up a lot further away from everything than I wanted. From everyone. And somewhere that is exceedingly dangerous," Yu added, worry sneaking its way into her tone like an infection. Toph punched Aang in the arm, her other self's words echoing in her head. She didn't know where this next step of their journey would lead them, but more than anything she was grateful to be herself again. Aang rubbed his arm where she hit him and she hoped her grin matched how she felt. "We made it this far, didn't we? Keep your heads up. We'll make it through. Just some measly swamps in our way. We got this." "This isn't just some measly swamp. It's more than that," Aang said. He turned behind him to stare up at the giant tree. "It's alive. But I think it's dying." Azula and Katara's arrival at the Aniakta royal palace was not met with much fanfare, not like Katara's appearance to the common people in the city. Here, attendants and warriors met her with all the polite indifference suited to a disgraced princess. But Katara walked through the halls of her palace home with her shoulders back and head held high. She didn't spare them a glance, which was ironically one of the first times Azula ever thought she carried the demeanor of a proper princess. The palace was wide and expansive, covering a lot of ground rather than building upward. But even from far away, the upper levels of the palace looked almost like a place of legend, hewn entirely from ice. It made the palace look as if it floated in the sky, and Azula had to admit that she was curious to see that upper level, dubbed Winter's Heaven, even if the rest of the palace seemed drab and even cramped in comparison. She supposed that was a necessary drawback in order for it to stay warm. Katara led the way to Winter's Heaven, passing through concentric hallways decorated with woven tapestries and animal skins, crossed weapons and ship models and stuffed beasts regarded as hunting trophies. They also passed riches from the other nations, jewels and gold from the Earth Kingdom, along with scrolls and statues from the Fire Nation. These, too, Katara passed by without a word, so Azula did the same in an attempt to not look painfully out of place. They came to a chamber Katara called the Whale's Belly, named for the whale ribcage hanging from the ceiling. Here, Katara did pause long enough to spare a glance around the mostly empty chamber before climbing the set of icy steps to Winter's Heaven. Members of Hekeda's court milled around the Whale's Belly while they waited for the upcoming appearance of the Emperor upstairs, and Azula was surprised to see just how many members of the other nations she saw present here. Sages and provincial governors from the Earth Kingdom rubbed shoulders with pirates who chatted amicably with merchants and nobles from the Fire Nation. Traders, all of them, but Azula reminded herself that she was just like them now. Plenty of clan chiefs and shamans and water tribe elders waited here, too, drinking from goblets of ale while they prepared for Hekeda's next convocation. Azula almost missed a step on the stairs when she passed by a familiar face walking down them. She saw his long, deep green robes first before she recognized Long Feng, all the way from Jiduan. And based on the way his eyes widened when he met her gaze, he recognized her too. "Well, this is a surprise," said the voice of Fire Lord Azula, amusement tickling at her. "It's almost like being reunited with an old friend, isn't it?" Check the description for the links to the author.